Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter combined the light 7 dark elemental magic? Part 2. Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories, also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Yes sir, but only until September 1st. After that all bets are off if an agreement isn't reached. That's all I can ask of you. Shall we talk about your mage abilities? They spoke for most of the morning. Fascinated by all this, Harry listened and asked all the right questions. Sir, how did me talk to me? Sparkling blue eyes was all that showed his amusement. It was quite fascinating, was it not? I believe it had to do with the bond the two of you share. She is an amazing witch. If I were to bet, I would bet that it was your newfound affection for one another that allowed her to reach you. She knows you well. Harry, when two people are so connected, they form an amazing form of magic. But when those two are also mages, their power is endless. Magic comes from within us. Some magic like Tom's is willed through negative emotions, while others are generated by positive ones. Seeing his concentration, Dumbledore tried another way. Take the Patronus for example. It is achieved only by a happy memory. This is a positive emotion, but the killing curse takes hate, the most negative emotion of all. Your mother saved you through love. Nodding, Harry began to see the difference. Now, for a mage, these emotions fuel the rawest of all magic in us. The more raw magic that resides in us leaves more chances to use those core elements of ancient magic: earth, fire, wind, and water. Our emotions, when strong enough, draws that raw magic from those elements, allowing us more possibilities. Am I making this clear enough for you? I think so. What you are trying to say is the amount of raw magic we possess is decided by how much of the 4 elements we can use. Couldn't have said it better myself, Harry. Hermione used the amount of magic she had combined with the strong emotions felt for you, linking to the element of air. She used the air to carry her thoughts to you. Some cultures may call it a form of meditation. Like an owl carrying a message? Dumbledore laughed slightly. That is one way to look at it. Interesting concept, I might add as well. You know, your parents fell in love about this age. The Potter line has always been lucky at finding their true loves early. He watched as Harry contemplated his thoughts. Shall we join the others? They stood and proceeded to the training room. Entering the training room, Harry saw Neville and Ron dueling against Bill, Emmeline, and an Order member by the name of Twill. Ginny and Luna were quickly starting to take control over their duel against Tonks, Remus, and Shacklebolt. He smirked. Pretty impressive. Isabella and Hermione were in the opposite corner, standing over a small box. How is it going, me? Oh, Harry, we can do wandless magic. Isn't that exciting? Kissing her cheek with a grin on his face. How did it go? It went fine, we can talk about it later. What else have you been doing? Apparating, she said, bouncing on her toes. Isabella also cloaked this room so any underage magic couldn't be detected, and look at how much better they have gotten over the last couple of days with their own wands. Neville is amazing, Harry, watch him. He turned to see Neville really beginning to overpower Bill. There was a few spells Harry didn't recognize. He made a note to ask later. He's completely different. Remembering with pride, no me, that's Neville. His spells have improved and the new wand gives him more control and power, but that is the way he dueled at the Ministry. Refused to leave my side. After he got punched and couldn't say the spells, he just started physically attacking them. Saved my arse. It's because of you. Don't look at me like that. You gave him that confidence, Harry. You gave it to all of us last year. Pausing to consider her next thought, she took a deep breath. Bella was telling me that last year's Deadass scores were the highest in history. Me don't say it was because of me. It was you and Ron's idea, and you helped plan the lessons. Blushing, she looked at her hands. Okay, we both helped. Agreed? Agreed. Let's go learn some magic. He wiggled his eyebrows, making her laugh. Everything hurts. I can barely move. At least you didn't go flying into a wall. No, but I did get thrown against the ceiling a couple of times. None of you are as bad off as this. The group broke out in laughter again as they turned to see Ron still had the tail of a peacock. Some friends you all are. Laughing at a man in his time of need. I can't even sit down. Harry, taking sympathy on his best mate, offered help. I could always pluck them out for you. Have you gone mental, bloke? His facial expression just caused more laughter. You know, Ron, those would make lovely quills. Sure you don't want us to take them off for you? Might be able to sell them. Really? And oh, leave my arse alone. So, what did you two learn today? I learned to apparate and we began meditation and wandless magic. Wandless? I thought that was almost impossible. Hermione, seeing Harry nod his head, knew he was bracing himself to tell them. I think we need to tell you guys a few things. She looked at Harry, who took her hand, giving it a little squeeze. After Harry's session with Dumbledore the other day, we learned something. No wonder Harry always hated this. It's hard. Harry and I, see, we are. What she's trying to tell you is we are mages. They looked nervously at their friends, whose eyes had gone wide. When you decide to change, you really go all out, don't you? Everyone looked at Ginny, astonished at the casualty of her voice. What? I think it's great. If you're going to be at war, at least make sure you are on the side of all the powerful people. She batted her eyelashes innocently, which caused the group to howl with laughter. Obviously, while you are in a good mood is the perfect time for me to tell you the rest of the changes this summer. Hermione looked at him with apprehension. This good news me. I know that questions were asked about my sudden spending habits and all the things I have bought. I also suspect it is public knowledge around here that I got an inheritance from Sirius. Regret showed in his eyes. I learned a few things about my parents and grandparents when I went to Gringotts. We were all worried about you that day. We assumed you had been attacked or received bad news. If finding out you are more loaded than Malfoy is bad news, then I guess you will have to learn to cope with it. He gave a half smile as their eyes widened. Bloody hell, mate. How much did he leave you? Ron, what he brought it up. You want to know just as bad. You just won't admit it. Hermione pressed her lips into a line. Ginny's eyes wandered around the room, while Neville looked down quickly. Dreamily, Luna spoke. He is right. I don't see the problem of Ronald asking, since Harry was the one to bring up the subject. Thanks, Luna. She shrugged her shoulders and went back to lying down. You gonna tell us or not? He told them everything Grabblegore had told him, with the exception of the twins' joke shop. He bit his lip, waiting for them to respond. Luna was the only one not in a trance-like state. I think it is marvelous, Harry. You deserve good news. The others nodded in agreement. Me, you haven't said anything in a while? What is there to say? Wow. I can't even imagine that much money. What are you not telling us? What do you mean? I know you. Your thumb rubs against your index finger when you haven't told us everything. Damn. I didn't even know that, Hermione. Ginny said, poking fun at her old crush on Harry. Ido. She raised one eyebrow as if challenging him to deny it. Okay, there is more, but I want to try and surprise everyone. If I can't work it out, then I will tell. Okay. I'm sure I'm not the only one that needs one, but I am headed to shower. I'm going after Neville, Ginny claimed quickly. Someone is welcome to the shower on the second floor too. After me, of course. She had caught on quickly after spending so much time at the Burrow. Give me a few and someone can use mine too. Harry offered. Hermione had a mischievous look in her eye. What are you planning, me? You'll laugh if I tell you. The group had already begun to gather their things and head out the door. I have been dying to try your shower. Seeing Ginny and Harry's face with Neville laughing uncontrollably, she turned a deep shade of red. I didn't mean it like that. Perverts. I was thinking it was a rather nice idea myself. Her face fell in shock as she punched his stomach. Kidding, just kidding. Knowing you, it was the curiosity of the whole rain effect. She nodded, biting her lip. Okay, you can use it first or I can go use yours. Wow, trading showers. Pretty serious there, Mione. Sure you can handle it? Remember to set up a safe word in case you begin to feel uncomfortable. They laughed out loud at Ginny's sarcasm of the all-too-famous talk they had all seemed to receive. It was finally decided that while Ron and Neville showered up here, Ginny and Luna would use the Grangers' bathroom, leaving Hermione to use Harry's first. Are you sure you don't want to go first, Harry? You shower in like 10 minutes. I can just go visit Luna or Ginny in my room. Okay, if you don't mind. He leaned close to her ear. Besides, knowing you were in my shower may prove too much even for me. kissing her cheek as he stepped away. Hermione fanned herself as she stepped in the privacy of her room. Looking a bit flushed there, Mione. Ginny had a wicked gleam in her eye. It usually takes a really wicked imagination to make me look like that. Usually involves something, Dean said. Do they all say things like that? How did you get more experience than me anyways? You were busy with the Dumb and Dumber and saving the world, yada yada yada. Makes sense. He just, makes your skin tingle, lose control of your thoughts. Leaves you wanting more even though you know you shouldn't. Your knees go weak. Head spins. Flesh gets goosebumps and the temperature goes up about 20 degrees? Yeah, all that and more. You have it bad. Is this how you felt with Michael and Dean? No, just Dean. I miss him. But when he looks at me that way, it sends shivers through my body. Makes you just want to throw them on the bed and give in to all their wildest fantasies. She sighed. You're not embarrassed to say things like that? Not with Dean. I noticed you aren't as shy as you might think either. Biting her lip. I've never felt so brave before. Flirting with Harry is so easy. Like today, even though I didn't mean to, I liked that. You could make his mouth water and his knees give out. Yeah. I saw the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Merlin, we sound like Pavarti and Lavender. Yes, but they do know what they are doing. I even asked for advice from them last year. I can't wait to see their faces when they find out you are dating him. It will be a classic. Hope Colin has his camera ready. The girls giggled. Am I interrupting? Harry asked while knocking on the door. Shirt. Both of the girls ran their eyes up and down his torso, admiring the extremely defined six-pack abs. Hermione subconsciously licked her lips, trying to remain calm. Ginny, on the other hand, had no problems. Nice abs, Harry. If you weren't dating one of my best friends, I would have already thrown you on this bed and had my way with you. Both of their heads snapped around towards her as she thought Mione is one very lucky girl. I assume your shower's free, Mione. I'll just go see what Mum is doing. As she left, she playfully slapped Harry's arse. Harry turned quickly to see Hermione laughing. You're not mad? Leaning over to his ear, she whispered, your house. Kick 'em all out. As she began to nibble on his ear. I'm sure Luna or Ginny will be happy to help you out. To the shower you go. Thanks, Luna. He walked across the hallway. Luna wasn't far behind, laughing as Neville, Ron, Remus, and Mrs. Granger came to see what was happening. Harry, don't you dare throw me in a shower. I'll go myself. Oh, don't worry me. I'm throwing you in a cold shower. As he pushed open his bathroom door, holding on tight to her with one hand and turning on the water with his other. Ark! They all laughed as Hermione sat in Harry's shower in her clothes and shoes as the water fell like rain around her. No one thought he was going to really do it. I will pay you back, Harry. That is a promise. He stuck out his hand to help her up. As he pulled her up, he leaned into her ear. I thought you may need to cool off after what you were doing to me. Smiling at her success, she held on to his hand and gave a hard yank. In that case, you need to cool off too. He ended up on his arse in his own shower as everyone roared with laughter. Ron was on the ground holding his side. As the room cleared, Harry got up. His jeans were wet and clinging to his body. Both of their clothing drenched, water still raining down on them. Laughter dying out as he stared into her eyes. Slowly I'll just wait out here in my room with Moony. They never took their eyes off of one another as he backed out of the room. Looks like you need that shower. Trying to keep a straight face. Shut up, Moony. I get it. I have been your age before. I'll even let you in on a secret. They don't change. I'm guessing it had to do with the water falling down around her, making her skin glisten. The white shirt probably didn't help much. Harry sat with his eyes wide. I don't want to know why you know that. I'm not that old. Besides, nothing changes when it comes to a beautiful girl. I do have one concern though. What? That kiss, the hunger and passion behind it, and the way I saw you looking at each other. If you haven't realized it yet, my young friend, you are in love with that girl. I am not. Yes, no, we're too young. Way too young. I still have to fight Voldemort and school, make all the excuses you want. But I have only seen that kind of love once. With your parents. May want to close your mouth before a pixie flies in. You may not want to admit or accept it, but you are. I believe your mage abilities may have a lot to do with how quickly you felt it, because I turned the water off 5 minutes ago. You what? I turned the water off trying to get your attention. The two of you kept it flowing. Harry bit his lip, combing his fingers in his hair. Don't think of it too much. Enjoy it, Harry, for as long as you have. His voice broke at the thought of losing him. He was too young to be the one to rid the world of Voldemort. Don't, Moony. I have accepted it. If I'm going to get through this, I have to be positive. I know the outcome, kill or be killed, maybe even both. I just don't want to spend my time alone. Harry, Remus pulled him into a hug. How does he do it? How does he stay so strong and positive? What would James tell his son when he is facing death again? Taking a breath, he asked, "What did you want to see me about?" "Actually, Tonks and I both wanted to talk to you. Do you have a minute? I know you aren't thinking of trying to sneak in there." His smile hinted at the teasing but also the seriousness of what might have happened in there. "Not that I didn't try it in my day. You don't want to hear that, though." Furrowing his brow, "You're right, I wouldn't. Did you learn a lot today?" "It was the most fun I have had in a while when it comes to classes. Isabella seems nice. What is the story with her and Dumbledore?" "I can answer that. Watch her, Harry. You look a little wet." "Funny, Tonks. Since Moony here can't seem to think like a wizard, she performed a drying charm on Harry's clothes." "Thanks. No problem." She looked at Remus, unsure of what to say or how to act. He nodded his head for her to sit by him. "Harry, the reason we wanted to talk to you is about us. We wanted to know how you felt about the situation." "I don't understand. I know that you are seeing each other already." "Yes, but what if it was more serious than casually dating? Like marriage?" "No, but after the first night, and after everything else that happened, we realize, sweetie, that we have stronger feelings about each other. If you don't approve of this, or would like us to back off for a while until you adjust, then that is what we will do. Neither of us wants you to be uncomfortable. You have enough changes going on in your life. We want—" "Harry, you asked me the other day how I felt about this girl." Remus took her hand and looked in her eyes. "I'm madly in love with her." Harry watched the two look at one another. He could see all they felt. "Tonks, what about you?" "I am madly in love with this man. But I care deeply about you. We want your blessing, Harry. This could affect you. If there is anything that makes you uncomfortable, we need to know. Any questions or concerns? Just one? If things go well. Do I have to call you Mum?" The three broke into laughter as Hermione stepped out of the bathroom. She took his breath away. Wearing low-rise jeans, a tight purple strapless top that barely showed her stomach, she was barefoot and had her toes painted in a light purple with stars glittering on them. Her hair was wrapped in a towel, her skin fresh and clean with a bit of gloss from her moisturizer on her naturally rose-red lips. Something flashed that caught his eye. Tonks spoke as he stared at her. "Wow, Hermione, you look great for just getting out of the shower. Wish I had that luck. Don't you love those jeans? I have a pair just like them." The girls talked a while, eventually taking them into Hermione's room. Turning back to him, Remus asked, "Are you really okay with this?" "Fine. Promise. Just be happy. I can see how much you like each other. I like Tonks a lot. I think Sirius would be happy for you." "Thanks, that means a lot to us. Have you looked through your mother's trunk yet?" "No," a hand ruffling his already messy hair. "I don't know if I want to. What if I find something in there that I don't like?" "Is this about what you saw in Snape's Pensieve? What you saw was not who your father really was. Don't let one childish act make you not want to know them. Would you let Snape finally have the satisfaction of you hating your father the way he has?" "I'm not sure. I don't know who or what to believe. How the hell should I? I never had the chance to know them. How do I know what they were like or who to believe? Everyone has something different to say. I never knew them." He hung his head in between his arms that were resting on his mantle. "Who do I believe to tell me the real them? How long have you felt like this?" "I guess since I saw that stupid Git's memories. I know Sirius told me not to believe that was who he always was, but how do I know? How do I truly know he became someone better? I can't. I'll never be able to. Voldemort never gave me the chance. How about we go through the trunk together? If you are up to sharing, maybe some of the old gang would like to see it. Might be able to tell you some stories about your mum." He watched as the lad struggled with his decisions and feelings. "Maybe you could go through it with me and then later we'll show the others. Is that all right?" I think it's perfect. If you don't mind, I would like for Tonks to be there as well in case there is something about Sirius in there. She really misses him. Sure. Me will probably be there too. Maybe the others. So much is happening I can't keep my thoughts straight. Can we do it tonight? Yeah, let's go get some dinner first. With his stomach growled, he took a deep breath as he pulled the trunk over. He was surrounded by the Grangers, Remus, Tonks, and his 4 closest friends. He had invited Neville in hopes of something about his parents being mentioned as well. Neville suffered as much loss as he had by the hands of Voldemort. Both desperately wanted to know their parents. Harry couldn't decide who had it worse. Not being able to see your parents at all or having to visit them in St. Mungo's and them not having any idea of who you are. Maybe something in here had to do with them. Both were nervous, not sure of how they would respond in front of everyone with their feelings. Luna held Neville's hand. Ron sat beside Harry for support as Hermione sat on the other side. The adults sitting on the couches to look on from the outskirts, until asked to join in more. The Grangers had asked to come lend their support and wanting to know Harry's parents better. Curious as to whom such a wonderful boy came from. If this really was their daughter's true love, this was the only way to know his parents, something they had been curious about. He opened the trunk slowly. His eyes teared as a photo album lay on top. The cover had a picture of his parents flying one night on his father's broom. Both unaware of the photographer. I remember that. Your father had finally gotten Lily to agree to go out with him. He planned a picnic by the lake and at sunset they climbed on his broom for a ride. Sirius and I had snuck out to watch. We had a bet on whether or not he would have the courage to kiss her. 10 galleons. Your mother hated flying. But that night, she was lost in a dream world as he steered around the pitch. They looked so happy and when they looked at each other, well, you can see in the picture, they were in love. Harry sat the album aside. A blue blanket was wrapped around a baby book. The family crest monogrammed on the corner of the fleece blanket. He glanced through the book. He had been born in a Muggle hospital. His bracelet was on the first page with his measurements and a photo of his mother and father looking at him. It was full of first-time dates, footprints, handprints, and other things. Hermione told him what a beautiful baby he was along with Ginny's. Ah, how cute. The trunk had school books and letters to one another. Some family heirlooms. The outfit they had brought Harry home in. A mobile of snitches. Remus told him how his nursery had been decorated. His first toy broom like the one he had seen at the World Quidditch Cup. He picked up a jewelry box and opened it. Inside was one white gold phoenix earring. Oh, Merlin. I thought he had lost that. Remus reached over to examine the earring. The way he looked at it, Harry knew he was remembering. I'd almost forgotten about these. What is so great about an earring? Oh, plenty. This little stunt nearly got us kicked out of school. Will you tell me? Remus began his story. 3 boys stood by the window at night in Gryffindor Tower. Come on, Moony. Are you crazy? We'll get caught, you stupid git. No, we won't. Not unless someone tells, and who is going to see us? What if Wormtail wakes up and sees us gone without him? You know how he gets. He can be the biggest cry baby sometimes. The 2 boys stared at him with their mouths hanging open. Prongs, did I just hear Remus Lupin say something bad about someone and Peter of all people? I believe you did, Padfoot. I guess hell is awfully cold right now having been frozen over and all. Should we take him to Madame Pomfrey instead? He may have a fever or something. Would you 2 prats shut up? Padfoot raised an eyebrow and shook his head. Nope, I don't think we can. I'll have to concur with Padfoot on this one, Moony. If I go, will you leave me alone already? Sure, certainly. They opened their window and mounted their brooms. Flying in the moonlight to Hogsmeade, they touched down outside the Hog's Head, shrunk their brooms and placed them into their pockets. The pub was dark and dirty. Interesting crowd, they thought, as they carefully made their way to a table in the corner. What can I get you boys tonight? A beautiful waitress with blonde hair asked. I would appreciate it if you would not refer to us as boys. No sweat, kid, the bartender is going to serve you anyways. So what will it be? Round of fire whiskeys. Sure thing, coming up. She left the boys to drool as they watched her walk away. Bloody hell, that is one girl I'd like to show my wand to. Oh, Merlin. Can't you come up with a better expression than that, Padfoot? What, it works on all the girls. Trust me, I know. The other two rolled their eyes at him. So are you gonna ask her out, Moony? Who? Please, you know who? That Ravenclaw that has been itching to get you in the astronomy tower for weeks now. No, she hasn't. Moony, you're killing me here. You're hurting this trio's reputations. Reputations? Yes. Tell him Prongs. Moony, we are players. Charming, good-looking and intelligent. And incredible in the sack. You, my friend, need to find a new one and stop hurting our reputations. Remember, all for one and one for all. If you don't have any more game left, they might think we don't either, and I for one cannot handle that. She wasn't right for you. I know. You two have told me that enough, but man. She was amazing. I thought she might be the one. Time will heal, Moony, just have to try again. And I might suggest the little hottie in Ravenclaw. Laura Lynn. Padfoot said in a dreamy voice. May we thank Merlin and all the gods in heaven for that body. The waitress came back with their drinks. Here you go, boys. Enjoy. The three slammed back their drinks and ordered another round. They talked about girls and Quidditch and girls. So what about you, Prongs? What about me? How can the Prince Charming of Hogwarts not get the girl? He ruffled his already messy hair, sighing. I have no idea. I have tried everything, but that spitfire of a girl won't even give me the time of day. Have you tried poems? He nodded yes. Flowers? He nodded yes again. As the list went on, they were running out of suggestions. Padfoot got an idea as the waitress returned with their 10th round of drinks. Can I ask you something, Rose? Sure. There's this girl that my friend here is completely in love with, but she won't go out with him. He's tried everything. Flowers, cards, poems. Nothing works. He really likes her, and we know from her friends that she likes him. So why does she keep saying no? Have you tried just talking to her without all the nonsense you normally use to get a girl to the tower? Some. But she is so stubborn. Try subtle, old-fashioned chivalry works the best. Open doors for her. Carry her books. Say hi occasionally in the hall. Try not to let her see you looking at her. Make her miss you. Talk to her, really talk to her, and make sure to listen, we ladies like that. Then give her space, maybe a day or so before you do it again. Make a point to go out your way to say hello. You play Quidditch? Chase her. Invite her to a game. Why, she already comes. Yes, but this way she feels special, like you want to make sure she is there, no one else. Make sure you are nice to her friends. I see. Let her know I am interested, but let her choose the timing. Remember everything my grandfather taught me. Exactly. Now I have to get back to work. You boys holding up okay? I hate to see you try to fly smashed. Walking away, she stopped and turned. One more thing. Always treat a lady like it's your first date, no matter how long you are with her. As the boys continued drinking, they thought about that statement. Makes sense. How do you figure, Moony? Simple. When we first take out a girl, we try our hardest to please them. We listen, talk. We are seductive and romantic. We are perfect gentlemen, tending to their every need and being spontaneous. After a while, we tend to go into a routine, not really listening. I see where you're going. Good advice. They continued talking and laughing more and more as the rounds kept coming. Sorry, boys. Closing time. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. I think you all have had enough. They paid the bill and staggered out the door, laughing loudly and holding on to one another for support. How are we getting back? That do you mean? School, how we get back? Hiccup, how'd we come? I think it's this way, walk. They turned left and began to walk. Sort of. They laughed and joked as they wandered the streets of Hogsmeade, until a sign caught their eye. No. Prongs. No. Yes. No. Crossing his arm and standing with an air of confidence, he stared his friends down. Yes. 15 minutes later, the trio had matching earrings. White gold phoenixes with ruby eyes. Walking out the door straight into their headmaster. My dad talked you into that? Most certainly did. Still have it, wear it occasionally. Sirius lost his when he was sent away. I thought your dad's was lost in the rummage. He looked sad, remembering his friends. What else is in this trunk? They continued going through the trunk well into the night, hearing stories from Remus and Tonks. Hey, look at this. He was holding a picture. Bloody hell. Neville, you have to see this. Neville came to sit by Harry as both boys sat with their mouths open, eyes wide, and shock written all over their faces. "What ya got there, Harry?" Tonks asked, leaning over to see the picture closer. "Merlin. Never would have thought. What's wrong?" Harry, coming out of the trance, answered, "Nothing is wrong. It's just a picture of my mum and Neville's mum showing off their tattoos." "What? Lily never had a tattoo." Remus took the picture from him. His eyes widened in shock. Apparently Prongs forgot to mention a few things. Lily was showing off a tattoo on the front of her lower inside hip, a very provocative place. It was a stag encircled by woven lilies in the shape of a heart. Neville's mum had one on her lower back, butterflies flying out of a heart. Frank was written across in a cursive script. This must have been right after they got engaged. The rings are showing. They always did have their wild streaks. When they did watch out, anything was possible. Your dads loved that about them. The boys sat staring at the picture, watching their mothers giggle and acting carefree. They seemed so happy. One by one they fell asleep as Harry, Neville, and Remus continued looking and telling stories. Dawn was approaching when they called it quits. Neville returned to his room, borrowing the picture of their mums, promising Harry nothing would happen to it. Remus picked up Tonks and carried her across the hall as Harry ran ahead to open the door for him. "Night. Thanks for letting me go through the trunk. Brought back a lot of good times." He smiled with a touch of sadness, longing for his friends. Harry returned to see Hermione curled up in his bed. "I thought you were asleep? I heard you leave," she said sleepily. "Go back to sleep, me. I'm just going to get blankets for everyone." She nodded, placing her hands beneath her chin and dozing back off as he kissed the top of her head. Being busy with workouts and exercising, the days passed quickly by. The teens were almost unbeatable now, dueling up to 8 order members at a time. As the last day of training approached, the group was shocked when they were challenged. They had just finished their weight training when Isabella and Dumbledore followed all the other members into the room. "I hear you 6 are unbeatable." They smiled, feeling confident in the skills they had acquired through their hard work. "I would like to see that for myself." Everyone looked nervous due to the smile on Isabella's and Albus's face. "We challenge you to a duel." Everyone present gasped in surprise. The teens looked a bit scared except one, Ginny. "Okay. Let's see what you got, old man." The group's eyes went wide at her cavalier attitude as the adults chuckled at her calm manner and spunky attitude, having never heard anyone address Albus Dumbledore as such. "You're on, Miss Weasley." The younger participants slowly entered the maze as Isabella and Dumbledore went in the opposite direction. Arthur cast a spectator shield to block stray curses. A buzzer rang signaling everyone was ready. Started very slowly, everyone moving through the maze carefully. The teens deciding to split into pairs in hopes of surrounding their more experienced opponents, watching each other's backs. Ron was the first to spot Dumbledore, stupefy. It bounced off his shield as Neville also began throwing hexes. His specialty being one of the Egyptian curses Bill had taught him. Entomb, the hex was deflected as Isabella came around the corner. Flashes of light lead the other 4 to the area where Dumbledore and Isabella could be found. Upon approach, Ginny pushed Neville out of the way of a curse from Dumbledore. Ginny got a bat bogey hex off, striking Dumbledore in the shoulder. Isabella retaliated by sending a body-binding curse. Luna worked defense as Ginny worked offense alongside Neville. Ron, noticing this tactic, went to defensive as well in order to help Neville further along. No one had seen Harry and Hermione enter the duel yet. They were around the corner working out a strategy. Seeing their 4 friends tiring, they made their move. They began apparating directly behind Isabella and Dumbledore, throwing a hex and then immediately disapparating. They had done this so fast they were on their 4th or 5th attempt before anyone noticed, partly due to their apparitions being perfectly silent. Hermione had finally got a freezing charm on Isabella. Now Harry. Seeing their moment, they cast an anti-apparition ward around them. Dumbledore quickly threw the counter towards Bella, both attempting to disapparate as suspected. Hermione had come up with the idea that they would gather the teens in and then try to switch their location, quickly taking the offensive position. He smiled, she was always right. Dumbledore and Bella soon began throwing everything they had within limits, having become aware of how good the group of students were. Ginny managed to bind Dumbledore once, but he quickly broke it. Neville had managed to transfigure Bella into a rock, but nothing seemed to hold them. Harry and Hermione figured they were using the elements to change things back. They were tired and bruised from the diving and rolling out of the way of curses. They had been dueling for nearly 2 hours. Suddenly a thought struck Harry. Serpensortia, he whispered under his breath. He began controlling the snake. It advanced on Dumbledore with speed, causing him to fall down. Harry directed the snake towards Bella, who remained calm as she conjured a glass cage around it. Ron, thinking quickly, broke the glass as Neville and Luna tried to take advantage of the fact Dumbledore was down, conjuring ropes to bind him. Bella tried several things: fire, ice, water, slicing hex, and a banishing charm. This only seemed to anger it. She then did something no one had seen before and raised herself as if floating into the air. This move kept her away from the snake's reach but in fighting position. She quickly undid Dumbledore's ropes as Neville and Luna used her idea, placing him in a glass cage with the jelly leg Jinx. The crowd laughed as Dumbledore walked around the cage looking like he was doing a dance. Very badly. Hermione, realizing that Bella was using air to stay afloat, quickly threw a spell that blocked air from entering the arena. Bella fell and twisted her foot, but amused that her student had figured it out. The duel raised another notch with that stunt as Dumbledore broke the cage and countered the Jinx. Bella would throw fire and the teens would throw water. Harry tried rocks. Dumbledore would smash them with air. Dumbledore transfigured the barriers within the maze to move and come to life. Luna and Ginny used the reductor curse to blast them away. Ginny realized the professors were trying to force them into harder and more difficult spells to tire them out faster. With this, she went back to the basics, yelling for the others to do the same. Harry threw up a barrier that held a silencing charm, giving them a moment to regroup. What do you suggest? I got it. When is it hardest to concentrate? Who knows? Ron said, exhausted and sweating. Laughter. Who can concentrate when laughing to death and it wears you out? Ginny smiled. And what is the easiest spell for any of us to cast? They tried to concentrate, but that feather feeling kept going over their neck and stomach, causing them to squirm and laugh. It was Ginny who asked Bella, "Do you yield?" Bella couldn't answer because she was laughing so hard. "Do you yield?" Finally she nodded yes. Luna told Dumbledore, "Say uncle. Say uncle." After a couple of minutes the crowd heard him manage a weak uncle. The children helped the professors up after ending all their spells. Amazing. I have never seen Albus beat at a duel, especially not with a tickling charm. Outstanding. Simply outstanding. She was still laughing and trying to catch her breath. Yes, I do believe that is my first. May I inquire as to what led you to use that spell? Quite ingenious, if I might say so. Harry removed the shield from the audience, who were still in shock from seeing a mage and the Albus Dumbledore taken down by 6 students. Hermione chose to answer, seeing their parents and friends with questioning looks as well. Sir, it seemed to us your plan was to wear us out early by forcing us to use more complicated spells against a more experienced opponent. More complicated spells would use up more magic, causing the spells, no matter how complex, to become weaker and weaker, allowing you to counter quicker. Very good, Miss Granger. Might I add, that was quick thinking to block air from entering the room. Most would not have thought to do something as simple. Thank you. That explains you reverting back to simpler spells, but why the tickling charm? Ginny spoke up. With the power and experience you have, we needed something to break your concentration, allowing us time in order to make sure our spells were stronger, sir. Luna finished her thoughts. The hardest thing to try and concentrate through is laughter. So Ginny suggested the tickling charm, which also causes you to tire out mentally and physically. Well done. Amazingly brilliant, Moony said, giving Harry a high five along with the others. Who would guess such simplicity would prevail over Dumbledore? Tonks was still laughing. The room began to clear and promises were made that the world would not hear the headmaster of Hogwarts was beat by a tickling charm. Mrs. Weasley and Mrs. Granger decided a celebration was in order for today's events and went off to plan their evening. Hermione had an idea and sought out Tonks. The others headed to the showers. Chapter 8. Disclaimer. The song in this piece is called Let Me Love You by Tim McGraw. Also, this scene retells of rape and other horrific things done by dark wizards. I hope none are offended. Past relived. Full of excitement, the house began to dress for a night out. Dumbledore had declared everyone off duty, unless there was an emergency. Dinner at a Muggle restaurant and dancing at a club that played music for every genre was the plan. Some of the members went home to get dressed and invite their spouses or significant others. All the females left immediately to begin getting dressed as the guys decided to play Quidditch. Stepping out of the shower, Harry pulled on a pair of black slacks and belt. Draping the towel around his neck, he went across the hall and knocked. "Yeah, I need Tonks. Is she in there?" Remus opened the door, buttoning his shirt up. "She's still getting dressed. Can I help?" "I just needed her opinion. Must be about clothes. Let me go get her." He knocked on the door to the bathroom. "Hey, Nymph." "Moony," I said, "not now, go away." Looking a bit embarrassed having Harry there, he replied, "Nice thought, Nymph. But Harry is the one wanting you, not me." Throwing open the door. "If this is just so, watch her. What can I do for you?" Harry laughed, knowing she thought it was a trick. "I wanted to ask if you could help me pick out a shirt. I'd like to look really nice tonight. Impressing the girl. Always a good idea. Lead the way." As she left the room, she glared at Remus, who was snickering. Tonks picked out a shirt for him and cast an anti-wrinkle charm, then left to finish getting dressed. Looking in the mirror, he couldn't help but notice how he had changed. His hair was long almost to his shoulders. He was about 4 inches broader because of weight lifting, now reaching 6 feet tall, and the clothes pulled everything together. He loved his new wardrobe and how they felt and fit. Comfortable but still tight enough to show off his physique. "My hair is hopeless. Maybe Tonks can help me with that." She had chosen an indigo button-up silk shirt that fits snugly against his biceps, leaving the top 3 buttons open to show a hint of his chest and the charm from Hermione. Since the shirt was tailored to the waist, he left it untucked and tied the laces to his black boots. Grabbing his sunglasses trimmed in silver along with the rest of his jewelry, he jogged across the hall. "Tonks, I need your help again." The door opened. "Sure, come on in." "Thanks." Heels, every girl's best friend. "Don't look so bad yourself, handsome. Better not let Moony catch you saying that. Might get jealous of my youth." "I can hear you," he shouted from the bathroom as Harry and Tonks laughed. "What did you need?" "My hair. I thought maybe you might have a suggestion. I hadn't noticed it had gotten so long. Normally it never does anything. The few times my aunt took me to get it cut, it just grew back overnight." "What did you just say?" "Which part?" "That your hair grew back overnight." "Oh yeah, my aunt tried to cut it all off to make it lay down, but when I woke up the next morning, you never knew I had a cut. So do you have any ideas?" "I'm not sure I want to keep it this long." She grinned, knowing exactly what would be perfect to show off his eyes and still be able to hide his scar. "Come with me." "Remus?" "Yeah." "Harry and I are going to go to my flat. We'll meet you at the restaurant. Let Hermione know, okay?" "Okay." He poked his head out. "Sure you don't want me to go with you?" "We'll be fine. He can apparate so no one will see him since my flat is a Muggle one." Trading quick kisses, they said bye. "Now here's the address. Ready?" Tonks popped into her place and turned the lights on quickly. "Nice place." She jumped, wand pointed. "Damn it, Harry, I could have killed you. Couldn't you make some kind of noise when you do that?" "Sorry." "What are we doing here?" "I have an idea for a cut. I suck at hair shearing charms, so I figured we would grab the picture and go to a salon down the road. He's a friend of mine and will take us now without waiting. Here it is. What do you think?" "Why do you have CDs?" "My father was a Muggle, remember? I like a lot of things that are electronic, so I have my flat in Muggle London." Looking around, he saw a big screen television and stereo system. Nice stuff. He looked at the CD she handed him. "You really like this cut? With your eyes it would be perfect. Long in front to hide your scar when you want to, and it still has some length until you decide if you want to grow it out or not. Do you like it?" "You're right, it's perfect, but I never picked you as a country listener." His eyebrows rose up as he peered over his rims. "My dad travels to the States a lot, so he brings me back all sorts of different music. As long as it's good, I will listen to it. You'll hear a lot of it at the dance club tonight. This is one of my favorites." He read the title again. Keith Urban, Golden Road. Whether he liked country music or not, he loved the cut. As the door to the salon opened, Tonks walked in. "Watch her, Tony." I need your help. Her eyes twinkling. Dory, it's been ages, love. What can I help you with? Kissing both her cheeks. Hello. My friend here needs this cut and as soon as possible. She gave him the CD. Can you help us? For you, anything. With a snap of his fingers, another stylist came and ushered his client to another chair. Seat. He draped a smock around his neck and went to work. 45 minutes later, whispers ignited the place as Harry got out of the chair. Perfect for those emeralds, Tony claimed, admiring his masterpiece. Glancing to make sure no one was watching, Tonks told Harry to keep his glasses off, as she performed a temporary charm to correct his vision. Oh, Tony, it's exactly what he wanted. Thank you so much for doing this on such short notice. She kissed both his cheeks. I hate to run, but we have dinner plans. Grinning at Harry, he said, if she doesn't work out, you know where to find me. Tony, I'm not dating him. I am dating his uncle. She gave him a look, apologizing for not knowing what to say. He winked. He understood. He wasn't quite sure what to introduce Mooney as either. So you are single then? Maybe we should go out sometime? Sorry, but I have a girlfriend. As they walked away, they heard him mutter pity. Harry's eyes widened in shock as Tonks giggled. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. Seemed to boil. He was gorgeous, nothing like the scrawny boy she met 6 years ago. He took the seat next to her, leaning to kiss her hello. She wished everyone would disappear so she could kiss him properly. He leaned to her ear and whispered, "You look incredible, me. I'm sorry I'm late." She blushed at the compliment, trying to hide the chills he sent shooting down her spine. "Thank you. I'll show you later how delicious you look." His looked at her with a challenging smile on his face. "I look forward to it, me lady." Throughout dinner, he couldn't help but stare. She straightened her hair, causing it to reach just below her cute arse. Having it styled like this, he noticed the layers around her face and the long bangs she parted to the side. Dinner being over, everyone stood to leave. It was then that Harry's eyes popped out of his head. Every guy's mouth dropped as well, including some older gentlemen in the restaurant. She was turning heads before taking a step away from her chair. "Are you all right, Harry?" He nodded, trying to contain his drooling as she smiled wickedly. "Like the outfit? Do you hate it?" Shaking his head no, he leaned in and whispered, "Makes me want to know what other secrets you hide under that uniform. I didn't even know this piercing was underneath there. How come I haven't noticed it when we're snogging? I sometimes take it out or just wear a stud. I think I may have to stay by your side at all times from now on. Why? Have you seen the looks you're getting from every bloke in this place? Waiters, old smarmy gits, and even our own friends are staring." As he put his arm around her neck, he added, "I don't think some of the wives in Luna are happy." She giggled, laying her head on his shoulder. He loved her laugh, her smile, Merlin her body. What he loved most was that she was his. "Your dad actually let you wear this? My daughter wouldn't get 10 feet out of the door. He doesn't like it, and they were really upset last summer when I came home with my belly button pierced, but Mum says it's okay. She trusts me. I didn't know your hair was so long. When it is straight. I don't always wear it like this because of the time it takes to do. Only when I want to look really nice. I'll show you my appreciation later. First I want to dance." "Harry James Potter wants to dance? Did I hear that right?" Ginny smiled as they approached her. "What took you so long? We were beginning to wonder if you were ever coming inside. Just talking as we walked. I hadn't even realized we were here already. You know, the two of you look like a supermodel couple. Nobody at school would believe how you look right now. Must be nice to be beautiful. Well, I think you are the most beautiful girlie around." Ginny spun around to find herself wrapped in Dean's arms. "What are you doing here?" she said, devouring his lips before he could answer. "I thought we were needed inside, Ginny." She broke the kiss to glare at Harry. "You did this, didn't you?" "Actually, Tonks and me did." Ginny grabbed Hermione up in a hug as he shook Dean's hand. "You have a bit of lipstick there, mate." "Thanks." "Excuse me? Can we go in now?" Ginny and Hermione turned to see Victoria Frobisher, a fellow Gryffindor. "Vicky, what are you doing here? My parents are Muggles and are friends with Dean's. They were having dinner tonight when you called and invited him to come dancing. His parents made him bring me. I hope you don't mind?" "No, of course not," Hermione said sweetly. Maybe we can get a chance to know you better. You're in Ginny's year, right? Can you keep secrets? We try very hard to keep Boy Wonder over here life's private. He reached up to lightly pinch her side as she giggled. You two look so different. Until Dean told me who you were, I would not have recognized you. Hermione, you look beautiful. Unbelievable. If the school could see you now, even Draco Malfoy would be drooling. Let's be glad he isn't. I don't need any of them though. You might as well know, and this is a secret, Vicky. Harry and I are together. You are? Wow. Everyone always said you were just friends. We were until just a few weeks ago. So far we have been lucky the press hasn't found out and would appreciate it staying that way. No problem. Thanks for letting me come tonight. They looked over to see Ginny snogging Dean senseless. He's moping around all summer over her. Breaking the two apart, they walked inside the club. Ron immediately stood up as he saw Victoria. Vicky, I believe you know Ron, Neville, Luna Lovegood. These are my parents. Hermione continued to introduce everyone at their end of the table. Harry and Hermione turned down the offer of drinks the first few rounds, remembering their heads after last time. Mrs. Weasley was watching her children closely, making rude remarks as the Grangers and Remus offered the others drinks. Malls really. Both Dean's and Vicky's parents gave their permission as long as we promised to bring them home. You don't honestly believe they don't drink at school? I have raised them better than that. Remus laughed as the twins handed Ron and Ginny another shot to throw back while her head was tuned. Tonks showed everyone how to two-step on a country song, and the Grangers taught everyone how to salsa. Vicky somehow managed to get Ron to dance with her, and everyone was shocked to see Neville had become a smooth dancer as well. Harry was surprised to see that all the girls seemed to dance a bit like Hermione did with him. The Weasleys would go off if they could see Ginny through the crowded dance floor. Dean's hands were all over her, but her hands were too. Harry couldn't decide if he was angry or not. Harry, she isn't doing anything we haven't done. That's different. No, it's not. But I think it is sweet you want to look after her. Come dance with me? Everyone could see that there was something powerful between the two, but as they began to dance, no one could do anything but stare at the heat that radiated between the couple. Parents were a little concerned as the dance heated up, but Harry and Hermione were lost to the world around them. Isabella leaned over to the Grangers and Remus. Those two will probably be the greatest love story ever told. Please understand that despite their age, they're mages. They feel twice as strong as others. Do not fear about their intentions. They are smart, they know they are not ready for anything more. This helped their nerves some. But the entire club watched with awe as this beautiful couple moved to the rhythm of the music, entranced by each other. They almost glowed from the heat. Women drooled over him, and every male watched her hungrily. Sometimes I close my eyes and imagine you with me, chasing passion into the night, all tangled in a dream. By also using more of her upper body. He stepped closer, placing his leg in between hers. Oh, if you could see my heart, the way I feel inside, you would know just how far I'm willing to go to get to you. There is nothing I won't do. Let me show you what it's like to lose control, free the desire in your soul. He brought her back up slowly, putting his hand on her chest just below her neck. Both of her hands dangled at his sides. Slowly she brought them up to his elbow, letting them rest there. Gliding her fingers back and forth. Feeling the sweat barely raking her nails across his skin. Oh, let me love you. Let me take you to a place like nowhere else, show you the things you've never felt. Oh, let me love you. I want to taste your kiss. Be the reason for your smile, touch the magic on your skin, be the one that drives you wild. She turned in his arms, pushing her back against his chest. Taking his hands in hers, she pulled them around her body, never letting his hands leave the touch of her stomach. Her body aching with desire and want. Nothing existed except the two of them and this song. She had a slight layer of sweat glistening over her body, his fingers fluttering across her stomach. She placed a hand behind his neck, pulling his lips to her as she leaned against his left shoulder. Their lips seemed to hover above the others as she felt his ragged breaths tickle her lips. Oh, if you could read my mind, you'd know you're everything I need, you'd see through my eyes, and you'd understand what I'm going through and just how much I want you. Let me show you what it's like to lose control, free the desire in your soul. Oh, let me love you. Fall back as a moan escaped her lips. Let me take you to a place like nowhere else, show you the things you've never felt. Oh, let me love you, let me love you. He turned her around to face him as he lifted her leg, holding it on his thigh with his hand, rubbing it up and down, changing his movements for his body to draw circles, bending at the knee, arching her back. She held onto his forearms as she leaned back, slowly rotating her shoulders backwards. Let me show you what it's like to lose control, free the desire in your soul. Oh, let me love you. His palm ran down her front, in between her cleavage, stopping at her stomach to lift her back up. As she came up slowly, her head still dangling back, exposing her neck, he kissed the hollow directly in front, letting his lips linger across as she titled her head sideways, rotating her shoulders forwards. Let me take you to a place like nowhere else, show you the things you've never felt. Oh, let me love you. Ah, let me love you, let me love you. Breathing was ragged as they stared at each other, eyes, chests heaving. It seemed as if they were trying to reach each other's souls. Her hand slowly fell to his side as he entwined their fingers, placing both of their hands behind her back as she turned to lead him back to the table, his body still trying to cool down. They still hadn't noticed they were the only ones on the dance floor, and every eye was on them. They slowed as they approached the table, their smiles fading. Remus got up and approached them. You look thirsty here, drink these. They took the shots and drank them. Why is everyone staring at us? That was quite a performance you two put on. Had everyone's attention in the place. Might I ask, are you sure you two aren't at least 20 years old instead of 16? Because that was wow. Prongs and Padfoot would have even had to take notes. Beware. Her dad is not happy and Mrs. Weasley is mortified. We were just dancing. No, Hermione, you generate so much heat. The dance floor cleared and you seem to be in the spotlight. Only problem is there was no spotlight. The two of you were glowing. So basically we are in trouble. Not by me, as long as you show me some of those moves. They smiled, their eyes locking into each other's. She bit her lip as she walked backwards to the table, pulling him along. Bloody hell. What in Merlin's name are they doing? Neville, Luna, Vicky, Ginny, and Dean all turned to look in the line of Ron's stare. There, in the center of the floor, were Hermione and Harry. When did he get so comfortable on the dance floor? I would say since she danced against him like that, Dean said, pointing Ron's attention back to the dance floor. They watched in shock at the boldness of their moves, their bodies doing everything possible to tease and torture the others. Dean and Neville felt their pants tighten just watching the play between their two friends, knowing they would have already lost all self-control. The girls feeling their bodies heat up and wishing they had someone to dance with like that. It was provocative and extremely sexy. Ron fell out of his chair as Harry lifted her leather-covered thigh to his hip. Merlin, they're practically shagging on the dance floor. Ginny answered dreamily, running her nails down Dean's thigh. I know it's incredibly provocative. Ginevra Weasley, I better not ever hear you say something like that again. Her mother was glaring at her from across the table. Dean squeezed her hand in support, silently agreeing. When the song ended, the 16s stared. Harry and Hermione were surrounded by a soft light and their breathing was ragged. They were taken back to reality when they heard Mr. Granger. I'll kill him if he lays a hand on my daughter. I knew she should have never left the house in that outfit. Every man in here with a heartbeat is staring at her. For God's sake, she's 16. After the dance, Harry and Hermione took every drink offered to them. They were wrapped in their own intoxication but hated the tension in the air they had caused. Some of the wives nagged their husbands about how they used to dance like that while others begged to learn. Some of the women wishing they still had a body like that. Mrs. Weasley kept making comments under her breath as Mr. Weasley looked apologetically to them. Mrs. Granger was coaxing Hermione's dad into a better mood. Tonks came to sit by Hermione as Vicky took Ron back out to the dance floor. Remus looked at Harry. He's so much like James. Harry and Hermione never let go of each other's hand. They would occasionally smile at one another, silently remembering the feeling they shared on the dance floor. The few times they danced after that was pretty basic, talking to one another, drowning out the world. Guess we caused some problems? The only problem we caused is me wanting to worship your body from head to toe in my bedroom. Harry, don't tell me you didn't feel it, me? Well, but what? We're so young, there are too many risks. I know all that. It still doesn't change the fact I wanted to. He laughed lightly, leaning against her forehead. What do you expect when I have the most beautiful girl in the room dancing against me like that and then snogging me senseless? When did I snog you senseless? She eased back. I'm scared. He whispered huskily. Of what? Us. Yes, sometimes I don't think I can stop myself. We're so young and I know the feelings are enhanced by our strength, but are we ready for something like this? I know I'm not, but it feels so good. She blushed as she admitted that to him. We aren't rushing this. I don't want to. I just want to be with you every second of the day. You're my best friend, and the only person to fill my heart. She hugged him as they swayed to the music. Dean? Yes? Do we have that? Have what? That fire that made people stop and notice Harry and Mione? I think we do in our own way. I don't want to be them. I want to be us, and I love you, not her. Her head shot up. You love me? Yes, girlie, I do. I really do. She kissed him. I love you to D. He smiled, picking her up and spinning her around in circles as she giggled. Setting her down, he looked in her eyes. You realize you just made me the happiest man alive?
No.
You have, oh girlie. I was so afraid to tell you when I finally realized it this summer. I was afraid it would scare you away. She put a finger to his lips. Shoo. I'm not letting you go that easily. You make me happy and I feel loved and safe with you. The only thing I could ask of you is to choose which side you are on in this war. I need to hear you say it. I'm on the same side as you and all of our friends at that table. I want Voldemort to rot in hell for what he did to you. Don't. That's more than enough, but I am fine. No, you're not. I told you that last year in the hospital ward when you got back. I saw you and it wasn't battle scars from the ministry. You can tell me in your own time, but know that someday you'll have to tell me. He kissed her forehead, tightening his hold on her. Are you having fun, Ron? Actually, I am having a great time. How come we never talk much at school? What? And disturbed the trio. The what? You honestly don't know, do you? Everyone at school calls your friendship the trio. It's sacred ground that no one is allowed to trespass on. Every year the three of you do something completely heroic, moving you another notch from the lowly admirers down below. It's one of the laws at school. Don't associate with them unless spoken to. He busted out laughing. You're kidding, right? That's the funniest thing I have heard. Not kidding. She crossed her arms, looking at him. Don't you wonder why no one but Malfoy and your dorm mates are the only ones who ever speak to you? No, I just thought no one wanted to. He said, embarrassed. She looked at him, keeping her head down. I've wanted to. His eyebrows shot up as his face turned red. Maybe you could ride on the train with us? I would love to. She looked into his blue eyes, smiling. I know you have concerns, so do we. You don't think I know how a 16-year-old boy thinks? The only thing keeping me calm right now is that Harry is not a typical 16-year-old boy. I've known Hermione since third year, and she is even more responsible than he is. Yes. But that is my daughter. He had his hands all over. That was your daughter dancing with her boyfriend, and her hands were in as many places as his. You didn't seem to mind last time. I was a little sauced, we all were. Right, love? He waited a moment and asked again. Love? The three turned to see what had her attention. As if in awe, she said, Look at them. A tear streamed down her cheek. Their gazes drifted to the dance floor where Harry and Hermione stood innocently swaying to the music. His arms around her waist, her hands behind his neck, their foreheads touching, eyes locked together. Our baby is in love. For the first and last time in her life. They all understood. Watching the two as they danced, love surrounded them. Add the lights and fog from the club and it was magical. No one that night questioned the young adults. No one needed to. The girls were in Ginny's room giggling. Where did you learn those moves, Mione? Mostly from my favorite movie Dirty Dancing, but my parents were salsa dancers. They have some pretty hot moves too. Mostly though it was just natural. It was like I wasn't in my body. I could have ripped his clothes off right there. We would have let you. This caused another round of laughter. Luna asked, what about you and Dean? Turning at least 4 shades of red, Ginny beamed. He told me he loves me. Both girls opened their mouths wide. Really? Aren't you a bit young? Actually, Luna, Ginny is the same as I am. For now, her birthday was August 11th. Oh no. I'm sorry I missed it, Ginny. Happy birthday. Thanks. I just know Dean is the one that I'll marry. I think it's romantic. What about you, Luna? Are you in love with Neville? We think we are, but neither wants to rush anything. We like to move really slow. He didn't even kiss me until our 5th date. He's become braver after being here. I think it has to do with his confidence. Or it could do with all of yours and Harry's snogging. The girls laughed as Hermione hit her with a pillow. It was officially war. Hearing the noise, Tonks came out of the weight room. She tried to knock on the door, but no one heard it over their delightful pillow fight. She opened the door, easing in to grab a pillow off the sofa. Watch her, Hermione. As Hermione turned, Tonks and Ginny both hit her. Not fair. They lay breathless on the floor. That was fun. I hadn't had a good pillow fight since I was at Auror Camp. Shouldn't you be with Remus about now? He's big boy, he can manage without me. What about you? Aren't you usually stuck to Harry's hip? Wiggling her eyebrows. That was one sexy performance. Who could have imagined our little bookworm could be a vixen? I am not. Girls, did you see that sexy seductive dancing she did tonight, or was that just me? I saw it. Hell, I wanted it to be Dean. Neville couldn't take his eyes off of you. Hell, I just hope those moves are known to Wolf Boy. Dean and I agree on something though. You are each very lucky people. Fits of laughter filled the room as the girls continued to talk into the night. The 6 friends enjoyed their day off. Flying, playing exploding snaps, chess. Hermione and Harry used wandless magic for them. Mrs. Weasley was surprised that they turned down a trip to Diagon Alley. They were content just being lazy together. Occasionally one would leave to go pack their belongings for tomorrow. Except Ron, who always waited till the last minute. Remus spent some time with Harry up in his room going through more of his mother's trunk. He told more stories about Lily and James, more about the Marauders' adventures, and the stories of Sirius last year. It was a perfect day. Moony, thanks. This has been the best summer of my life. You're welcome. I'm glad to see you happy. You deserve to be. Promise me that you and Hermione will take things slow. Nothing that would have repercussions. Rolling his eyes, we won't. Why is everyone so worried? We see the 2 of you together, Harry. Nobody can miss how the 2 of you feel. I know what you are thinking too, she probably is also. It's not like you didn't do these things. Yes, but I didn't have a war to fight either. You do. Albus came to see me this morning, and he has an idea about your school year. A schedule change, really. Interested? Guess so. Good, let's get everyone, it involves them too. They found the others out back sitting on the pitch drinking butterbeers and Hermione reading. I need to talk to you all before the train tomorrow. It has to do with your schedules at school. They looked at him with curious expressions. Albus had an idea about you 6 and the other DA members starting a special class. He would say it was for the highest scores in data and you would be called the advanced data class. The catch is a few hand-selected Slytherins we have been talking to would be admitted. The class would move faster and cover more than 7th-year data or Auror training to keep up with the speed you all have learned at. For the rest of the school, we were hoping you would continue the DA for younger students. Now the class would be twice as long, so we need to account for your missing classes by private tutorials to catch you up, and Harry, Hermione, and Luna would miss classes with Snape altogether. Potions would have to be brewed in tutorials. He paused to let the idea sink in. What about Luna's and my OWLs? You would be tutored privately to prepare you for those by your head of house. That seems to have an advantage to it. Who would be our teacher? Not sure yet. Moony, how would we explain the schedule to everyone else? Seems it would appear suspicious? Not with all 4 houses involved. Most will assume the DA was such a success that the special class was needed as to not bore you or allow you to be a distraction to others in the classes. Since the spells are more advanced, it takes more time, resulting in your own schedules separate from everyone else's. Hermione nodded in understanding. You will also learn other types of fighting as well, swords, hand-to-hand. But this will not be easy. The instructor will throw everything they have at you since you 6 managed to beat Dumbledore and Bella. Slacking will not be allowed, and if your grades begin to drop in any of your other studies, you will be dropped out of the class. Since the class will be held late afternoons, it will also cover as your order meetings. It will be a hard year to pull this off. We can do it. It was harder last year trying to hide the DA and then also find time to study for OWLs. I only have one concern. Do we still get to hand-pick the DA? Yes, the DA is still yours, Harry. Just not a secret. But I still have the final say in what we learn and who is their right. Right? He let them consider this for a while. Hermione asked, what about occlumency? Will Snape be teaching us? No, Albus will. I'll do it. Everyone looked up to see Harry leaning against the doorframe, hands in his pockets, head tilted, but his face showed resolution. You will? Harry, think about this. I have one more question. Is my ban lifted? I don't know. Find out. If I can fly, I'll do it. Harry, I think you should think about this. He crossed the room, taking her hands. I need this, I need the training to face him. The stress will be enormous, but as long as I can fly and I have you, I'll do it. I'll train to face him. After all, that is what this is about, isn't it? Yes, Harry, it's a way to train the DA for war. Those who choose to will also be admitted to the order. Are you willing to do this? Yes, as long as my 2 requests are filled. I asked for this. I asked for a more offensive role in this war. You did what? Harry stared as Hermione and Remus glared at him. I asked Albus for this. I want it to end. The sooner the better. Decide what you want, my decision is made. He turned and walked out. Hermione was the first to speak. You tell Dumbledore to lift that ban. I mean it, I will rant and rave until it is done. He deserves that at least. I know, Mione. I am worried too. For the first time her eyes filled with tears as Remus pulled her into a hug. I don't like the prophecy either, I just got him. The teens watched with their own fears flowing through their minds. Hermione straightened herself up, took a deep breath. I stand by Harry. I always have, and I won't stop now. If he wants to move this war along, then that's what I'll do. She turned and left the room. What about you guys? Ginny stood up. Have the other DA members accepted? Actually, Dean offered to get their answers. They have all agreed as long as Harry is for it. Then I am in. He's my best friend. I'll fight till the end beside him. I need training. I'm in. Harry was my second friend ever. Ginny being the first, I'll do whatever I can to help. Remus smiled at Luna. He gave me confidence and his trust. I'm not going to be the first to let him down. Besides, it could have been me. I've got his back to the end. Remus's eyes watered as he smiled at each of them. Thank you for being such good friends to him when I failed him. Ginny put her arms around him. You didn't fail him, you didn't know. You were there when it counted most. We could have lost him this summer if it hadn't been for you. You gave him hope and you fought for him to have a new life. You did this, Remus. Gathering his strength, he looked at the young adults in front of him. They had grown up so fast, yet they managed to remain young at heart. How Harry had found such loyal friends was beyond his grasp, but he knew he was grateful for them. They had been there when others weren't. Their connection was so much like his to James and Sirius. He hoped they had better luck. Their world depended on it. Thanks, Red. He ruffled her hair. Let's go tell Albus. He has a lot to do before tomorrow. Dinner that night was pleasant. Most of the order members tried to at least stop and say bye to the group of students that they had come to respect and see as equals. Harry and Albus had at least rested at a truce of some sort. Isabella would be leaving to her home in Italy later that night. Hermione, being curious as always, finally asked the million-dollar question. Bella, you told me Professor Dumbledore was the love of your life. I can even tell by watching the two of you. How come you aren't together? Harry dropped his fork, with a clatter filling the room. Everyone held their breath waiting for Dumbledore's reaction. He looked down sadly, continuing to eat. The old gang knew this was how he always reacted, knowing some of the tale. They were shocked when Bella decided to speak. It's not really a secret now, is it? I believe most of you know. For those that don't, I will explain. Albus stood and left the room. I'll go. Minerva left the room. Where do I begin? Everyone stopped to get comfortable to hear her tale. I was a young girl at Hogwarts when I met Albus. He was the new Transfiguration teacher. I was in my 7th year and fell in love. We spent that year dancing around our feelings for one another. On graduation night, there was nothing to stop us. He swept me into his arms and kissed me as I walked off stage. I could feel the power he had in his kiss. The next few months were wonderful as we got to know each other in a better atmosphere. until we admitted our feelings for each other. It was then he told me the prophecy about himself. I was scared. A dark wizard was rising, but now this man I had just confessed my love for told me he had to defeat him. I began to help him, very much like you and Harry. She paused, obviously reliving the memory. A year later I was offered a job in my cousin's business. He begged me to take the job to keep me safe. So I went to Germany. We wrote daily and saw each other as often as possible. The war was escalating and I feared for his safety. I began working more and more for a distraction to the turmoil in my heart. It was late one evening when I came upon the office and overheard the biggest piece of information I could get. Someone could finally identify Grindelwald. Could. The listeners gasped. I stood there looking into his face as horror and fear sunk in. I had heard of their plans to attack Hogwarts. I was then grabbed from behind. I had heard too much and seen who he was. My only thoughts were of Albus. She took a deep breath, stood and began to pace around the kitchen. It was evident the memories were painful. I was held for 62 days. I was abused and raped by his followers. By him. Eventually I agreed to pledge my loyalty to him. How much worse could it have been? I was his niece. Hermione was outraged. Your uncle did that to you? Of all the... It is okay, dear, time does heal if you can believe that. But Albus heard of the newest follower before I could tell him what had happened. It took 3 months for me to reach him and I had to use my powers to do it. She smiled. I hung around in his head until he consented. Hermione and Harry looked in horror at the idea after having been there. We met at Hogwarts by the lake. I brought a file of everything I could gather without suspicion. I identified people and members. I was able to give locations and most of all I could identify the newest Dark Lord. We fought and when he tried to brush my arm away from my sleeve moved. He saw the bruises. Demanding to know what happened, I told him. I told him everything I had experienced in those 62 days and all those that followed. Apparently a female follower is there for entertainment as well. Hermione clenched Harry's hand at the horrible thought. I continued to relay information but not to him. Our emotions proved to be too much for him. He sent a spy in to help watch over me. The spy claimed me for himself as soon as he joined the inner circle and securing my safety in his bedchambers every night. It was he who I communicated everything to and heard how my love was doing. Sometimes we traded messages through him but mainly Albus refused to. He blamed himself for my being in Germany and finding out about the meetings leading to everything happening to me. I didn't blame him though. It was a few years later when he discovered my uncle's plan to use me to produce an heir. I became disgusted with myself at the things I was forced to do. I no longer had the refuge of the spy's chamber. I was a tool every night for my uncle's wishes. I stopped eating, drinking, going outside. I would have stopped bathing but my uncle seemed to enjoy that. Ginny went to a trash can and threw up. Tonks left the room crying, finding out the real facts. Mrs. Granger sat horrified. One night at a meeting it was announced I had conceived I would be allowed private chambers and a nurse and a rule was instated I was not to be harmed. I didn't care at this point. I welcomed death. I was for all practical reasons comatose. I didn't move from a rocker, no food. When they forced me to eat I went ballistic and spit it out. A knife was left in the room one night. I tried to take the baby's life by my own hand. It was on this night that Albus's spy had come to tell me he was coming to get me. It was too late. I woke up in Hogwarts, succeeding in the death of the heir to the Dark Lord. I was left with over 200 self-inflicted stab wounds to my stomach. She unknowingly put a hand on her abdomen. I felt ruined for all intents purposes. Albus blamed himself. Our love was tainted by my family and his destiny. It was 2 weeks later he killed someone for the first time in his life. The next 6 included my father, brother, cousin, grandmother, and my 2 sisters. Hermione threw her hand over her mouth, tears spilling over, hating herself for asking. Do not cry for me, Hermione. I have healed my wounds and faced my past. He never has. He let me go to my home in Italy, no goodbyes, but he knew I needed to heal in every way. I had a wonderful nurse he sent with me. It was just too much for any couple to overcome, especially when he has not forgiven himself. Why did you not go to him when you were healed? We tried, but for any man to try and touch me was impossible. My abilities as a mage tried to protect me when the memories would rush into my mind, causing harm to those near me. I do not leave home much, and when I do it is only to see my love. He tries his best to keep his distance. I know I am his love, and he knows it too. Our paths were not meant to be for now. Maybe with more time. She was in a dream state. I perhaps would like just one more kiss. She exited, leaving a room of tearful, horrified, disgusted people. Harry held Hermione tight, knowing she blamed herself for asking this and afraid what his destiny would lead them to. Sleep was far from restful that night in the house. Remus felt bad for previously complaining of how his circumstances caused him heartache. Hermione felt bad for asking her to relive such a horrifying memory. Harry was scared for what his destiny might hold. Ginny had reoccurring nightmares of her experience in the chamber, leaving all to wonder the truth of what happened. Save one, Charlie. He sat by her bed all night, never leaving. The twins had returned to their flat. Bill had gone to be with Fleur to assure himself things would be all right. Neville and Luna curled up together in Hermione's room, afraid to let go. Ron sat in the library staring at the fire, horrible images in his head as to what may lay ahead for them. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley sat up with the Grangers and Tonks discussing the events. Worried about the futures, their children's futures, especially about the two teens that laid upstairs in each other's arms, scared to death because of his same destiny. One they would have to try and live through. Isabella had gone to comfort Albus. He could be heard crying throughout the house. Not one person knew how to react. He was their rock. He was always strong and calm. He told them what to do. Now they were all lost as to how to comfort him. His own remorse for not being able to forgive and forget, for not being able to seek comfort in the one he loved. They did discover before leaving the kitchen that the spy had been none other than Alastor Mad-Eye Moody. His face was streaked with tears, having been forced to relive his memories of those nights and for the love lost on two people so deserving of it. Now, after all the years, he sat outside the office door, still trying to protect the two of them and their love. As the morning sun shone on number 12 Grimmauld Place, silence covered the air. One still sitting in front of the fire, two lay in each other's arms, some finally crying themselves to sleep. All knew that Albus Dumbledore had returned to Hogwarts once again, having said goodbye to the love of his life. Chapter 9. This scene contains mild sexual experiences. Hey, they're growing up. Deal with it. New additions. Tonks came into Hermione's room as she got dressed. Nervous? Very. I feel horrible about last night, but all I can think of is this will be the first time people outside of here see me with Harry. I just want to look nice. Then let me help, okay? She did a charm on the bags under her eyes and helped straighten her hair. Wow, almost like sisters. I always wanted one. Me too. Tonks? How do you know when you're in love? You just feel it. Is he worth it? Yes. For some reason Tonks hugged her. Now, we need something to show off that tight little body of yours that will get them all tangled up in their underwear. Ginny came to borrow an outfit and ended up running to get Luna to join them. What is taking so long? Who knows, mate? They looked at the stairs in hope it was the girls when they heard footsteps. Sorry to disappoint. Remus said cheerfully, the girls are going to come in a little bit. I volunteered us to take the luggage and meet them on platform 9 3/4. So let's go. The platform was crowded with people saying goodbye. Reporters waited for Harry to arrive in hopes of getting a statement about the night at the Ministry. Flash bulbs blinded him upon arrival. Remus, with the help of Aurors, finally got rid of them. I'm sorry, Harry, we should have suspected that. No harm done, I should be used to it. The three boys went and loaded their trunks onto the train. Harry watched the clock nervously as it neared time to leave, and still no sign of the girls. Where is she? She'll be here, Harry. Maybe she got wind of the reporters and just wants to wait till the last minute. This is a big day for the two of you. I know, I just get nervous not knowing. The platform cleared as students boarded the train. 10 minutes to go and Ginny appeared. Girlie, Dean. They ran over to each other as he helped her aboard. Next came Luna. Harry smiled as he saw Tonks and Hermione come through the barrier. She looked amazing and extremely nervous. She had straightened her hair and added the touch of makeup. She had on low-rise blue jeans with a black spaghetti strap tank top showing just enough of her stomach to see it was well-toned against her butterfly piercing. She had on a little jewelry, black sandals, and a belt. She looked so fresh and beautiful. Whispers ran through the train in record time as everyone leaned out of the window to see who it was. She was captivating as she stood laughing with Tonks. Remus elbowed him and nudged him forward. He could hear the buzz on the train as people leaned out their window in hopes of finding out who she was and why Harry Potter the boy who lived was walking up to greet her. He took one of her hands in his. "You look great." "Thanks, sorry we're late." She tucked a piece of hair behind her ear. "Are you ready? Once we board everyone will know. They're already hanging out of the windows." She took a deep breath and nodded. "I'm just nervous. So many people are going to know I am not good enough for you. It's me that is not good enough for you. Remember that. I wish there was a way to do this so everyone would leave our compartment alone. I have loads of reading to finish. Do you want everyone to know at once? Impossible, but a nice thought. Oh, I can make it happen," he said, smiling mischievously. "How?" He stepped closer to her and grabbed her other hand, taking one last look at all the nosy people hanging out of the train. He took a breath. Like this, and he captured her lips with his, her lips immediately giving him access, holding nothing back. Despite not knowing who the mystery girl was, the students still hooped and hollered as whistles filled the air. Tonks and Remus grinned at each other. He does have style, just like his dad. Safely on the train, their friends tried to block them from view of the door as people came to peek in trying to discover the mystery lady in their hero's life. Ginny came back from the loo chuckling. "So far we have a foreign exchange student, a rare Vila with auburn hair, Victoria's Secret supermodel, and my favorite is the new defense teacher." The compartment roared with laughter hearing the rumors flying around. "So that should make you feel real good, Mione. Wow! Someone actually thought I was a model. They must need glasses. I can't believe people don't recognize me." The other fun stories flying are about the new and improved Harry Potter. You, my fine sir, went from a 7 to a solid 15 on the scale of 1 to 10. Rumors range from you drinking restorative potion for your eyes to a Vila giving you their secret source of beauty. This only caused the friends to laugh harder. "Where are your glasses?" "I'm still wearing them, I just put a disillusionment charm on them." "Good." With this, they continued to laugh at the rumors floating around. Vicky was the first to be able to speak. "I can't wait when the two of you enter the Great Hall. I think you should get the very last carriage." "Yeah." Ginny agreed. "That would give me time to make sure Colin has his camera ready for Lavender's and Pavarti's faces." Surprisingly, Hermione and Harry agreed to it, having nothing to lose after that kiss. The 8 friends plotted how to get them off the train without being seen. Finally, Ron suggested them using the invisibility cloak. Hermione's eyes sparkled. "We can do better than that. We can disillusion ourselves. We better get changed, we should be arriving soon." Moving to avoid being hit by other people proved hard for Hermione and Harry as they walked to the carriage. Ron having covered for her on their patrol duties, and Luna stayed out by the carriage making sure no one tried to enter it. They breathed deep, trying to calm their nerves. After this, anyone who hadn't figured out her identity would know that Hermione and Harry were together. "Are you sure you still want to go through with this? We could try to keep it quite a bit longer." "No, I have been preparing myself for this since we went to Diagon Alley. I'd rather get it over with. I talked to Dumbledore and he said my mail could be screened so we don't have a repeat of 4th year. The carriage pulled to a stop. Everyone was inside as he leaned over and kissed her quickly. "Here goes nothing. Let's go, me lady." He grabbed her hand. They could hear everyone talking. They looked at each other one last time and opened the doors. Ginny nodded encouragement to them as they walked towards the table. Draco had his mouth hanging open and drooling, while Pansy Parkinson looked as if she could swallow Harry whole. Cho turned away before Harry could read her expression. He could hear the lewd comments that the female population were making, shocked by their boldness. He was more concerned at the way the males were undressing her with their eyes. The walk seemed to take forever. She kept smiling, looking nowhere but at Ginny, giving his hand a squeeze. As they approached the table, they broke out in laughter. A small flash had just captured Gryffindor's 2 biggest gossips' facial expressions. As they took their seats, silence was still thick. It was Draco who finally broke the tension. Bloody hell was that Granger. This caused the Great Hall to erupt in laughter as people began to turn back to their previous conversations. Lavender and Pavarti were the first to speak. Hermione, you look amazing. Did you find some new spell? I thought you were a model on the train. Never would have figured frizzy hair could look like that. Why have you been hiding that body all these years? You could have had more dates. Enough. I didn't want more dates, I wanted one date. Glancing towards Harry. How sweet. Did Harry and Ron know you had this body? Would you stop with my body already? It's creepy. Leave her alone, girls. Why talk about that when you can finally have all those questions about Harry answered? The girls squealed with delight as they bombarded Hermione with more questions. She glared at Ginny for doing that to her. On the other side of the table things were just as bad for Harry. All the females were whispering while they stared and his mates didn't help. Wow. We thought it was hard before, but now it will be murder to ask a girl out and not have to answer Harry questions. When did you get so built anyway? I worked out a lot this summer. I didn't know that was a problem before. About the dates, sorry. No sweat, it also gets us dates. Harry looked a little disturbed by this. Thankfully Ron explained. See, if they know you then whoever they know will know you, popularity by association. That is just too weird. So what did you guys do this summer? Not as much as you apparently. Dean told me about your little dancing escapade. I think you have been holding out on us and need to share your obvious talent with the females later. Harry laughed. Then you'll love what I received earlier this summer. They smiled. It must be good judging by the look on his face. The conversation was stopped as the first years entered. The sorting ceremony took forever, it seemed, as Harry had to listen to the constant growl of Ron's stomach. Finally, the headmaster stood and addressed the students. I know you are all hungry, so I will wait to give the announcements. Tuck in. Food appeared as students quickly filled their plates. The group enjoyed catching up with their friends as Harry kept a hold of Hermione's hand. Harry felt bad as he watched Neville keep glancing over towards the Ravenclaw table. She'll be okay, Neville. Harry, you don't know how they treat her. I mean, you know about the stealing of stuff. But they say the meanest things to her. She cries almost every night. Not this year. That is a promise. Thanks, Harry. Anytime, Longbottom. Dumbledore stood as the plates were cleared. Now, as you all should know, the Forbidden Forest is, of course, forbidden. In Hogwarts terms, it means I will catch at least 6 of you in it. A few students chuckled as 6 particular students winked at each other. Once again, I will remind you, there is no magic allowed in the corridors, and anything you might consider fun is banned by Mr. Filch. For details, see the complete list that hangs outside his office door. This year, there will be a few changes. The hum of excitement filled the air. Those involved already have been informed that class schedules will not be the same this year for some of you. Usually you attend class with your housemates in the same year, however. Due to the achievement of such high scores, we have added a new class. Advanced Dada, which will take up 3 periods. This will cause those involved to have a different schedule from their housemates. Now, I must explain for those who don't know. The exceedingly amounts of high scores on the OWLs and Newts were due to the efforts of a particular group of students last year in their time of need. When they had concerns about their practical skills, they decided to hold their own practice. Normally, I would have to highly disapprove of their secrecy, but after knowing of their circumstances, I applaud their courage. Dumbledore nodded to Harry to show his appreciation. Good news is they have agreed to continue this club with the full support of the staff and open to anyone they choose to allow membership to. It is called the DA and is run by none other than Harry Potter. Noise filled the air as everyone tried to get a better look at him from their seats. Now, for those of you who may worry about his qualifications to teach and help other students, you may ask other members of this group their opinion, or you may take comfort in me telling you that Mr. Potter made the highest DADAS score in the history of the OWLs. Congratulations, Mr. Potter. The Great Hall filled with applause as Harry blushed and Hermione beamed with pride. Moving on, this year you will have yet another Dada teacher who will arrive tomorrow morning. She is an Auror and has kindly agreed to take a year off to teach, so please welcome Professor Tonks when she arrives. Prefects, if you will show the students to their dorms. Good night. And oh why didn't she tell us? I have no idea. What I do know is that it will be one fun year. With this, the group began to stand as Ron yelled, first years follow me. Harry let go. She laughed slightly as he pulled her back to him every time she tried to leave to carry out her duties as prefect.
No.
Have you seen the way the blokes are looking at you? You aren't going anywhere without me. I'll help you and Ron. Besides, I would walk with you anyway. He kissed her cheek as several snickered and made comments around them. They stood near the back of the hall gathering up the first years and showing them the way to Gryffindor Tower. As they approached, the fat lady said hello and eyed Hermione, Harry, and Ron suspiciously. You three made some changes this summer, I see. Growing up quite nicely too. Ron rolled his eyes. Voldemort. The fat lady shivered as she swung open. What, Voldemort? That's what you chose? I thought you and Harry would like it. Aren't you two the ones telling everybody to say it so they will be less afraid? Now they'll have plenty of practice. He beamed as the cleverness of his plan. He's right, me, pretty smart idea, Ron. I just never thought I would hear you say it so calmly and so frequently. He's right, Ron, it was a really great idea. Ron was surprised when she pecked him on the cheek. Hey now, don't be doing that, your boyfriend might be a deranged jealous freak. The trio laughed as the portrait closed behind them. Ron and Hermione showed the first years to their dormitories. Ron said he was knackered and headed to bed as Hermione came and sat by Harry in their usual spot by the fireplace. What's the smile for me? All the questions I got asked about my boyfriend. Yeah, like what? He narrowed his eyes teasingly. Do you hold my hand? Are you nice to me? Do you keep me safe like a knight? He laughed at that one. My thoughts too, but you do keep me safe. I didn't at the ministry. We've discussed this already. I know. I just still have nightmares about it sometimes. I was a complete wreck waiting for you at the station. Me, there are just so many things that can happen. She put her finger on his lips and leaned in to kiss him. I'm a target either way, and if he is going to try to kill me, I'd rather die beside you or for you than the reason being my parentage. Me. Don't talk like that, please. I can't lose you, ever. It's not like it's a great thought for me. But I had to think about all this when I started to fall in love with you. His head snapped up. You are falling in love with me? His palms were sweating and his heart raced. His eyes showed fear and worry but were also full of nervousness and shock.
No.
He was totally taken back by this. Oh, I didn't think you would. We are young and everything. She was giggling. You're rambling, Harry. He looked hurt. I only meant that I wasn't falling in love with you because I am already completely head over heels in love with you. He studied her face as she held her breath. He cupped the side of her face, rubbing her cheek with his thumb. Smiling, he said, You are? Completely. I think I always have been, just didn't know until that night I entered your thoughts that it was different. Not just love for a friend. Absolutely nothing. I wanted to see the beautiful face of the person I love most in this world. He smiled, rubbing his thumb over her lips, and a tear rolled down her face. He kissed it away and whispered in her ear, I love you, me. Shivers ran over her body as she closed her eyes and kissed him with everything in her soul. Hermione was back to her usual-looking self by morning, with the exception the hair was smooth instead of frizzy and bushy as it hung in waves down her back. She seemed to glow as he watched her descend from the girls' dormitories. She walked over and kissed him. Good morning. Good morning to you too. Have I mentioned lately that I love you? Her face broke into the biggest smile she ever had as she jumped into his arms, giggling into his neck. He spun her around, filled with joy as he looked into her eyes. The common room watched curiously, wondering what made the couple so happy. He set her down when they were both breathing hard and dizzy. They exited the portrait hole a bit embarrassed by such a display. Whispers were still filling the hall as they sat down for breakfast. Professor McGonagall passed out their schedules, Harry taking Ron's since he was still sleeping. Ginny and Dean came in and sat next to them. Mornin'. What is it? US? They both said, horrified, as they turned the front page around for Dean and Ginny to see. Covering the full page was a picture of Harry kissing her at King Cross Station, holding her hands down at his sides. Ginny dropped her fork as she sighed. Oh, Merlin. At least you can't see your face, and you did look incredible, Meoni. The teens continued to read, afraid of what horrors they might find. Harry Potter's mysterious lady. Could it be love? Yesterday, as students boarded the Hogwarts Express for another exciting year, the students were treated to an inside scoop about the boy who lived. He arrived with friends boarding in the usual manner until 10 minutes, till 11 when a beautiful and mysterious young lady emerged. Almost instantly our hero approached her. His eyes filled with desire as he focused on no one but her. Students began to watch as he took her hand and spoke to her quietly out of earshot to everyone. We then saw him smile as he took her other hand, pulling her towards him and kissing her. For the ladies who have dreamed about this day, I can say that was not just any kiss I witnessed. My blood boiled at the tenderness and passion our hero showered his lady love with. Many may remember our articles in the last 2 years about our hero mourning his parents and wanting to find love. We believe he has. We decided to dig deeper into the life of this mystery girl, and were surprised to find that it was none other than his longtime best friend Hermione Granger, a Muggle-born witch who is top of her class. They are both currently in their 6th year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, also rumored to be in charge of a new defense club this year. But these are not the only changes in Mr. Potter's life. Recently it was brought to our attention that he has a new guardian, Remus J. Lupin, a known werewolf, and currently Mr. Potter received the highest deadass score in the history of the OWLS topping wizards such as Albus Dumbledore. We wish Mr. Potter the best of luck and happiness in his new relationship and will continue to try and reach him for further comment. Well, you're no longer a lunatic. The 3 teens looked at Ginny and broke out in laughter. Mystery woman. Sounds so. I don't know. I think it was a great article. For once nothing bad was said. That's good, right? After some thought Harry and Hermione nodded. I knew to expect it would be reported but not the front page. I'm just worried about you. Me? I'm fine. I think it is a nice article. Now the picture is a little embarrassing but still nice. I thought the press had already left. From looking at it, I don't think we would have cared anyway. Ginny laughed at her ease. Never would have pegged you for an exhibitionist. According to everyone at the club we already were. She winked at Harry, remembering their dance. The rest of the day passed uneventful. Sitting in the common room that night, Professor McGonagall entered through the portrait hole. Mr. Potter, follow me please. They walked to her office and took a seat. Per your agreement with Professor Dumbledore, your ban has been lifted and I wish to be the first to congratulate you on being captain. His eyes widened. Captain? What do I know about being captain? It goes to you as the senior member of the team. Do you wish to decline? He contemplated his choices. May I receive help? You may do as you deem fit as long as that trophy remains in my office, Mr. Potter. Then I accept. You will need to set up tryouts and practices with Madam Hooch. Good luck, Harry. I'm counting on you to win another year. He thanked her and left to find Ron. Is everything okay? Has something happened? Yes, you are now dating the Quidditch captain. Her mouth flew open as she bounced on her toes. Harry, that's fantastic. You'll be terrific. Have you seen Ron? I would like his help. I saw him sneaking up to the tower with Vicky. She wiggled her eyebrow. She shook her head, holding back a laugh. Go, Ron, I haven't even gotten you up there yet. She playfully punched him in the stomach. Kidding. Only kidding. He put his arm around her shoulder and went to sit by the fire to start on their homework, holding up his part of the agreement to work hard. He found studying with a girlfriend had its rewards. For everything he got right, she rewarded him with a kiss. Plus, he just liked being able to look over, admiring her face and watching her bite her lip as she concentrated. If you don't stop, that I'm not going to get anything else done. I'm just going to snog you until you have no thoughts left. She smiled wickedly. Setting her book aside, she leaned forward on the floor, crawling seductively over to him. Really? What was I doing? That cute little thing when you bite your lip? I love that, he said huskily as his temperature rose after seeing her crawling towards him. What are you going to do about it? Looking to see if the common room had cleared, he answered her. Using his seeker reflexes, he flipped her onto the floor and pinned her down before she knew what. He shook his head no as he locked into her cinnamon eyes full of concern and want. Lowering his mouth to hers again tenderly, he began to prove it by rocking gently, pressing his swollen self against the peak between her legs. She still burned to know how it felt as she slowly ran her nails over his abs, shifting to turn him over as she leaned over him, moving her hand slowly up the inside of his thigh, as her palm firmly pressed through the outside of his pants against his bulge. He gasped, breaking contact and quickly raising himself to rest on his elbows. She had a scared look. Did I do something wrong?
No.
No, his voice cracked as he fought the battle between his head and his crotch. I just don't know if I could take much more and still be able to control it. He pleaded with her to understand and saw her eyes shoot open wide when it did occur to her his meaning. Suddenly a shy fear washed across her face, biting her lip as she fought her inner thoughts. Me, are you okay? Would it help? Completely confused by this, he asked. Will what help? If I helped you. I read it can be painful, I don't want that, so. He sat completely at a loss for words and shocked his sweet me was suggesting that, I don't think you know what you're asking me. His breathing was ragged at just the suggestion. You do it right? He looked away as his face turned bright red in horror of this conversation. Harry? Okay, yes I do. Any normal bloke does. He was horrified at her knowing what he did to himself, as if it weren't natural. She kissed his cheek, briefly pausing to make sure the common room still was empty, pulled a blanket off the couch over them and whispered in his ear, show me how. He almost lost control right there, seeing the look in her eyes. She was serious. I want to show me how, teach me how. She nibbled at his ear. Me, I really don't. Oh, Merlin. Think you know what you're asking. Can you stop doing that for a second? It's hard to think. She giggled against his neck. Really? Her voice was low and seductive but somehow kept that innocent tone. Then she sat up as fear came over her. Do you not want me to? Oh, Merlin, yes, I want you to, but... He stumbled for words as his lower body throbbed. But what? I know we said we would go slow, but if I can help you do that, then let me. Show me how. Me, do you know what will happen? That's one way to put it. Me, we can't even talk about it without turning red. I don't care, Harry, if you don't want me to touch you, then just say so, but I want to do this. I love you. He could see she was taking this the wrong way and he hated the hurt look in her eye. I just don't want you to think you have to do this for me to know that I do. I know you love me. I can wait until you are absolutely sure. He knew he had messed up when the look appeared on her face when she was determined to do something. Harry James Potter, don't patronize me. You think boys are the only ones that talk about this? Well, whether you believe it or not, the girls talk about it more. Where's my shirt? He cupped the side of her face as he grabbed her wrist. Will you stop for just a moment? I just wanted you to know what you were getting into. I don't want you to do something you'll regret, and I can't promise you'll enjoy this. Granted, I will, but you may have another reaction, and I couldn't take it if you wouldn't look at me again or either of us be too embarrassed to speak. She locked into his eyes. I asked for this, not you. As she finished, her voice trailing off, she kissed him, pushing him back down slowly. He jumped when he felt her fingers fiddle with the buttons on his pants and then slowly slide the zipper. He mumbled for her to be careful. It won't be good if you get it caught. He laughed nervously as he saw determination and desire in her eyes. Are you sure about his me? He said as he caught her wrist. I can't hurt you, right? Lightly laughing, he said. There's no way you could ever hurt me. Even I know that. He could barely breathe well alone talk. Was it? He steadied himself quickly, knowing she was beginning to doubt herself. Pulling her chin up so he could look into her eyes. Me, that was the most amazing thing I have ever felt in my life. I still can't believe you did that. Are you okay? She nodded. Really? Here, this will help. He waved his hand, casting a spell to clean them both up. Merlin, that was incredible. Not sure what I'm supposed to say or do. Shoo, I love you. I wanted to do this. It wasn't all that bad. Pavarti and Lavender always made it sound so dreadful. But it wasn't. It was incredible, Harry, to touch you like that and see you. Thank you for not laughing at me. On me. Thank you. I never thought. Never mind. Sad part is, seeing you look at me like that. After doing this and you still seem so innocent to everything. Just makes me hard all over again. Harry. She lightly slapped his chest as she laid her head back down, secretly looking down at the blanket to see if it was true. Surprisingly, it was. The next morning, Harry woke Ron so he wasn't late. Where were you last night? Astronomy tower. I love only having class in the afternoon. Beats waking early. With this, Dean, Seamus, and Neville all sat up fully awake. With who? Vicky. No way, Dean said, surprised. I can't thank you enough for introducing us, man. So, are you sharing or no kissing and telling? Grunting arrogantly, we did very little kissing. Sorry to hear that, man. It's not that. It's the fact she was too busy sucking my dick. Jaws dropped. I was shocked. I was scared to death to kiss her, and the next thing I knew she was all over it. Was it everything you dreamed about? And more. I can't think of anything that would be better than that. I can. With this the guys laughed. What about you, Harry? Guys, I think I have to take my leave on that note. He turned, walking to the door, embarrassed at the thought of sharing his experience. Harry. Mate, I didn't mean to make you feel bad that I got further than you. I'm sure she'll come around sooner or later. Yeah. We'll be here to celebrate when she does. Harry looked at the room, rolled his yes and left. Gits. As he came down smiling from last night, still he saw Hermione scribbling down notes from the book she was reading. He got a little nervous as he approached her, about her having second thoughts, when she suddenly stood and leaned into his ear, "Mornin', big boy," then turned and started to walk away as he playfully swatted at her arse. You think you can get away that easy? He went to grab her as she took off running around the couch. Watching this from the corner were Lavender, Pavardi, Vicky, and Ginny. They sure are in a good mood every morning. She must be getting it every night, looking over seeing Harry kiss her passionately. I know I would be all over that. Who would have thought the mousiest girl of all would get the prime catch? Are you really that surprised? Ginny couldn't believe no one had seen this coming. What about you and Dean? We're fine, he told me he loved me this summer. The girls giggled in delight as she retold her story. They stopped when Ron walked over to whisk Vicky off to breakfast. Finishing an early lunch, the group walked quickly to their class, wanting a few minutes before everyone arrived. Peering into the door, they saw a beautiful brunette with light purple highlights cascading into perfect ringlets working hard. When she hadn't noticed them yet, Harry decided to get her attention. Did you leave Wolf Boy for me already? Grinning mischievously, the professor looked up from her work. Not soon enough, I hear. Seems someone else stole your heart. Already? She finished her comment as she jumped into Harry's arms, giving him a huge hug. The others laughed, noticing her feet barely reached his knees. I was wondering when you guys were going to come welcome me? Harry set her back on the floor. We were mad. Extremely upset. Furious, I would say. Looking shocked. Why? Hermione rolled her eyes. Really, Nymphadora? Not telling us you were our professor? Tonks blushed and then realized the name Hermione addressed her as, that's Professor Tonks, and I had to promise not to. Are you really mad? Stop. Others are coming in, so. How about you meet me tonight after dinner? They nodded and took their seats. Entering the classroom after dinner, the group sat comfortably on top of their desks while waiting for Tonks. When she opened the door, they began clapping and whistling. She smiled. What's all this about? Ron spoke first. Just wanted to congratulate you for being an amazing Dada professor. It was the most fun we have had since Lupin. Thank you, she bowed jokingly. The group of friends visited until curfew, hearing all about her first 2 days and sharing their stories too. Harry hung back as they exited the room. Tonks? What is it, Harry? Will Moony get to come visit you here? When he can? Is there something you needed? No, I just wondered. Part of the reason I took this job is because he asked me to. Harry snapped his head up. He wanted me to be sure you were safe at all times, and this gave him a reason to come visit you. She paused, trying to read his expressions. Are you sure there isn't anything I can do? Looks like something is on your mind? No, I just didn't think I would miss him. I have never had anyone to miss when I left for school. He ruffled his hair. I don't know, I just feel homesick? Is that what this is? You feel like you are missing something or someone? Miss your bedroom? All those other things you had? Yeah, I guess so. He looked deep in thought. Okay there. Gradually his lips turned up. I think so. For once. So this is what homesick is? I think I like that. Rifling his hair, she beamed. I'm happy for you. But just so you know, most people aren't usually happy about that. They both laughed. Tonks, can I ask you something personal? Sure. Can't promise I will answer though. Outside of class, behind closed doors. I'm still here for you the same way I was this summer. I really care about you, and more importantly, I care about your Uncle Remus, and you are everything to him. He smirked at the reference to Uncle, remembering their time at the salon. I was just wondering if we could still be as close. He finished so softly she barely heard him. Like family. I wouldn't want it any other way. Besides, I found myself to be very fond of those goodnight kisses. She winked, maybe if I am lucky, more than I can say. They looked at each other for a moment as they absorbed everything that had transpired between them. Finally he pushed off from the desk, kissing her cheek. Take care of my uncle. He means the world to me and I can tell he loves you. She blushed and nodded once. He turned in the middle of the door and spoke softly but from his heart. Good night, Auntie. With this he exited as a single tear rolled down her cheek as she felt more loved than ever before between the two new men in her life. Realizing those words were probably the most important ones Harry would ever say to her. Coming from him, that kind of trust and sincerity did not come easy, but definitely from the heart. Between classes, Quidditch practice, his extra training, and getting ready for the DA, the first 2 weeks flew by quickly. He had everything planned, making sure there was enough time to get everything ready. He had scheduled tryouts for that day. Hermione had promised to come with them and maybe fly around the pitch afterwards. Ron and Harry talked more and more about who possible players would be. Ginny is Chaser if she still wants it, Natalie too. Your keeper, I'm Seeker, so all we need is a Chaser and 2 beaters. How about Seamus and Neville? Not Dean and Seamus? No, Dean I don't think will do as well. He still prefers soccer to anything. I heard Vicky was trying out. Is she any good? Oh yeah, she's real good. Harry playfully punched his arm. I didn't mean that. Pratt. 3 hours later the new Gryffindor Quidditch team was comprised of Harry, Ron, Ginny, Natalie, Vicky, Seamus, and Neville. Harry thanked everyone for trying out and stated they had all done well. The students walked away tired and sore, making their way to the common room as Hermione joined Harry, Ron, and Vicky on the pitch. Ready to fly me? Yes. Vicky and Ron took off on his broom as Harry helped Hermione onto his. Looking over her shoulder, she gave him a kiss. You were really great out there. I think you are going to be a wonderful captain. Thanks, it means a lot to me. Now hold on. With that, he pushed off the ground, rocketing into the night sky as he heard Hermione's delightful giggle. They raced around the pitch, enjoying the wind in their faces. Harry secured his grip around her and flipped a few times just so he could hear her laugh. To him it was peace. After a couple of hours and watching a beautiful sunset from up in the sky, Harry flew to the common room window. Everyone stared as Hermione used her hand to open it, and he flew in to land gracefully, offering his arm to help her dismount. Thank you, Harry. I had a great time. Me too. I have fun any time you are with me, though. He smiled when she kissed his cheek. You're too sweet, handsome. Keep that up and I'll show you how much fun we can have. He wiggled his eyebrows, making her laugh as he pulled her in for a sensuous kiss. Forgetting the common room was still full, they broke apart, smiling when the others started whistling. Will you wait for me to go grab a shower? Yes, I'm just going to finish up some arithmancy homework. He kissed her cheek and sprinted upstairs. The days continued to pass swiftly as Harry and Hermione finalized their plans for the DA. Today would be the first meeting. Eating breakfast in the Great Hall, they were approached by Professor McGonagall. Miss Granger, Mr. Potter. Professor Dumbledore would like to see you in his office. They finished quickly and raced upstairs. Good morning. Thank you for coming so quickly. You wanted to see us, sir? I understand tonight will be your first meeting of the new DA. Yes, sir. I have a list that Professor Tonks collected for you after each of her classes. Highly impressive, the number of students who are willing to do extra work. I'm sure a few professors would like to know your secret. His eyes twinkled as he chuckled. I have taken it upon myself to give you a bit of information on each student. Nothing personal. Just some facts I thought might be helpful when you are making your decision on membership. Sir, what are these names that have a star next to them? An impressive amount, if I remember correctly. Yes, sir, almost 2 pages full. To answer you question, Hermione, those would be the Slytherins that are seeking membership. Mostly first and second years, but a few older ones. Harry and Hermione sat speechless that any Slytherin would want to join. I assure you they are safe and very eager. Professor Snape has been extremely busy trying to guide new students to think for themselves instead of accepting the beliefs of others so rashly. I'm not sure what to think. There has to be nearly 400 names on this list. I can't teach so many. I thought maybe a 100. Harry pinched the bridge of his nose as a headache was fast approaching. If you like, you may choose to accept a predetermined amount of people to teach. After all, you have the final say as per agreement. I would like to point out, however, that you may seek assistant, maybe from friends or staff. If you would humor me, I'd like you to take great consideration on the student with the blue files. It would be a personal favor to me. If that is all, sir, we must be getting to class. Certainly, and may I be the first to wish you good luck tonight. Simultaneously, they said thank you and exited the office. Harry and Hermione looked over the file folders at lunch. I can't believe what I am seeing. How? I don't know me. I knew the order was recruiting, but I had no idea who they were. Well, I think they are very brave. We have to let some of them in, Harry. I had already decided that. It might take me a while to trust some, but I will try. We are going to have to let a few others in to throw off suspicion. Can you make something like the coin for everyone again this year? We'll have to have a lot more. If you don't have time, I understand. No, actually, I had an idea for something new that will also hold a privacy charm like the list did last year, but all in one. I knew I loved you for some reason. He kissed her cheek. Because I snog you, she said softly but full of confidence. Well, there is that. He smiled as she laughed. She had changed this summer. She was still the know-it-all bookworm and best friend extraordinaire to him and Ron, but she was more relaxed and playful. Her walk carried a sexy girl bounce, always smiling, able to laugh at herself. But she was truly happy, and that radiated to everyone around her. She simply took his breath away. Harry, shaking out of his trance, yeah? I said we need to head to class. What were you staring at? He leaned close to her ear and whispered, you. I can't believe this place is packed. Ron, you're not helping. Should we start the meeting till he gets here? Maybe? I don't know. But they are starting to get restless. Mione, what are the Slytherins doing here anyways? Ron, anyone was allowed to come tonight. Some of them may not be so bad. We'll have to see who Harry chooses. The great hall doors opened as everyone saw Harry stride into the hall. He looked powerful. Robes billowing behind him, files in hand at his side, confident, tall, muscular. Every bit the way you would picture a hero to look. Where have you been, boss man? Sorry, guys, I had to speak to a few people first. He leaned over and kissed me. Ginny, wanna welcome everyone? What? Me? Why? Well, I have decided to take on 200 students, and who better to assist me than the original members? They looked at him in surprise. I need an answer here, mates? Yes, was given by the remaining members. Then get us started, Gin, while I go over my notes, and remember, just like we practiced. She turned and climbed onto the platform in front of the staff table. Hi, thank you for coming tonight. I think I speak for us all when I say we never guessed so many would want to join. I know some of you have doubts about Harry's ability to teach, so we thought we would show you something we all learned last year that we are proud of. So some of us are 7th years and some are as young as 4th, but we all managed to achieve our goal thanks to the patience and understanding, plus his amazing ability to show each of us in a way we can all understand. She looked to both sides to see the original DA in a line ready to go. I'm sure you have all heard the story about Harry's Patronus. Well, now you can see ours. Before the students could finish dropping their mouths, the group called Expecto Patronum. Students gasped as the silver Patronus forms glided around the room. Harry smiled as his stag glided next to Hermione's otter. The room looked beautiful and the students seemed fascinated. As the forms returned to the tips of their owners' wands, the hall erupted in applause. Harry stepped forward and waved a hand towards the group of friends, adding to the applause. The DA laughed at the attention while taking their seats. Several students stood and left. You must keep up with your classes. We would like to include all the houses and ask that you accept those you may not previously accepted. If you cannot, then you will be asked to leave. What we learn is not to be taken lightly. We will learn defense, offense, strategy, and even hand-to-hand. Hopefully maybe even some weapons. It took us a while to come up with a way to decide who gets to join, and we decided on a couple of little tests. Don't worry, just because you are good at data doesn't mean you will get in. Just because you might know more will not guarantee you a spot either, so you younger ones don't need to worry. We want those that have the desire to do good, who will try their best no matter what, and those that are loyal. With that being said, please form 2 lines facing each other. The students began to move and partner up. Ernie and Hannah gradually began to walk down the lines, taking names and asking a few simple questions. The most important question being asked by Harry as he walked randomly to each person. He decided to strategically start with an older Slytherin. Eyes widened as Harry neared a group. I'm surprised to see you here. Whatever possessed you to come? Just wanted to see if you would fall on your face, Potty. Malfoy sneered. Fine, say the Dark Lord's name. Excuse me? You heard me, Malfoy. Say it. Malfoy glared as his eyes filled with hate. Vivi Voldemort. Happy? Yes, now why are you here? Because I want to be. I may not like him, but I hate you more, just so we are clear. Perfectly. Does this mean you don't agree with him not joining your father? And follow that freak? Never. But just to be clear, I still hate mudbloods and agree they need to be removed, just not by some half-blood freak. Thanks, you can see yourself out. Malfoy glared at him with obvious hatred. Harry continued to speak to random people. Those that could say the name were written down and some ran from the room as soon as they were asked. Soon the numbers dwindled from nearly 400 to about 275. Harry approached another 6th-year Slytherin, making sure no one else could hear them. Do you think like Malfoy? No. Does your family support him? No, a few feel the same about Muggleborns, quietly he added, but not my immediate family. Any Death Eaters? Yes, my 2 uncles. My grandfather was a huge supporter for Grindelwald, and my aunts and cousins stand by my uncles. Is there a point to all this, Potter? Never breaking eye contact. Can you say it? With more confidence than Harry had ever seen, the boy spoke. Would you like me to answer Voldemort? Or Tom Marvolo Riddle? This surprised Harry greatly as he took a step back and looked at the bloke in front of him. How did you know? I am a Slytherin, Potter, or have you forgotten? When I want to know something, I usually am ambitious enough to find it. When someone kills somebody close to me, I have a tendency to want revenge and a need to know my opponent. The boys stared at each other for what seemed like hours, an understanding forming between them as reality sunk in. An alliance formed in secret, Harry finally stepping over to the next person to continue his line of questioning. By the end of the night, the new DA held 172 members. Chapter 10. Let the fun begin. Harry and Hermione met with Dumbledore, Tonks, and McGonagall the next morning. So this is your final list, Harry? Yes, ma'am. How did you decide who received membership? Hermione answered, we decided to see who was willing or able to say his name. We had Hannah and Ernie ask about abilities and beliefs. Cho and Neville tested them on a few spells, not to see their abilities but their determination to try something they would probably never believe they might achieve. As this was being done, Harry was talking to each one as I secretly placed a few spells on them. One was the truth spell, another was a spell for Harry to see the areas of concern, and the others were to see their loyalty and if we could trust them. That is a unique method. Simply brilliant, Miss Granger. May I ask about each of the members? I thought you might want that, so me, Ron, and I prepared summaries of our findings for each student. He handed the headmaster a thick folder. Some of my findings were disturbing and some were rather unique. You may be interested to know Malfoy does not wish to be a Death Eater. He does support their cause and his father, but not Voldemort. Really? Well, the human mind is always surprising. Professor McGonagall stated. Thank you for doing this, Harry. Maybe we can find some hope in your summaries. Maybe reach a few more that are hanging on the edges. Tonks finally spoke. How many Slytherins ended up in the group? 12. I have to say I had hope for a few more. That is very admirable of you, Harry. I think that is all. I believe you all have a defense class to get to. They all bid farewell, and Hermione, Tonks, and Harry proceeded to the Dada classroom. That was a good idea to place spells on them in order to read them better, Mione. Thanks, but the idea came from Cho Chang. Harry's head whipped around. It did? She felt bad about what happened last year with Marietta and wanted to make sure it wouldn't happen again. I guess I need to thank her. That would probably be a good idea. So how is everything going? Fine, busy. I sometimes can't believe I have agreed to do so much on top of our training, but me helps a lot. Ready for your birthday, me? Counting the days. What are your plans? Don't know. He won't tell me. She gave him a pout. After class, Harry asked Tonks if he could meet her later. She eagerly agreed. I want something special, but not too serious and romantic, more fun. How about a concert? How can I do that? We can't leave school, alright, unless... She had a twinkle in her eye as she told him her idea, and they both were excited when they went to ask Dumbledore for his approval. Surprisingly, he said yes, simply because he felt the two needed a bit of relief from all their worries. Secretly, Dumbledore dreaded what their future may hold and wanted to give them as much happiness as he could. He did not wish for their fate to be like his. He spent the rest of the night staring at his Bella's picture while having a few glasses of fire whiskey. Tonks and Harry wrote Lupin to ask for his help and began to plan. Secretly, they met every night in her office. Occasionally, one of their other friends would join them to help. As the days became closer, Harry was walking on clouds at the excitement he felt. He hoped she loved it as much as the others had when they had been told the plans. Sitting by the fire and nearing exhaustion, Harry and me continued to finish their homework. He didn't want any to worry about this week. Nothing to interfere in his plans. Finishing their potions homework, they put down their books and he moved to sit behind her. I'm so tired. Me too. My back is still hurting from that bloody bludger. I can't believe I didn't see it. Didn't the pain medicine Madame Pomfrey gave you work? Then Dumbledore told me I could do it myself using a peaceful thought. Obviously I didn't succeed. Knowing you, there will be a next time to try. With this, he began to tickle her. Think that's funny? Not so funny now, huh? She was gasping for breath as he continued to tickle her. He only stopped when the portrait opened and Ginny and Dean walked in. Watch your mates. Where have you guys been? Hermione, remembering she was prefect and had duties. Depends, are you going to take away points? No, I'm too tired and it would mean more paperwork. The group laughed, slightly amazed that Mione was shrugging off responsibilities. Good. I'm not sure what you have done to her mate, but the rest of the student body is grateful to you. Hermione swatted his arm. I am not that bad, Dean. The others gave her a questioningly look. Okay, maybe a bit hard on you all. She blushed, remembering how she constantly took points from the twins last year. Harry gave them a knowing look. You guys headed to bed? Yeah, we want to be up early to spend our day together. Night. They watched as Ginny and Dean parted. They are cute together. I guess so. I don't seem to be able to notice much when you are around, though. You're too sweet. Come here. She leaned over, kissing him tenderly, finally snuggling back into his arms as she leaned against his chest. After a while, Harry reached over and turned her chin so she could see him over her shoulder. Happy birthday, me. His voice was low and sultry as he whispered softly. He leaned down and kissed her gently. Moments later, she turned back around as he wrapped his arms tighter around her. I love you. I love you too. I think this might be the best birthday yet. She smiled as they enjoyed a very rare, peaceful moment together watching the fire. Hermione woke up to breakfast in bed, compliments of Lavender and Pavarti. They had a wonderful chat. Just the girls, and they had invited Ginny, Luna, and Vicky as well. Soon their time was over and they prepared to go to class. Harry was waiting for her in the common room. She smiled as he watched her come down the stairs. She loved him so much. She noticed he had a twinkle in his eye. He had gained a few more inches in muscle, maybe another inch in height, and she still liked his new hairstyle. It was soft and she enjoyed running her fingers through it. Morning, me birthday girl. He kissed her sweetly. Good morning. I see from the smile planted across your face you are having a good day so far. I missed you at breakfast though. Wasn't that nice of the girls? I love breakfast in bed. I know. He eyed her with a grin. So, are we still on for later tonight? Yes. I am dying to know what you have planned. Are you going to tell me now? She gave him a seductive smile and bit her lip, knowing it drove him crazy. He just shook his head no and winked. Harry, how am I supposed to find the perfect outfit if I don't know what to dress for? You don't have to worry about that. It's taken care of. He smirked, knowing he had truly thought of everything. Fine. I'll wait. Are we waiting for Ron? We have to get going. No, he walked with Vicky. As the day continued to pass, Hermione's curiosity about Harry's plans grew. By dinner, she was promising him everything under the sun so he would tell her. For the last time, but Harry, it's 2 weeks of your potions homework. Done. Right? No matter how sexy it is when you are begging, She took the remaining steps to him and brushed her fingers lightly over his face. There's nothing that I can do that will get you to tell me? With this, she trailed her fingertips down his stomach and played with his belt, laughing harder than he had in ages. Why me? I do believe I have found your weakness. I would never have guessed you can't take suspense. So much that you would do anything to find out. He had the sexiest smile she had ever seen on his face. Anything, Harry? How about a taste of what could happen? With this, he pushed her against the wall, covering her mouth with his. She dropped her book bag, kissing him hungrily. Only when air became a necessity did he break the kiss. Keep that up, me, and we will never get to your
surprise.
I actually don't have a problem with that. As she kissed his neck. Well, others might. He kissed her one last time and grabbed her hand while picking up her bag from the floor. I had a lot of help with this, and I'm sure you wouldn't want that to be wasted. If you say so. She rolled her eyes and began to follow him to the common room. So will you at least tell me who chose my clothes? I did. She stopped immediately, gaping as she stared at him. You? Nervous? Yes. You shouldn't be. You taught me well. Why can't you just tell me what to wear and let me choose? He said hello to the portrait, giving her the password. You'll find everything you need on your bed. I'll see you in an hour. He leaned in and kissed her cheek. Me, just trust me. This once. Oh, Harry, I always trust you. This is just different. I love that you have put so much thought into my birthday. I just hope you haven't gone crazy, and I hope that it is something I like. I would hate to disappoint you. You, me, are never disappointing. I'll see you in an hour. With this, he walked backwards to the stairs, giving her a wink before turning around. I hope he's right. With this, she left the common room to prepare for her surprise. When done showering, please ring bell. This confused her, but she gathered her things and went to the prefect's bathroom. When she returned to her dorm, she rang the bell. Instantly, Ginny, Luna, Lavender, and Pavarti appeared to assist her with getting dressed, starting with the package in Ginny's hands. Smiling, is that for me? Yes, and for the record, I want you to know that this was all Harry's doing. Hermione squealed as she opened the beautifully wrapped gift. It had deep purple iridescent paper with a shimmering white bow. She dropped the lid in shock as she slowly pulled out what was inside. The girls were crowding around her, trying to see into the box. Oh, Merlin. The first item she pulled out was an aqua Chinese silk corset-style bustier. It had a sweet heart neckline and wide straps that laced up the back with aqua, soft yellow and silver ribbons to match the embroidery designs. It was the most beautiful top she had ever seen. The top was accompanied by matching plain aqua silk, low-rise pants tied in back with the same ribbons as the top, gathered at the ankle and no pockets. To every girl's surprise, a pair of matching shoes were included. The shoes appeared to be made of the same Chinese silk as the top. Wow, Mione, he must really like you. Are we sure he didn't have help? I have never seen anything more beautiful. This is custom made. Did you know that, Mione? Mione? Hey, you okay? Taking a deep breath, she replied in a quivering voice. I'm not sure what to say. I have never been more surprised and amazed in my life. A look of fear came over face. What if it doesn't fit? Kidding, right? Mione, we're witches. We can use magic if it doesn't. I have a feeling, though, as much thought that went into this gift, he got it right. How is the question I would ask? What are we waiting for? We have to get you dressed. With this, the girls began straightening her hair, polishing her nails, applying her makeup and everything to make her feel pampered as Harry had asked them to do. Standing in front of the mirror, Hermione was breathtaking. You look amazing. It looks like the material was made just for you. I have never felt anything this wonderful before. Almost like I have nothing on. It is so light. The fit is perfect. She had tears building in her eyes. Mione, what's wrong? I just can't believe he did all this for me. With the other girls got a little teary-eyed too. Thank you. You have made this the best birthday yet. I couldn't ask for better friends. All the girls hugged her, trying not to mess up her hair and makeup. Although I love you all. I think I have an incredible boyfriend to go snog to death. The girls giggled as she left the room. Harry was watching the stairs as he paced. He hoped everything was going as planned. 2 weeks ago, Tonks has helped him get in contact with a designer to make an outfit perfect for Hermione's birthday. The designer asked for a picture of her and for Harry to tell how he felt about her. The results were unbelievable. He had designed and made a one-of-a-kind material and outfit that was perfect for their evening. Harry could hardly resist the urge to give it to her the moment the package had arrived. He had dreamt of her in that outfit for 3 days. He remembered Ginny's face when he pulled her aside and asked her for help. She had agreed immediately. She was the most magnificent sight he had ever seen. She appeared to have a silver glow around her as she gracefully descended the staircase. Every head in the common room turned to see Hermione as she had never looked before. She practically ran to Harry, jumping into his arms. She was giggling as she wrapped her arms around him. "You are the most amazing, wonderful, perfect boyfriend in the world. I love you so much." She pulled back and was beaming as she looked into his eyes. "You didn't have to do all this. I don't know what to say or how to thank you enough, Harry. I don't know where you are taking me, but this has been the most perfect birthday ever." He laughed as she kissed him soundly. Only when she broke the kiss did she unwrap her arms and allow him to sit her back down on the ground. "So, you like the outfit?" She playfully swatted his arm. "Okay, I'll take that as a yes." Stepping back a bit, he admired her properly. "It looks perfect on you, me. Exactly how I dreamed it would. Only it's, what is wrong?" She looked fearful, afraid he wasn't happy. "I know what it is. It's missing something. Stay right there." She was confused and worried. She had been so happy with his thoughtfulness, she wanted him to like it too. He returned, grinning devilishly, with a package. "Here, try this." She eyed him cautiously. "What have you done now?" She dropped the box as she pulled out a cloak matching her attire. "Oh, Harry, this is too much. It's beautiful. Nothing, and I do mean nothing, is as beautiful or beautiful enough for you. Let me help you with that." He took the cloak and wrapped it around her shoulders, fastening the top. Ribbons that laced around silver pegs at a diagonal from her neck to just under her right arm. He grinned as he saw all the girls watching from the stairs. "Are you ready for your night out, me?" "As ready as I can be." "Are you going to tell me now where we are going? Room of requirements? Tonk's office? Astronomy tower?" "None of the above." "I'm ready if you are, but first—" "Oh no, that's not fair, Harry." She was eyeing the extra piece of silk that matched her outfit he was holding up. "You are not blind-folding me through the castle." He let her rant as he moved behind her as everyone was laughed. "Why can't I see? This better be good." "Potter." "Oh, it's Potter now, is it? I may have to make you run into a wall for that." He finished tying the knot, trying not to mess up her hair and makeup. "You wouldn't?" "You're right, I wouldn't. Let's go. Just take my hand and I promise not to let anything happen to you." She took his hand as he eyed their friends who sprinted out of the portrait hole ahead of them. "Okay, we're at the portrait." He continued to guide her through the castle and down the stairs to the entrance hall. As they reached the entrance hall, he stopped her to open the front doors. "Now, you'll feel a slight chill, but your cloak is charmed to keep you warm. I heard silk is supposed to be cool, but the designer assured me you would be okay." She nodded, trying to feel with her hands out in front of her for him. Taking her hands, he led her out to the Quidditch pitch. "We have been walking forever. Are we there yet?" "Almost." About 20 steps later, he took a deep breath and faced her. "Are you warm?" "Yes, the temperature is perfect to me. I have a feeling it is colder though. But the charm seems to be working." "Okay, here it goes. Remember, I love you. I only wanted to give you the best 17th birthday ever. Harry, you have—" "I am getting nervous though now that you are talking like this. I'm sure I will love anything you planned. I love you." "All right then." He walked behind her, untying her blindfold. As the material dropped, he leaned into her ear and whispered, "Happy birthday, me." Bloody hell. Hermione stood there not moving and in shock as she saw the sight before her. As he whispered to her, happy birthday lights flooded the sky as playful music filled the air. On the Quidditch pitch of Hogwarts stood an entire carnival. She blinked, trying to take it all in. Every one of her favorite rides were there, along with all the Gryffindor sixth years: Luna, Ginny, a few DA members, Hagrid, Lupin, Tonks, Kingsley, Mad-Eye, the Weasleys, Professor McGonagall, Professor Dumbledore, Isabella, and her parents. "Mom? Dad?" She ran to them, having missed the last 5 birthdays with them. She always hated not seeing them on her birthday when she was away at school. She had tears coming out of her eyes as she turned to see Harry standing there looking very confident. He was leaning against one of the rides, arms crossed in front of him as he tilted his head, enjoying her smiles. It only took him winking at her for her to go sprinting into his arms as he swung her around. This made the other guests clap and whistle as the fun began. The group enjoyed the rides, all her favorite foods such as caramel apples and cotton candy. She received amazing gifts and had a great time with her parents. I just can't believe you're at Hogwarts. I have always wished you could see it. Albus was very kind when he brought us but made us drink the most horrific substance so we could see it. Ginny gave us a wonderful tour this afternoon while we were waiting. We nearly ran into you twice. They were laughing as she looked at Ginny. You were here all day. Ginny, you didn't even hint while I was getting ready. I can't believe all of you knew and I didn't have a clue. They laughed at her astonishment. It was then that he eased behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. Now if they hinted, it wouldn't have been a surprise now, would it? After all, you are the smartest witch. We had a hell of a time trying not to let you catch on something was planned. Turning to face him. Thank you. I just can't believe you brought an entire carnival here and I never noticed. That is where the true essence of the plan came in. Professor Dumbledore said, smiling very proudly. It was true genius that Bella thought to place a charm on you last night as you slept so that you would have no desire to leave the castle or look outside. The group talked a bit longer and some continued to enjoy the rides. Mr. Granger was patiently answering how the rides worked to Mr. Weasley. It was on the swings that Hermione had a chance to talk alone with Harry. How did you do this? I still can't believe you did all this. I had a lot of help. Dumbledore and Isabella charmed the rides to work, and I would do anything to see that adorable smile of yours. He kissed her softly. Harry, I'm just worried about what all this, she bit her lip, cost? Don't worry. Moony assures me it barely made a dent, and if it had I wouldn't have cared. You only turned 17 once. You have given me so much friendship, life, loyalty, strength, love. I wouldn't be here now if it weren't for you. If I didn't have you, I wouldn't have anything that mattered. Sure, money is nice, but it isn't worth anything if you have no one to spend it on. I just wanted to try and show you how much you meant to me, how much your happiness meant to me. Maybe then I'll deserve you. When Ginny and Tonks told me how much you loved carnivals, there was really only one thing to decide. Which rides were the best. Plus, I got to experience my first carnival. I love this so much. I love you so much. Having my parents here was the best gift you could give me. My charm doesn't seem like enough now. Don't say that me because I love my necklace. Came from you and you put so much thought into it like you do every year and I wouldn't give it up for anything. So please don't belittle it. I love it too much. Okay. But Christmas is going to take a lot of thought. With this they laughed, enjoying the ride and looking at the sights. As the evening progressed, the group slowly dwindled. As Ginny and Hermione rode the carousel, Dumbledore and Lupin approached Harry. It seems a success, Harry. I believe it will be the birthday she remembers always. Remember, the curfew extension was only an hour. Please abide by it. Thank you. I have not had this much fun in years. Good night. Good night, sir, and thank you again for letting me do this for her. Anytime, dear boy. With this, the headmaster made his leave with a few others. It really was fun. If you haven't yet, this is sure to get you laid. Moony, not going there. Besides, that is not why I did it. I know, you do realize most guys would see that as a perk, right? Yes, but it's not like this would be very private now, would it? So you guessed? Why else would Albus let us stay outside? He raised an eyebrow at his guardian. You're right. The Aurors are surrounding the place. We have orders not to interfere in anything you might want to do. Thanks, but no thanks. If and when that happens, no Aurors, Order members, or anyone else will be around. Okay. You really are amazing, kid. Tonks and I will be at the doors when you are ready to be escorted back to your dorms. Thanks, Moony, for everything. I couldn't have done any of it without you and Tonks. Will you be here in the morning? Hesitantly, Moony nodded yes. Any chance I can see you at breakfast? Lupin smiled proudly. Actually, we were going to invite you to her room so Hermione could also have breakfast with her parents before we took them back home. Lupin noticed a strange look in his eyes. Everything all right? Yeah, I miss it. Miss what, Harry? Home. That being said, the two sat in silence as they watched the carousel spin, occasionally waving at the girls. As the ride stopped, Lupin helped Ginny off as Harry walked over to Hermione.
Iansuma.
He tucked a piece of hair behind her ear. Hi. As they looked into each other's eyes, the rest went unnoticed as they took their leave. You look amazing tonight. I had an extremely generous boyfriend to thank for that. How do you plan on thanking him? With this, he hopped on the horse behind her as the music and ride started up again. Like this? She captured his lips passionately and seductively, without knowing how Harry was standing pressed against her as she leaned against the horse. As her hands moved lower, he grabbed her wrist. Not here. As his lips brushed her neck. We are being watched by Aurors all around. Who cares? What? He stopped and looked at her. Do you not realize they would see us doing things that we shouldn't according to most of them? I don't care. This night is too perfect and I want to show you. He looked at her in shock, his mouth filling with cotton as he swallowed hard. What exactly do you mean? She wickedly grinned as she cast a disillusionment charm and put up barriers to alert them when someone was near by adding in a few silencing charms to be safe. Before he knew what was happening, ecstasy and exploded into her mouth. As she lifted her head, he sat up, instantly apologizing for that. I'm so sorry, me. I couldn't warn you fast enough. Harry, stop. I'll be okay. As she coughed up some more and spit. You are? He looked at her disbelief. Harry, I'm fine. She began to crawl towards him. So, is that an appropriate thank you? She began kissing his chest and slowly forcing him to lie back down. Because I am just getting started. With this, she captured his lips as he gasped with astonishment and anticipation. As she moved to his neck, he managed a weak, Me, what has gotten into you? Do you want me to stop? Harry, what are you doing? Her voice shook with passion and nerves. Making you feel as good as I do. With this, his hand stroked the silk on her thighs, slightly pushing her knee out. I'm not sure about this. He kissed her cheek and whispered, when you want me to stop, I will. I don't think either of us want to go that far. He smiled as she bit her lip and nodded her head yes. As they laid in each other's arms with her cloak spread around them for warmth, they were entranced by the new feelings each had experienced. Thank you for the most amazing birthday any girl could dream of. She kissed him with love like he had never felt before when they felt someone penetrate the barrier. Me, what time is it? Oh no. They both said at the same time, curfew. They jumped, trying to find their scattered clothing as the carousel still spun. It was Hermione's idea to jump back up on the horse as if they had been there the whole time. Once he was behind her, covering her lips with his, he undid the charms just as Remus stepped on the ride. With this, they sprang apart. Did you kids forget you only had an extra hour? Flushed Hermione asked. How long has it been? 2. Albus already came down once and we talked him into a bit longer. Seeing as none of us could find you. Nice trick, by the way. He gave them a mischievous wink. What trick? Hermione asked innocently. Leaving on all the rides, lights and sound, and then putting the silencing charm around yourselves. Took us a while to figure out. You probably hadn't moved from the last ride. Only a true marauder would have thought of that. He put a hand on Harry's shoulder. Thanks for buying us more time. We better get going. Helping her off the horse, he wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her closer for one last kiss. The group was quiet as they walked the halls back to the Gryffindor common room. As they reached the portrait, Hermione turned and thanked them again for all their help. She had the best birthday ever. While they stood at the staircase to head to their dorms, Hermione held him tightly. Thank you for everything. She grinned, especially. I always knew you were good with your hands. She loved being able to make him blush. I know. I knew love was a strong feeling. And we have the other thing that adds to our emotions, but it's like I can't breathe when you aren't by my side. I love you, me. I love you too, Harry. The next morning, the student body was buzzing with curiosity to find out why there was a carnival on the grounds. Those that knew the answer knew that the student body was going to be very disappointed to hear they would not be allowed to enjoy it. Hermione saw Harry waiting for her at the stairs. Sleep well? He had a mischievous smirk. Yes. I dreamed I had an incredible birthday and my boyfriend was the most perfect human being alive. She kissed him, passionately pouring her thoughts of last night into him. You sure you are okay? You look Uncomfortable. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. No, we are meeting Tonks, Remus, and who? Enough surprises, Harry. Tell me before I hex you. Your parents. He turned very nonchalant like they were there every morning for breakfast. Come back here. My parents? They're still here? Remus wanted to stay over to see Tonks and they couldn't get back without him, so they thought it would be a nice end to your birthday celebration. She jumped up to hug him, wrapping her legs around his waist. You are the best. Thanks. Keep this up and I will find a way to move them to the castle. They were laughing as the others approached. Are you guys always this happy in the morning? Ron asked, yawning. Without hesitating, they both answered yes simultaneously. Must be nice to get laid every night. Ronald Weasley. He jumped, having all three girls yell at him. What? First, we aren't getting laid every night, Hermione said. Secondly, you practically are and you do not seem that happy. Vicky replied haughtily. And third, it's none of your business. That was a rude thing to say. Ginny added scoldingly. All right already, but I'm not the only one who thinks that. That is their problem then. Harry and I are just completely head over heels in love. She grabbed him around the neck, snogging him senseless as to prove her point. She stopped when she began to ache with desire after the wonderful feeling he introduced her to last night. Finally getting down off of him with a slight blush. Harry winked at her, knowing she was remembering last night. We better get going so we aren't late, Harry. See you guys later. Breakfast was wonderful. She got to finish showing her parents around the school and luckily managed to avoid Malfoy. Tonks was beaming at Remus and the happiest they had seen her since her arrival. Several students spotted him as he was heading to the front doors. Professor Lupin. Many wanted to say they missed him teaching, but the latest professor was just as good. He smiled, not revealing she was the reason he was there. Finally, he rejoined the Grangers and they exited the castle after hugging the children bye. Hermione had tears in her eyes. Harry placed an arm around her neck, steering her to their first class. Ron told them about breakfast. You should have seen their faces. Completely priceless. Everyone was carrying on about how this must be some surprise for them from Dumbledore, so finally Dumbledore had to stand and announce that the carnival was there for a private matter and would be going away shortly, as the crew was already here to disassemble it. The complaints were ear-splitting. Then Malfoy came to the table and caused a stir. This had to do with Potty, didn't it, Weasel? There are too many of you smiling like you know something the rest of us don't. What's it to you, Malfoy? Disappointed Daddy didn't think of it first? Oh, that's right. He couldn't from Azkaban, could he? With this, Neville jumped up, wand drawn, as he saw Malfoy draw his towards Ron. Why don't you just go away, Malfoy? You aren't stupid enough to pull something in front of all the professors. Ginny added, slowly reaching for her wand too. You'll pay for that, Weasel. Watch your back. With this he turned and left the hall. The group proceeded up the stairs, reminiscing about the fun they had, and all of them thanking Harry again for letting them be included. Time continued to pass rapidly as the first Quidditch game approached. Harry was training and working the team harder than usual. The DA was going smoothly and he found several of the Slytherins rather enjoyable. Since Malfoy and a few others had been denied membership to the DA, their hostility added to the game. Some Slytherins seemed to be taking full advantage of any Gryffindor player not accompanied by another person, so they had taken to walking in groups. Before he knew, the morning of the game had arrived. Good morning. Morning, me. You look horrible. Thanks for the support. You know, I did not mean it like that. Why are you so nervous? It's just another Quidditch game. Yes. But this time if we lose, it's my fault. I'm captain, remember? You'll be fine. You're the best and Ron has planned some brilliant plays. You can't lose. I wish I was as sure as you are. She kissed him. Ron and Ginny both came down. Morning. Are we ready for today?
Hell no.
Mate, if we bugger this, McGonagall is going to have our arses. I know, Ron. Let's just not bugger it up. If we can just remember everything we have worked on and the team flies like they did in practice yesterday, we can't lose. Unless Malfoy pulls a fast one. Everyone turned to look at Ginny. What? Why is everyone always looking at me? I am starving, can we eat now? The group rolled their eyes hearing Ron talk about food. Again. Seamus and Neville seemed nervous, so Harry forced them to eat a little something. Luna sat with Neville wearing her lion hat. It was rather odd, but she was a sweet girl, so none of the friends minded. An hour until game time. Harry called for his team to head to the changing rooms. He paced after changing, trying to decide what to say. Okay, mates. This is the first game of the season, and we have been in perfect form during practice. Let's keep it that way. This is Slytherin. They are going to cheat, they are going to play unfair, and they will play brutal. Why? Because they know they can't beat us. Ron will be calling plays on the field. Neville and Seamus haven't missed a target yet. Our chasers are incredible, and I am going to try my best to get the snitch. The team clapped and cheered. Now, as incentive to make this the best game possible, I have a surprise. Murmurs raced through the changing room as their head of house entered with Hermione carrying brand new firebolts for each member. Bloody hell, mate. Ron hugged him, almost knocking Harry over. Neville and Ginny sat awestruck. Seamus was jumping up and down hollering. Natalie and Vicky laughed as they watched the others eventually walking over and hugging Harry to thank him. Ginny kissed his cheek, and to the amusement of everyone, so did Ron. Hermione studied Harry in this moment. He didn't boast, he truly thought his reward was in their happiness. The team had a renewed spirit and determination as they took the field. The game was very exciting, and Gryffindor played their best game ever. Hermione and Luna, along with all the others, were hoarse from all the screaming. It was after the game that things went wrong. As the crowd surrounded Harry, it also began to divide as a furious Malfoy stormed up. You think you can't be beat, don't you? Think it was a brilliant plan to buy the team a victory? Why not? You tried. Are you just mad because my attempt worked? Or is it because I used my inheritance of your family's money to buy them? Just shows who the better flyers are. You'll never be better than me, half-blood. No, I just keep beating you. And your father. How is he, by the way? Azkaban set him up in the penthouse suite, I hope. Whack. That was the only sound heard as Malfoy's fist collided with Harry's jaw. It was all the others needed, and next thing anyone knew, Ron was hitting Crabbe. Neville was beating up Goyle. Harry and Malfoy were trying to kill each other by sheer force. Luna and Hermione were trying to break it up when Pansy tried to stop them by pulling Hermione's hair, while Millicent punched Luna. Harry, Malfoy, and Ron were taking out years of hatred on each other's faces and were beginning to look terrible. Hermione, to everyone's shock, could throw an incredible left hook, and Luna shocked everyone by knowing karate. Every Slytherin and Gryffindor was in the mix by the time a professor could arrive. Lavender and Pavarti surprised everyone by taking a few hits and giving as good as they got. What in Merlin's name is going on down here? Every one of you better back off, or else you will face me every night for the rest of your stay here at Hogwarts. I said enough, as he pulled Malfoy and Harry apart. My house to the side. Now, it seems there is a problem here, Severus. Headmaster, it appears that a few students might have a disagreement they felt the need to resolve. I was about to find out the reason when you arrived. Maybe it is best if you tend to your students while Professor McGonagall tends to hers. Seething, he nodded and stepped over to the Slytherins. Now, Cho, it seems as head girl you may have seen what started this fiasco? Yes, sir. Would you care to tell me why you did not do more to stop this? It all happened so fast, sir, and by the time I could get near the students it was too dangerous as punches were flying every which way. I see. What did start this? Malfoy approached Harry, sir, and said he was trying to buy a win, giving the team new brooms. After a while something was said about his father and punches were thrown. Might you tell me who hit first? Malfoy, sir. Thank you, Ms. Chong. Now could you please help move the spectators along? Both head of houses had taken 200 points each, and everyone involved would have detention for a month. Malfoy would also have to miss the first Hogsmeade weekend. I just don't understand why he is the only one. You and I both know you insulted him first. I might be able to explain that. Cho was walking down the hall towards them. It seems that when asked by the headmaster what happened, I might have been vague in my description of what exactly happened. What did you say? Harry asked cautiously. It was brought to my attention later by Hannah that I wasn't very clear on who insulted whose father. It may appear that Malfoy insulted your father instead of the way I believe Professor Dumbledore interpreted it. She grinned evilly. Why, Cho, I never knew you had it in you. Harry smiled, putting an arm around her shoulder. I'm impressed, Cho. Just enough of the truth not to be in trouble. Like someone else we know. She exchanged a knowing glance with Harry. Cho was very observant. I am in Ravenclaw. We feel the need to know the headmaster well. I have learned from him, besides I still partially blame him for Cedric. This made the others chuckle, having Dumbledore played by his own game. I believe we owe you a thank you, Cho, maybe a butterbeer in Hogsmeade. You're on. I'll see you in the Three Broomsticks. This year sure is full of surprises. Harry said, taking Hermione by the waist. Have I told you lately that you have an extraordinary left hook? Not so bad yourself, slugger. Come on, we'll be late for detention. Detentions were brutal but fun since most of the house was there too. Sleep was short, but the hope of Hogsmeade and the Halloween feast kept them going. Finally the day had arrived. Harry looked to see Malfoy looking furious at being refused the right to attend. If looks could kill, half of the Gryffindor house would be dead. Harry was astonished to find that the Slytherins in the DA had no opinion in the matter and took neither side. He hoped that their attitude could influence others. As breakfast finished and friends talked excitedly, Harry's scar began to burn. He dropped his fork and grabbed his forehead. Harry, what is it? Ginny, go get Dumbledore. Hermione said, panicky. The pain was growing as Harry began to hear the evil crackle he had grown to hate. He was fighting to keep his shield up and ward off Voldemort's attempt, but he was tired from all the late-night detentions and was not holding out as long as he needed to. Harry, you have to keep fighting him. Think of us. He began to remember their time at the carnival. Their first kiss. How happy he was to hear her voice when he found himself in a room with Tonks. His shields were holding, but he couldn't keep it up. Voldemort wanted something from him. Information. He fought the urge to find out what. He could see Pettigrew and Bellatrix. They are planning an attack. His breath was short and labored. The pain was increasing as he lost the battle. Stop, students. Dumbledore looked at Hermione, trying to figure out the meaning as students were quickly leaving. Then it happened. Ah! It was the last, he yelled before passing out, falling under Voldemort's control. Harry, so glad you could call on me. Welcome. Chapter 11. Halloween. A loud explosion rang in the near-empty hall of Hogwarts. Screams could be heard as students began running into the castle after turning around halfway on the grounds. Professors began to fill the entrance, trying to understand their screams, knowing that Voldemort had begun an attack on Hogsmeade. As students walked joyfully through Hogsmeade laughing and enjoying the shops, an explosion occurred, throwing many into harm's way. A cold began to send shivers down many spines as a few of the DA instantly came into the center road, prepared to take a stand. They knew from the countless hours of practice Harry had enforced on them that Dementors were near. As the sky turned dark with the foul creatures that began to descend upon the students, a wave of silver took the skies as the DA began to produce their Patronus. Many were relieved when they began to notice Aurors and professors coming to their aid. Fighting bravely, though they knew in their hearts the battle for Hogwarts had begun. Ginny ran through the gates, hesitating as she saw the destruction caused. Shops were blown completely apart and students lay cluttered on the ground. She took a deep breath as she looked up and noticed the other end of the street. Walking calmly towards the town was hundreds of Death Eaters. Black robes blowing in the wind around them, wands drawn. She also noticed the group of DA students trying to hold off hundreds of Dementors. Screams could be heard as students could not be saved. She cringed at the thought as smoke burned her nostrils. She stood tensed as she felt a familiar fear rise in her. He was here. Voldemort was here. She could feel him. He wasn't close to the battle, probably watching from a safe distance. She did the only thing she could, a fight. She threw herself into the battle, helping the DA fight off Dementors as she dodged curses, occasionally throwing some in return. She was soon involved in a heated duel with a Death Eater as she rolled behind a display stand outside of a store for cover. She stayed low, only raising her wand just above the top as she muttered, "Stupefy." When there was no return fire, she peered over the edge to see that her target had been hit. She moved quickly to a group of students huddled in an alley. "I need you to run when I say go. Run as fast as you can to the castle. No matter what, don't stop running and don't look back. I can only hold them off for a few minutes." She saw the timid nods of their heads as she checked to see if the coast was clear. Seeing her chance, she yelled go and sprang out of her hiding place, throwing curses and hexes as fast as she could in every direction. She kept an eye on them as they ran along the stores. She tried to move with them, hoping to guard them until they were inside the gates. As the last one crossed, she began to advance to another group, repeating the action as many times as she could, trying to help as many students to safety as possible. She then ran to the nearest store, throwing open the door. Stupefy. She hit her target as the Death Eater performed the killing curse. Quickly thinking, she sent a shelf to deflect the jet of green light as the student fell to the ground in shock. Making her way through the store, she rounded up anyone she could find. I need you to calm down. You are about 500 paces from the gates. When I tell you to run, don't stop and don't look back. She didn't wait for their answer as a hex flew in the window. Thinking fast, she threw up her shield. Spotting the source, she began to throw curses as she forced the duel into the opposite direction from the gates. Go! Again, students began to run. Some pulled, others that were too afraid to react. As she turned to check on their progress, a yellow streak grazed her cheek and she bit her lip, trying not to yell out in pain as her cheek ripped open. Such a little girl to think she can beat me. The laugh was cold. Not so little. With this, she sent a body-binding spell, followed quickly by a cutting spell. The first one missed, but the Death Eater screamed as the cutting curse hit directly in his stomach. She swallowed hard, seeing his stomach split open to expose his guts. Bile rose as she knew by the way he fell. She had killed him. Gasping for breath, she fought to remain standing as the battle progressed, knowing she had to keep fighting. Gathering her strength, she continued to find more students near the edge of town. It was in her fourth store that she was hit from behind. She could hear a warning yelled as she felt her body crumble in pain from the Cruciatus curse. Knowing it was her screams she could hear and the taste of her own blood when she bit her cheek from her body jerking. As darkness was about to consume her, she suddenly felt the curse lift. Someone rushed to her aid, helping her sit up. She turned her head to see Dean in a heated duel with the Death Eater. Suddenly warmth spread throughout her body as the pain began to fade. Thank you, she said to a young boy that thought calmly enough to perform a healing spell. Feeling her strength return, she nodded and then rushed to fight beside Dean. Need a hand? He smirked at her comment, never taking his eyes off of the enemy. 3 more black robes approached as they continued to fight. Dean stupefied one as she thought quickly and conjured a steel wall cage for 2 of them as Dean caught the last one with the body-binding hex. Are you okay? He asked nervously, his voice full of fear as he embraced her. Spell known to make the blood ignite with fire and course through the body. The battle faded around her as she held Dean in her arms, rocking and crying for him to come back to her and not to leave her alone. Upon exiting the gates, Neville and Luna ran to the center of town to help the DA students, adding their Patronus to the mix. Out of the corner of their eye, they watched a mass group of Death Eaters advanced. Everyone remembered to fight back to back. Nothing fancy, just simple and accurate. Immediately they began to spread out, one fighting the Dementors as the other defended them. Luna and Neville instantly were thrown into a duel with 3 black-robed figures. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. Threw something into the group. Almost thrown off their feet from a small explosion, they stopped abruptly, dropping to the ground for cover. Standing to hear George yell, "Yes, it worked." "What the hell was that?" Smiling, the twin replied, "Just something Fred and I came up with. Quickly take some." He began putting them in Luna's pockets as he handed some to Neville for him to do the same. They work like Muggle grenades. Wait until you have a good group of them for the most effect. They're charmed only to explode forward, so you won't get any of the backlashes. Just pull the top and you have 3 seconds to toss the little bugger. He ducked as a green light flew over their heads.
Luna reacted instantly. Furnunculus.
As boils began to appear on the attacker's body, Neville conjured ropes quickly to bind him as he yelled in pain. The 3 then began to work together. Neville and Luna buying George time as he found groups of Death Eaters and tossing the magic grenade into their midst. Luna tried not to watch as their bodies went flying from being hit with different curses and hexes, sometimes causing body parts to go in other directions. She screamed as an arm flew at her and blood covered her robe. George yelled an apology as they continued their advance. They darted down an alley as their senses filled with a blood-curdling scream. Approaching as quietly as they could, they snuck upon a group of Death Eaters raping two young girls, throwing spells quickly as Luna ran to the victims. Oh, Merlin! She couldn't hold back the angry tears as she saw the girls fall covered in blood. The boys arrived to see they had been beaten badly and raped numerous amounts of times. One of them had a cut across their throat as they realized she was dead. Luna tried to shield the other girl while conjuring a blanket for her. The girl shook in fear. It's all right, we are the good guys. Luna began to cast all the healing charms she knew. I can't believe he was still doing that after she was already dead. Neville whispered to George, trying not vomit. I don't. Here, this is a port key to our shop in Diagon Alley. Use it to take her out of here. We have to get back. Seeing his chance to protect Luna, Neville responded immediately, Luna, you should go with her. A male will probably make her too scared. She nodded, trying to help the girl stand. George went to lend a hand, but the girl screamed as he touched her arm. Luna whispered, It's all right. He's trying to help us out of here. You want to leave, right? The girl nodded. All right. Let him help you stand and then we can go. I'll keep you safe. As the girl let George help her, Neville grabbed Luna into an embrace. Be careful. Stay inside and don't open the shop for anyone. We will come as soon as we can. I love you, Luna. I love you too. For the first time, she was unable to control the tears. Promise me you will stay alive. He stared in her eyes, trying to think of comforting words, not wanting to promise something he couldn't. I promise to fight with everything I have to come for you. He kissed her quickly as she reached for the trembling girl and grabbed the port key. Neville stared as he watched her disappear. Placing a hand on his shoulder, George offered assurances. At least this way she's safe, mate. With this, the boys turned and ran back towards the center of town. Fred, get back! Tonks and Remus yelled as a group of Death Eaters threw exploding curses in his direction. The order had been alerted and Apparat immediately into a full-blown battle. Remus and Tonks, moving on instinct, began to fight, coming up behind the main gathering of Death Eaters. They were tired and covered by filth and grime. Cut and bleeding, they continued to fight, trying not to worry about one another. An explosion had caught their attention as they turned to see Arthur fly into a nearby window. Remus ducked, covering his head for protection from flying glass as he aimed his wand, screaming, Stupefy. Despite the commotion and noise, they could hear Fred's screams of fear. Oh. In his need to reach his father, he had let his guard down and had attracted unwanted attention from a nearby group of enemy forces. Remus and Tonks had reacted first by warning him and next by throwing out curses of their own. Tonks threw as many impediment curses as she could at great speed, while Remus threw out Immobulus charms faster than one had ever seen. Remus running to Arthur and throwing Fred off of him brought Fred back to the current situation as he reached for his pocket, grabbing an object and throwing it into a newly approaching group of Death Eaters. As the object exploded, Remus checked Arthur's pulse, seeing that he was alive, quickly threw an emergency port key set up to send all the wounded Order members to Grimmauld Place for medical attention. What the hell was that, Fred? Tonks screamed as she reinforced her protection shield. Just something George and I whipped up in case we felt the urge to entertain some Death Eaters. He winked at her as he threw a cutting hex over her shoulder. Thanks for that back there, Mooney. No problem, kid. Just be careful and... Remus didn't finish as Tonks pushed him down to the ground as a green light passed over his head. Quickly thinking, Fred helped them up, shoving some of the grenades into their hands while explaining how to use them. With this, the three began to fight harder than ever, eventually losing each other as the fight became more brutal and most were forgetting about their wands and fighting hand to hand. Remus screamed as a sword sliced through his upper left arm and he was forced to battle with his right, using his left to duel with his wand. He fought hard and soon discovered himself cornered in an isolated area by 5 men in black robes and white masks. Breathing deeply as he landed backwards on his arse and realizing he had no hope of living. Dear Merlin, please protect the people I love. With this said, his memories began to flood his mind. Help him. An easy transformation after discovering the Wolfsbane potion. His first glance at Harry on the train. Why didn't you let me fight it? I would have thought that was obvious, Harry. Why? I assumed that if the Boggart faced you it would assume the shape of Lord Voldemort. I didn't think of Voldemort, I remembered those Dementors. That suggests that what you fear most of all is fear. Watching Harry's first game, I can hear Voldemort murdering my mum. Can you teach me? I heard my dad. You heard James? You didn't know my dad, did you? We were friends at Hogwarts. If you knew my dad, you must have known Sirius Black as well. Yes, I knew him. Or I thought I did. A silver stag shooting out of Harry's wand. Lupin, I want a word. Snape handed him a piece of parchment with the words of Messrs. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. I don't want to hear explanations. I happen to know this map was confiscated by Mr. Filch many years ago. Because those map makers would have wanted to lure you out of school, they'd think it extremely entertaining. Do you know them? We've met. Where is he? Sirius? I helped write it. I'm Moony. His front paw. Forgive me, Remus. Yes, your father was a stag when he transformed. That's why we called him Prongs. Moving in with Sirius. Greeting Harry at Privet Drive. Late night talks with Harry and Sirius in the kitchen. Christmas. No, there's nothing you can do, Harry. It's too late, Harry. He's gone. Dragging Harry away from the veil as he shed his own tears. Reading Sirius will. Finding Harry at Privet Drive near death. The one with the power to vanquish. Harry and Hermione hugging him as they learned he was Harry's new guardian. Showing Harry the house when he moved in, shopping with Harry and friends, Harry laughing. Harry kissing Hermione, Harry's birthday party. His first parental lecture. Telling Harry about the art of dating. Leaving Harry for the first time to go fight. Running to Harry across a crowded room, watching over him as he learned the spell could hurt his heart. Practical jokes with Tonks that they played on the kids. We just wanted to tell our parents. Hermione giving him a wink. The pride he felt as Harry shared his OWL results. Molly slapping Dumbledore. I don't need an oath or the order to help fight Voldemort. I have been doing it with Harry for almost 6 years now. My loyalty is to him. Dancing with Harry, Hermione, Tonks, and the Grangers. Harry being a kid. Kissing Tonks. Nice sheet, Moony. Sleep well? Ice cream with Tonks, Harry, and Hermione. Rescuing Kingsley. Don't you get it? He can't. If he speaks of it, he will be accepting it. It is what he doesn't want to do. The idea of losing you will be the end of his. I don't care. I'm falling in love with you, nymph. Bright lights. Being chained to a wall and tortured by Peter. Harry and Tonks saving him. Harry and Hermione under the shower head. I have only seen that kind of love once. With your parents. Harry exploding about all the things he missed out on in life. Going through Lily's trunk. Harry's new look. Tonks teaching him how to two-step. Harry and Hermione on the dance floor intoxicating the whole club. I asked for a more offensive role in this war. You tell Dumbledore to lift that ban. I mean it. I will rant and rave until it is done. He deserves that at least. Hearing Isabella's story. Telling Tonks how scared he was for Harry. Seeing Harry off to school. More battles. Hermione's birthday. Harry's smile. Locomotor mortis. Ron screamed as he kicked back his right leg, continuing to move forward through the mass of people. He dodged a yellow beam as a white one missed his left shoulder. Bloody hell. He quickly ducked behind an overturned cart of merchandise. Expecto Patronum. He called as yet another Dementor came close. He was bloody and tired. His leg was deeply wounded from a cutting spell. His arm ripped open as well. His eye was still weary after a conjunctivitis curse and his ankle sprained. How the hell does Harry do this every year and survive? As another masked figure approached, he threw a left punch and a right jab. Quickly he summoned a near piece of broken wood and swung it like a bat. He watched as another Death Eater fell unconscious. He was desperately trying to find his sister and still found no sign of her. He had hoped she remained in the castle but knew in his heart he would not be so lucky. As he ran past an alleyway, he was launched backwards by an explosion. Picking himself up, he soon found a hand helping him. Fred. Quickly he wrapped his arms around his brother. What the hell was that? A grenade, sort of. George and I made them after seeing it in a Muggle movie. Here, take these. He explained how to use them, and soon they were walking down the middle of the street in Hogsmeade, throwing them left and right, as many as they could, while dodging hexes and people as they made their way. Ron cast a stunning spell as he twirled around, arm extended to knock out another masked figure. Bugger. I'm out. Ron, do you have any more? Gee, Fred. Do you see me a little busy? With this he threw another punch and uppercut, shocked that his brother clearly was clueless to him fighting off two enemies. Sorry, need a hand? Fred yelled as he banished a third. As the second one finally fell to the ground, Ron rolled his eyes. I think it's a bit late to offer, don't you? Surprised that they could till find some humor, they stopped for Fred to do a few small healing charms. Thanks, Duck. Fred barely moved in time as a green light flew over him. Ron sneered. Malfoy. Before Fred could stop him, Ron had leaped over two lifeless bodies and was in a full-fledged duel with Draco Malfoy. Fred leapt forward, tackling Crabbe to the ground. He rolled off of him shouting, Incarcerus! What is the problem, Weasel? Nothing, as long as you can handle being a ferret. You'll pay for all the times you have said that to me. Not yet. Maybe your sister would like to meet up with an old friend. You leave her out of this, Malfoy, or you'll what? Crucio. Ron watched as the beam hit Malfoy in the chest. He didn't hold the spell long, but the damage was done. He had used an unforgivable curse. If it wasn't for the green jet of light headed at him, he would have probably passed out or thrown up. He continued to fight and throw spells faster than he had ever done before. He fed off all the anger he had ever felt towards his opponent while secretly wanting to berate himself for doing the unthinkable. He didn't want to go to Azkaban. He'll be fine. I know, but I know he's going to want to go as soon as he wakes up. It's the reason he has been training so hard. Perhaps you are right, Miss Granger, but I am afraid that part of my deal with Harry was he had to wait until both Remus and I agreed he stood a chance. Laughing tiredly, she shook her head. Do you really think that will stop him? She watched him look at her curiously. For starters, it's not in him to sit by and not do it. That is why he asked for a more offensive role. Secondly, he's a mage and has more resources, so are you, but let's call a spade, Professor. He's more powerful than even you. If he wants to go fight, he will, whether you approve or not. With this, Hermione turned back to Harry, whispering please for him to wake. Just when she was beginning to settle in, he opened his eyes. Harry, better? Yeah. Looking around his atmosphere, he asked, hospital wing? Where else can you get me as a personal nurse and your very own wing named after you? She smiled as she kissed him, brushing his hair off his face. Is it over? No, Harry, they're still fighting, she said as quiet as possible. Harry, I need you to listen to me, okay? He looked at her with his eyes full of concern. I love you more than anything, and I am begging you not to go out there. I know what you are thinking, and you are probably right, but you promised Remus and Dumbledore you would wait until they approved it. And I am scared to lose you. I don't want you in harm's way. But I also know that there will never be a fight I would think you are fully ready for. She took a deep breath. So whatever you decide to do, I'll go with you. She kissed him deeply. Me. It was in his eyes. Okay, let's go to Hogsmeade. Drink this and this. Any ideas how to get around the big guy? A few. He smiled as he told her the plan to disillusion themselves and apparate into the center of the village. I love you. I would like you to agree to stay here. I'd know you were safe. Harry, I know we do this together like always. Just promise to come back to me. I can't lose you. Only if you promise to come back to me. He kissed her like their lives depended on it. They made it safely to the gate just as they saw Dumbledore running out the main doors in search of them and apparat away. As soon as they appeared, Hermione disillusioned herself, almost invisible, sending out hexes as fast as she could. She tried staying as close to Harry as possible, but soon realized that something had caused Harry to go sprinting into a throng of Death Eaters. Horror appeared as she saw Remus laying on the ground with his hands over his face, trying not to see the bright green light heading directly. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. Shielding her eyes from the dust, she saw Isabella standing before her. I thought I might help. With a smile, she and her mentor faced their enemies with renewed vigor. Swinging the sword over his head, he brought it down into the masked figure's chest. His body ached as he continued to fight both physically and magically. His calf was ripped open, exposing the bone as it bled continuously. Smoke seared his lungs, making it hard to breathe. Death filled his senses. Anger fueled his fight. Tom was here, he just couldn't find him. Why hadn't he shown himself? Why hadn't he come for him? This is what this fight was about. He dove forward out of the path of a killing curse. Is this the only curse they know how to throw at me? Once again he summoned the ropes to bind his enemy. His heart longed for some sign of Hermione. He had lost her after she saved Remus. His anger boiled to the surface along with his deepest fears when he saw her apparate in front of the killing curse. He thought his worst nightmare had come true. It was not the time to argue though, he had to fight. He had to face his destiny. So he had turned away and fought. He was fighting with skill and purpose, desperately trying not to kill. He wanted this war to end, but he did not want to be a murderer, not if he could help it. That fate was reserved for one purpose, one person, one soul. Coming through the gates, Dumbledore's heart soared with pain at the sight before him. Ginny in the middle of a war zone screaming as she held on to Dean Thomas, doing the only that he knew to do to keep her safe. He quickly went to her, placing a port key on her and Dean's body, sending them into the hospital ward. He paused only briefly to see his students fighting with bravery that he had seen in so few. But they were weakening. The battle had been going on for too long, their innocence being taken. His skin crackled with magical force as he began to duel. Many faced him and many fell. He was the only one their master feared. With his eyes glowing like fire, he took them down one by one. Years of anger being his source of power, stopping only briefly to place portkeys to those that needed them. He had one goal in this fight: to protect Harry. He needed to protect Harry. He was their only chance. Sensing Harry's power, he apparat to him. Harry was startled to see the headmaster appear at his side. With one brief look they understood what the other needed. Together they fought, they maimed, they hunted. They each had one target: Voldemort. His cackle filled the air. Such fools, imbeciles, think they can defeat me. The almighty Dumbledore is using children now. Pathetic, weak. Look how they scurry like common rats. Ah, there she is. She does have that Gryffindor spirit, does she not? I so enjoyed meeting her when she was younger. He looked down upon the battle as she fought. A strange look focused in his eyes. He gave the signal for more Death Eaters to join the fight. He had spent his time well. His numbers were in the thousands now. Victory was fast approaching. She has become quite the dueler, has she not? Tell me, Wormtail, did she have that same spirit when she was younger? Yes, my lord. The Weasley girl has always been able to match her brothers. Oh look, she's crying over the death of that boy. He was not what she needed anyways. Good riddance. Master, you speak of her with affection. Crucio. Wormtail, you will learn that I have no affection for anyone. It is mere intrigue I see in her, and it is none of your business. Wormtail tried to stand as the curse was released. I'm sorry, Master, I spoke without your permission. Do try to remember that. Now look at this. He pointed towards Hermione fighting. Where did such power come from? He watched and then saw Potter. This can't be. How? Why didn't someone tell me he is a mage? How can you all miss that piece of information? Ah, she seems to be as well. Bella. Yes, Master, I want her now. She bowed and left to go retrieve Hermione Granger. Now to deal with Potter. Harry sent more stupefy spells as he continued to battle a Death Eater. As the Death Eater fell, Harry spun quickly. Voldemort. Just then he saw Dumbledore looking alert as well, until they found him, leaning casually against the post outside one of the shops about 100 paces away. It seems there have been some new developments in your life, Potter. That it an enormous amount of power for a child. Although the other is very pretty. Stay away from her, Voldemort. You still have no respect for your elders, do you, boy? Hasn't that muggle-loving fool taught you anything? Why, yes, I have, Tom. Dumbledore, his voice was full of hate. Why do you continue to get in my way? Weren't you taught it is rude? Always trying to protect your little pet. Just a waste of time. I will kill him, Dumbledore. Don't ever think otherwise. Well, you will have to go through me, Tom. And even then, I do not believe you can kill him. He's better than you, Tom, we both feel it. Shut up. Shut up, you old fool. Avada Kedavra. With that began the battle between Voldemort and Harry as Dumbledore fought to keep Voldemort's groupies at bay. The lights flared, the ground rattled, dirt was flying in the wind, and the power the two shone was enough to make almost everyone stop and look. Time seemed to slow as Harry dodged green lights and conjured knives. He was tired and his body hurt, but he wanted this to end and fought with more strength than he thought he had. He kept Hermione at the front of his mind next to Sirius and his parents. At least you have learned a few more spells, boy. This makes it much more interesting than you hiding behind a tombstone. Don't you agree? Why must you always feel the need to chat, Tom? Dirt. With this he operated away along with his Death Eaters. Harry fell to his knees in exhaustion as the red sun set. Smoke continued to fill the air. Destruction at every glance. Harry? Dumbledore waited as he laid a hand on his shoulder. He frowned as Harry flinched from pain. How bad are you hurt, Harry? I'll be fine. Hermione. With this Harry began to search the streets and the bodies looking for her. Hermione. Hermione. Where are you? Voldemort. He began frantically searching. Fred. Have you seen Hermione? No, not for a while. Glad you're okay, mate. I have to find her. Dumbledore approached and told Fred of Voldemort's threat. Harry was frantic and feared the worst. Tears fell from his eyes as he continued to search. Soon he found Cho. Have you seen Hermione? He asked again with fear in his eyes. I'm sorry, Harry. The last time I saw her was over that direction. But she wasn't looking too good. She was growing tired and weak. Color drained from his face. Fred tried to comfort him. We'll find her, mate. Don't worry. We'll find her. Harry turned and continued searching.
Luna.
Open up. Luna opened the door and jumped into Neville's arms, kissing him with more passion than he had even heard about. I'm sorry. I was just so scared. The sun was setting and I still hadn't seen you or Gigi George and Sho, it's okay. You're safe. I'm here. He held her in the doorway as she cried. She pulled back after a while. She's hurt bad. Can we take her to a doctor now? I did what I could, but she just keeps bleeding and he pulled her back to him as she began to cry again. I know, dear. He could not take that loss now. I did not witness this kind of fear or weakness during his battle with Tom. I can only imagine how much worse it might be if we do not find her. She is the other part of his soul. Tonks had a tear in her eye as Kingsley whispered his need to start a search party at once. Albus. Where is Isabella? She is safe. I would feel it if she was harmed. I believe she is probably in the hospital wing assisting Poppy. She is very good at healing. A hesitant smile showed on his face. That is where Hermione drained herself of her magic during an extremely long Cruciatus curse. She is fine now and helping in the hospital wing with me. She is extremely worried over Harry and his safety. Please let him know. I will not be able to keep her here much longer. With all my love, Nymphadora, we must find Harry and let him know Hermione is safe. She nodded and then ran in the opposite direction to search for him. Harry. She paused for an answer. Harry. Tonks. Over here she heard Arthur, who had operated back. Have you found her? She simply nodded. Molly and Remus are with him, trying to keep him from going after Voldemort. Is she?
DD2.
Tonks quickly shook her head.
No.
No, she's fine. Drained her magic and took a long Cruciatus is all we know, but she is fine and helping Madame Pomfrey. Isabella sent word when she heard the fighting stop. She said we need to let Harry know soon because Hermione is almost ready to overtake her and come here. Arthur smiled. Those two. Yeah, Dumbledore said that she was the other part of his soul. They both looked deep in thought for a moment. Guess you better take me to him. Arthur noticed her limping and took her arm. Harry. The sight that she saw would haunt her for many nights' sleep. The pain and fear in his eyes were too much for anyone to see. Arthur gave her hand to Remus as she knelt in front of Harry. Hey kiddo, she's safe. All eyes were on her as Harry's head shot up. Isabella sent word. She is safe and waiting for you at the hospital wing. Seeing the panic in his eyes, she added, she's just helping. She's not injured. Harry stood and hugged Tonks. He took a long look at his family. When his eyes reached Remus's, it only took a nod from Remus. Harry ran faster and harder than he ever had in his life, fueled on joy and anxiety alone. How many? Minerva? 27 dead, 200 are injured with 75 being severe and critical, and 3 are missing. Albus's head shot up. Missing? We need to alert the Aurors at once. Are you sure they weren't portkeyed away by an Auror or Order member? None that I have spoken with, sir. We did find an earring by one body. I fear it might belong to Miss Lovegood. Has Miss Lovegood been accounted for? I'm afraid not, Albus. Her voice quivered as she spoke. I believe, Professors. George continued running until he reached them. Mr. Weasley, what may I help you with? Still gasping for air, he told them about the two girls and how he and Neville convinced Luna to take the emergency portkey to safety. That was very wise of you, George. Had Mr. Longbottom gone to retrieve them? Yes, sir, about 10 minutes ago. I promised to find one of you and let you know. Might I suggest Madame Pomfrey, Professor McGonagall, or even a member of St. Mungo's go with you, sir? The girl was in bad shape, and I am sure she will not take kindly to any blokes. That is wise, George. I assume this portkey took them to WWW's. Yes, sir. We will go find our students then, and I believe the Order is in need of assistance. With this, the three departed. Holding her as close to him as he could, Remus continued talking to Tonks quietly in her ear. I was so worried, Nymph. When we got separated and... Remus, I love you. I'm fine, all of us are fine. I love you. I love you. They could hear the Weasleys talking amongst themselves and hugging their children as they were found one by one. But neither broke from the other's grasp or wanted their softly whispered words to end. It was until they both began to feel all their aches and pains set in did they loosen their holds on one another. We should check on Harry and Hermione. Staring into her eyes, he leaned in and kissed her. They only stopped when whoops and whistles filled the silence in the air. Guess we forgot about the Weasleys. She laughed as her face reddened and she hung her head against his chest. He forced his legs to run harder, praying that he could be a bit faster, prayed that she really was safe. He screamed as the pain shot through his legs as he climbed another staircase, taking 2 steps at a time. As he turned into the last corridor, he heard the voice that sounded like a phoenix song to his heart. Harry. Hermione was running to him with everything in her. As their arms reached around each other's, they fell to their knees, weak but shedding tears of joy. I was so scared. I was scared, Mione. I couldn't find you, and I know. I was scared too, and I found myself in the hospital wing, and I couldn't stop thinking of what if. He kissed her face and her tears.
Infine.
No worse off than any other time. Oh, Harry. It was with this that everything she felt broke inside of her, and she cried hysterically as they clung together in the middle of corridor. He pulled back just enough when he heard her trying to tell him something. I felt him, she stated in almost a horrified whisper. You what? I felt him. I just knew when he got there. It was colder, and I felt you. She never finished as his lips found hers. They drank each other in with more love than ever before. All the fear, worry, and hurt they felt, the aches and pains that were setting into their bodies, the relief that the other was safe, their love. They slowly broke apart but continued staring into the other's eyes as Remus called to them. Mione squeezed his hand, gently letting him know she was fine. Both were engulfed into Remus and Tonks' embraces as they turned to face them. Hermione looked up hesitantly at Remus. I guess I owe you one. That was an incredible thing you did, Hermione. Harry can't lose you. Her voice weaker as the last word was uttered, and she stared down at her feet. Eyeing Harry over her head, he saw the fear in Harry. I feel as if it is you he cannot lose. Pulling her into a hug, he whispered into her ear. Thank you for saving my life. Please be patient with him. I have never seen such fear in someone before. Hermione, still looking at her feet, nodded her head as she wiped away a tear. Tonks took Remus's hand, guiding him in another direction so that Harry and Hermione could talk. Harry approached her hesitantly, afraid she would disappear. He placed a hand gently on her shoulder, pleading silently for her to turn around. She leaned into his body, pleading to be able to keep standing. Are you hurt?
No.
Are you? Just the usual. Me. Harry, I know we need to talk, but can we just for right now just not talk? He nodded his head against hers. Silence engulfed them as they listened to each other breathe. Both lost in thoughts of guilt and relief. Chapter 12. Future Found in Dreams. As the sun rose on November 1st, the cries of mourning could be heard. Students gathered together for support and comfort. Many were scared, many were injured, and many were dead. Not sure of what to do to help Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Luna surrounded Ron as he held a grieving Ginny in his arms. Her tears had yet to cease, and she refused to leave Dean's body. The Weasleys sent word to Charlie, hoping that once again he could perform another miracle and reach her, wherever her mind had retreated to. "Ginny, please eat something," Mrs. Weasley begged, still receiving no reaction from her baby girl. So they continued to take turns holding her and comforting her. Sleep finally began to take Ron as he passed her to Bill, who gently took his place, rocking his sister in his arms. "I'm headed to the dorm. I'll come back as soon as I can." He hugged his parents as he turned towards the door. Harry and Hermione fell into step behind him. "All right, mate. Tired? You know she hasn't acted like this since the chamber." Harry and Hermione shared worried glances behind him as he walked. "She never would tell me what happened. I guess she didn't trust me to be able to help her. I guess she was right. I can't." "Ron, you are doing everything for her you can. She's just been through a very traumatic experience. She will come around. She's a Weasley, and you have more strength than any family I know. You all will help her, I know it. Just give her time. She loves you and will talk about it when she is ready. If she knew what I did, she probably wouldn't feel that same about me." "What are you on about, Ron?" Harry asked, curious and cautiously. Ron sighed deeply. "I guess you'll eventually find out anyways. I'm probably going to be carted off to Azkaban any day now." Euston forgivably and Malfoy. He wouldn't look at his friends' faces, afraid of the hate he was sure to find there. "Is that all? That's what you are worried about?" Ron and Hermione both shot their heads up at Harry's nonchalant manner. "Hell, I'm not there, and people are dying to get me carted off. Don't sweat it, mate. It's a war. You did what you had to do to defend yourself. Besides, brooding is my gig, funny is yours." Time seemed to stand still as the trio stared at each other. It was only when Hermione started laughing that silence was broken. "Hermione? Hermione? What is so funny?" She couldn't help it. She just kept laughing, and soon the three friends stood in the corridor laughing at nothing and laughing at everything. They knew it seemed wrong, but the tension was there, and for now this was their release. Grief and pain did that sometimes. It found unusual outlets to clear your soul. It was almost a day later when the group awoke from their restless sleep. Ron showered and returned to his rightful place with his family and took his sister back into his arms. Hermione and Harry leaned against their favorite tree by the lake, not saying much but letting the silence say it all. Dumbledore had spoken to the student body like he had done after Cedric's death. The halls were lined in black. Dean's family were on their way. Students still cried for the lost and injured, and some screamed in terror during the dead of night. Many students were still giving their view on the events in Hogsmeade to the Ministry. As the wind blew against their skin, Hermione slowly and shakily began to talk to Harry. "I took a life, Harry. A human life. I feel so vile. We can never go back, can we? This is what Mrs. Weasley was worried about, wasn't it? Us losing ourselves to the darkness of war." Harry wrapped his arms tighter around her small frame. They both seemed much frilier, having not slept well or eaten in a couple of days. "I don't know how you can still look at me. I close my eyes and immediately see the blood on my hands. I can't get rid of the image. It haunts me even as I am awake. How do we go on from this and still find happiness to live for?" Harry took deep breaths. "I am not sure, me. I tell myself I did it for the good, to keep people safe. But I know in my mind that I took one step closer to becoming him." "Harry, please don't talk like that. You are not him, you can never be him. You love too much to become that." "He said that to me in the chamber." Seeing her confusion, he told her about his conversation with the young Tom Riddle. "He said there's strange likenesses between us. Both half-bloods, both orphans raised by muggles, even our looks. Now we have both cast unforgivables and taken lives." Tears stung his eyes. Fear filled his heart, afraid that this would be the time that Hermione could not forgive him or understand. This would be the time she left. He waited with bated breaths as the silence surrounded his revelation. Slowly she turned to face him. Here it comes. This is when she tells me it is all too much and not worth it. Harry, that all may be true, but you are forgetting what makes you so different than him. So much more than him. You feel the guilt and the sadness. You feel badly for those you have hurt even when they are your enemy. And you have love and forgiveness. I love you, Harry James Potter. I have loved you since I was 11 years old, and I am going to love you until I take my last breath. And even then I will find a way to still love you no matter where the afterlife takes me. This is what keeps you different. This is what makes you, you. This is what makes you the man I love. The man I would give my life for. Weakly and shaking his voice interrupted her. Me. Pel, please don't. Please stop. He took a breath, trying to gain his confidence to speak. I don't want you to give your life for me. I want you to be my life. I couldn't do this without you. He had his hands on the sides of her face and his fingers grabbed handfuls of her hair, as if holding on for dear life. You are the only reason I keep going, you're the reason I fight to breathe every day. Don't leave me, please, I am begging you to not leave me. His cries became his chant as he begged and held on to her, as if he were dying as the tears flowed from both of their eyes. This is the time they granted themselves. This moment of pleading and forgiving. This moment of holding on to each other and forgetting that their time may not be as long as they prayed for. This time was theirs. Ron continued to hold Ginny until the door burst open and Charlie came running towards her. Fear written in his face. His mother briefly recounted the events and who Dean had become to the youngest Weasley. Quietly hugging his mother and father and patting his brother's shoulders as he made his way to the still crying sister. He spoke more gently than anyone could have imagined coming from a dragon handler. Ginny girl. He paused, holding his breath and silently praying that his luck to reach his sister still held. He had a hard time looking at her so distraught and not seeing his little sister barely walking, trying to get his attention while her pigtails bounced with each step. This was a woman in love and suffering heartbreak like none of them had known before. Carefully he crouched in front of her and tilted her chin to meet his eyes. Ginny girl. It's Charlie? Can you hear me? Please. I need to see you look at me. Slowly, to everyone's amazement, she turned her eyes to look in his as more tears began to fall from her eyes. It was now that Harry and Hermione walked into to witness this exchange between siblings. They watched as Charlie seemed to read her thoughts. He kept his hands on her face, drawing circles at the back of her neck. Oh, Ginny girl. I'm so sorry. Please talk to me. You loved him, didn't you? The group held their breath as Ginny began to respond for the first time in days by simply nodding, trying to control her tears and her fears. He was the one, wasn't he? She nodded and took a deep breath as she began sobbing out loud for the first time. Charlie, working on instinct, quickly embraced her into his arms, letting her sobs be as loud as they needed to be, letting her use all his strength that he could give her. Mrs. Weasley gasped as Ginny threw her arms around Charlie, holding him as tightly as she could, afraid to let go. This was the first movement she had made since the incident. Not knowing how long she would remain like this, Bill gently brought a chair over to Charlie and helped him to take a seat without letting her go. It seemed to be understood that this was time to leave them alone as the Weasleys retreated to the corridor outside the hospital wing with Harry and Hermione. Bill was the first to speak. I'll never understand their connection. But I am thankful at least one of us has it with her. Will she be all right? Mr. Weasley hugged his oldest son. I think she will. After everything she has been through, she will survive this too. She has her whole family and all of her friends here to help. With this, their waiting began unknown that a shadow watched over them from behind the curtains, watching through the windows of the doors as Ginny cried on Charlie's shoulder. The week after was the hardest on everyone in attendance of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the day of memorial services. The Great Hall was still draped in black as 6 caskets lined the front of the hall. Ginny had to be sedated by Madame Pomfrey, and Charlie had to practically carry her to her chair. The Thomas family had asked her to sit next to them, knowing the joy that she had brought to Dean's life, along with the rest of the Gryffindor's 6th years. What bothered Harry the most was knowing this was the first of many loses. The battle had begun and his greatest fear was in his ability to stop it. As if Hermione could read his thoughts, she squeezed his hand, lending support. Days turned into weeks. Life began to move on for most. Some still grieved. Some trained harder. Each dealt with the hand that was played as well as they could. The teachers tried to sympathize to the best of their abilities and still teach class, but some days were harder than others. They tried not to be too hard on the students that would break down and have to leave class. Hermione worried. She knew Ginny had left in hysterics more times than she attended. Several evenings she had begun to stroll the halls looking to comfort her best friend, to find that she could not be found. Charlie had not told what Ginny had told him that day in the hospital, nor did he tell about her experience with Tom Riddle. The trio waited for her to return to the common room every night. Every night she would walk by without a word. Tonight it would be different. Ron was by her side. Please, Gin. I love you and I just want to help you. I know I was a prat about Dean, but I knew you loved him very much. Ginny continued to stare, not meeting their eyes, until Harry spoke. Ginny, we want to help. She glared at them. You want to help. How can you help me? In all your glorified powers of a mage, can you bring him back? Can you bring back the one person I felt loved by more than anyone? Can you tell me how it is to feel this way? No. You can't say yes as you stand there holding Hermione's hand, can you, Harry? Tell me, how do you look in the mirror and know you took a life? Because I can't. I can't do it, and my strength is lying in a casket beneath the earth. So can you help me? Do you really need an answer to that? Harry stood there in horror. It was Hermione who spoke. Ginny, we can't change what happened, but we can help you cope with it. We all have to live with the decisions we made on Halloween. You are not the only one who had to see blood on their hands. How dare you think you are the only one to grieve for what happened? He was our friend too. How do you think Seamus feels right now? We cared for him and we all have blood on our hands. Do you think there is not a night I shut my eyes and not see the stains? But you make your family and friends worry to death about you, as well as having their own demons to deal with. I'm not sure what happened to you with Riddle, but I will tell you this. Grow up. We all had to do the most unimaginable things that day to save our lives, and I will be damned if you blame Harry for your loss. Dean chose to fight. Dean chose to protect you, and Dean would not want you to be throwing your life, family, and friends away. I'll be understanding to a point, but hell will freeze over before you take this out on anyone else. That I love. Ron and Harry stared as Hermione ranted to Ginny. Ginny had a stunned expression as tears left tracks on her cheeks. Hermione wasn't sure what had come over her, but knew that Ginny had been coddled enough. If this did not snap her out of it, nothing would, and then they would have to deal with more loss. She would not lose Ginny to grief, not if she could help it. With this, Hermione turned and left for her dorm room, calling goodnight to the others over her shoulder. Training was hard. It drained most of them. Their bodies ached. But they would not give up. Now more than ever, people knew how important it was to learn. The DA worked just as hard too. Many trying to work out their fears and grief, some more determined. But they worked and they formed bonds that only came with combat. Hermione had overheard Blaise singing as he left Advanced Dada one day. It was only then she had told him that she had sung with her cousin's band before entering Hogwarts, and that she still frequently wrote her songs. Harry was amazed that none of them had known this side of Hermione. She also told him that the letter this summer was to say her cousin would be in town over the Christmas break and wanted her to attend the performance. They would be debuting the new song she had written. Since then, Harry often found Blaise and Hermione discussing music. He enjoyed seeing her smile that way as she discussed her passion. He loved that she could still surprise him after 6 years. Life was still going on everywhere he looked. He still worried about Ginny. She kept her distance but opened a little more each time they talked. No one knew where she went, but she had reassured them she was not alone and had been talking through her grief. Now he just had to wait for the other shoe to drop. The shoe dropped in the beginning of December when Ron was called to help the Order on a mission as Harry and Hermione waited for his return. I don't know, maybe we should have joined. Then I wouldn't feel so helpless. I could be there helping. Hermione, we made a choice. Besides, I feel better with you being here where I know you are safe. He regretted that the moment the words left his mouth. Her eyes held fire as she turned towards him. What is that supposed to mean, Harry? Me, it just means that I would be worried about you if you were out there and not here with me. Don't you realize how petrified I was that day? Do you even realize how close you came to dying? He knew this would be the moment he had been dreading. I know exactly what I did. I did it for you. For me? You nearly got yourself killed and you say it was for me? Yes. For you. I didn't want you to lose another parental figure, Harry. You had been through so much, I just wanted to protect you. From what? He knew that the entire common room was witnessing this fight. At the moment, his only thought was on how stupid she was behaving. She only thought about ungrateful he was acting. Is this your idea of a prank? Do you not realize I thought you had died? You jumped in front of an Avada Kedavra, Hermione. Don't you get it? If you had been wrong, you would be dead. Dead. Hermione. As in not here with me. She walked slowly towards him. Harry, I wasn't wrong. You could have been. She laughed nervously. Have you forgotten, Mr. Potter, that I am the know-it-all of the group? I am never wrong. She bit her lip, hoping that she had managed to lighten his mood. We agreed to fight together. This means that we may not both make it. It also means doing anything to save the other. I've never told you anything but the truth, Harry. I would give my life for your happiness and health. He grabbed her face in his hands. Fury still in his eyes, but fading to love. Don't you get it? You are everything. As long as you are there, I can lose everyone else, including Remus and Ron. But not you. Not you, me. You're my everything. I don't know how to live or breathe without you. I nearly died the moment I saw you do that. My heart stopped beating. She was crying in huge sobs as he spoke. You are what I fight for. Without you, I am ready to be with my parents and Sirius. Don't you get it? It's you, only you. Tears placed tracks down his face as he held her for life. She sobbed, feeling everything he felt through their link. He had somehow transferred those feelings to her. But she still found the strength to tell him the truth. Pulling back slightly, she rubbed his cheek with her thumb. I still won't sit back and not fight, Harry. He nodded with his forehead against her forehead. He knew he could not stop her, but that didn't lessen the fear anymore either. I will promise not to be so reckless, though. I truly believed I was trying to save your happiness. I love you, Harry James Potter. More than I can ever tell you. She stepped back into his embrace as he remained silent as they waited for Ron's safe return. For days people could feel the tension passing between Harry and Hermione. It had been their first fight and most didn't believe they would fight. After all, they were the perfect vision of happiness. But deep down, Harry and Hermione both knew that things had changed between them. He had confessed his feeling to her, and the words haunted her thoughts. She had felt his pain and anger over her action. But how could she not fight? How could he not fight? The fear of losing the other to a reckless act fed their worst fears. This strained their relationship until they could figure out their feelings. Ron felt the tension the most. He often left to seek out Vicky. One night, he returned to the common room devastated. Everything okay, mate? Ron simply flung himself onto the couch next to them and shook his head no. Did something happen with Vicky? Yes, she broke it off with me. Said that it was too much for her to deal with, knowing that I would put myself at such risk for Harry. Sorry, not your fault. It was just more reality than she is ready to deal with. I'll be alright, but for now I think I'm gonna catch some much-needed sleep. I'll see you in the morning. Hermione forced herself to look at Harry. Is this what is going to happen to us? Shocked, Harry answered. Is that what you believe? Is it what you want? Do you regret becoming involved with me?
No.
Harry, that is the last thing I want. This tension between us. It will pass, right? Her hope was wavering and she needed reassurance. Me, that is the last thing I want. I just don't know what to do. The fact you nearly died haunts me. I wake up screaming for you. I'm sorry if I made you think I didn't want to be with you. I thought you were having second thoughts. Me? I thought you couldn't come to terms with me not wanting to be left out. I thought you were mad at me. I'm sorry. I should have known you would blame yourself. Can you just come here? She slowly put her books away and slid towards his awaiting arms. She felt at home and peaceful for the first time in days. So, I guess we survived our first fight. Guess so. Are we fine now? As long as you are with me, I am. Things were getting better. They sat in contented silence watching the fire. We should head to bed. Harry, will you hold me tonight? I don't want to see the things I see when my eyes close. Sure me, come on. I'll go in first to make sure that all the other blokes are asleep. He held her hand as they crossed over to his bed, where they both immediately fell into each other's arms. Tonight maybe he could sleep. Tonight maybe he wouldn't wake up wondering if she was still alive. Tonight he felt safe. Time continued to move and students continued to heal. Harry and Hermione knew they shouldn't but continued to sleep in each other's arms every night. It was the only way they felt safe. The guys didn't mind and never said anything about Hermione sneaking up there each night. On one occasion they were glad she was there. Seamus had woken up screaming for Dean, which led to him having a panic attack. They were glad a female was there to help soothe him. Guys just didn't have the same touch as a female when it came to comfort. The Christmas holidays were fast approaching, and with each day more students fell back into a depression. More staying at Hogwarts than ever before. Muggleborns especially. They feared this would lead to an attack on their families. Harry was actually looking forward to returning. This was the first year he had ever had a home to return to. Although thoughts of last Christmas with Sirius haunted his dreams, he was able to smile remembering the good times. Hermione woke Ron and Harry early knowing they still needed to pack before the train left. She quickly headed over to Ginny's dorm to find her nowhere. She worried when the roommates told her Ginny had not returned last night, and that it was not uncommon since Dean's death. The boys came down to find Hermione sitting on their favorite couch deep in thought, biting her lip. Me? Gillu? Anyone there? Ron's attempt to stifle a laugh brought her back to reality. What? Sorry, I was thinking about Ginny. What about her? I went to wake her so she could pack, and her roommates informed me she didn't come back last night and that it happened more than I care to admit. Where is she? Where does she go? I do not know, Ron. They sat there looking defeated until Harry leapt up and darted up the stairs. Upon his return he held a huge smile on his face. Sometimes I can be so brilliant. He laughed as his best friends rolled their eyes. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. Grins broke out on their faces as they realized what he was holding. The Marauders map. Students gathered in the entrance hall to pass on their heartfelt goodbyes to one another. Hermione noticed Ginny seemed to be lost in her own world again as she stoically said her goodbyes. Throughout the carriage ride she stared blankly out the window. Several attempts had been made to discourage her mood, but none were successful. The group of friends were lucky to find their favorite compartment empty and quickly stowed away their trunks. The train ride was no different from any other trip except the movement of students who drifted in and out of each other compartments. Several people stopped in to say hi, and to Harry's surprise Blaise did as well, along with 3 fifth-year Slytherins. During that time is when things took a wrong turn. Neville stood as he saw the figure opening the door. I must say that this is an interesting sight. Zabini with the Mudblood, Weasel, and of course Potty. Tell me, Blaise, how much have you sold out for? Shove it up your arse, Malfoy. I do have to deal with these people in class. I put up with you, so it's not that much different. Watch yourself, Blaise. The dungeons can be dangerous some nights. Are you threatening me? Of course not. But you must realize what this looks like. What else is your housemates supposed to think when you run around with this lot? You think we didn't see you? You think we don't know about where your loyalties lie? Harry stood and stepped right up to Draco's face. What are you going to do about it, Malfoy? Run tell your half-blooded master? Watch yourself, Potter. Malfoy sneered, taking a step even closer to Harry. You think I am scared by you? A little snot-nosed prat? Why don't you go ask him as you bow down, kissing his robe? Seeing the look in his eyes encouraged Harry to keep talking. Yes, Malfoy, I know. I know that you bend down to the floor, level with the dirt, and kiss the hem of his robes. I'd also bet that you stand right between Wormtail and the Lestranges. Ah, I see I'm spot on. Good. Harry leaned right next to Malfoy's ear and whispered, Go back to your sandbox, Malfoy. I know more about your little family than you probably. You can't play with the big boys. You are too scared. Your face gives it all away. You're shaking just knowing that I know that much. Go away, ferret, before I show you something you can really run and tell your master about. Harry stood up straight with his arms crossed over his chest, accentuating his muscle development. You think you are so invincible. You'll find your time will come, Potter, and I am going to dance on your grave when it does. Then maybe, just maybe, I'll take Mudblood for a test drive. He winked at Hermione to agitate Harry further. Get out, ferret. Ron stood quickly, pointing his wand directly at Malfoy's chest. Potter, you should really put a leash on your pet. Something may happen to him like it did with your dog. That was all he finished before suddenly transforming into a ferret. Crabbe and Goyle stood shocked, not knowing what to do as the ferret squeaked frantically. Harry, hold on me, I am not at fault for this. No, I am. Everyone turned to see Ginny sitting up straight in her seat, glaring daggers into the troublesome trio. Now Dweedledee and Dweedledum, take you annoying ferret out of here before I make him remember his bouncing days. Crabbe leaned down and scooped Malfoy up as they fled the compartment. Are you all right, Hermione? Shakily Hermione nodded. She noticed Harry hadn't taken his eyes off of her since Malfoy's remark. It never ceased to amaze her how the world disappeared when he stared at her with such intensity. His eyes could tell her anything, and right now she knew the comment both infuriated and terrified him. She casually walked forward, placing her forehead on his crossed arms. It only took seconds for his body to relax as he uncrossed his arms and enfolded her in them. What did you say to him, Harry? Nothing. Everything. Helpful insight. But Ginny, he turned towards her smiling like a crazy person. That was simply brilliant. Laughter infused the compartment as the train continued to King's Crossing. You did what? How could you, Ginevra? Do you know how much trouble you could be in? Stop. Leave her alone. The room froze as the youngest male Weasley did the unimaginable. He shouted at his mother during one of her tirades. Hasn't she been through enough? It's just Malfoy. Ronald Weasley, I don't care who it was. Rules are rules. Leave him alone, Mom. It's not like this hasn't been done before, you just found out about this one. If you are done berating me, I would like to go to my room. The room was silent at Ginny's boldness. Very few had spoken to Molly in that tone, and she definitely did not enjoy two of her children doing it in a matter of minutes. Arthur quickly stepped in as Ron, Harry, and Hermione turned to the stairs after Ginny. Molly dear, she has been in a terrible state. It was nice to see Ron stick up for his sister, wasn't it? Molly was still seething as she glared at him. Let's go get a cup of tea. The room watched in amazement at how practiced Arthur was in calming down his wife. Knock! Knock! Ginny pulled open the door. What now? We just wanted to make sure everything was fine, Hermione said, staring down at her feet. I'm sorry, Hermione. Come on in before Mom decides to hunt me down and kill me. She won't. Dad was handling her. But that was bloody incredible, Gin. Thanks, Ron. And thank you for standing up to her for me. I cannot see what she is so upset about. It's Malfoy. No problem, Gin. Besides, it was great to see the bouncing ferret again. Immediately he had 3 pillows slam into him. This was war. Laughter flowed down the stairs until dinner time. Bustling through the kitchen door, still giggling and playfully pushing, the group called out greetings to adults around the table. Harry blushed a bit when Lupin briskly stood to give him a hug. Welcome back. Harry and Lupin stared at each other for a moment, neither saying what they really felt. Finally Hermione spoke what neither was secure enough to say. Aren't you glad to be home, Harry? I'm sure Moony missed you too. Mrs. Granger smiled at her as she nodded in admiration. Shoving his hands in his pockets and slightly turning red, Harry confirmed. Yeah, what she said. Watch her, Harry. It's been ages since I saw you. Tonks added, pushing Remus out of the way in order to hug Hermione. Hermione giggled as Harry playfully added, Yes, it has. So what have you been up to? Married? Kids? Dying of old age? No, I could only get the kids part in since this morning. You know, all 234 of you on the train. Listeners around the table laughed at the playful banter, none noticing the watchful eye of one in particular. The house was quiet. Everyone had been asleep for hours. Harry continued to toss and turn. He was relieved when he heard a knock at the door. He quickly ran across the cold floor and smiled as the opening revealed his girlfriend. Sleeping? No, you? Not much. Can I come in, or do we have to each sit on one side of the door to talk? You sure are being a smart arse for this time of night. He replied, extending his arm to open the door enough for her to walk under. She blushed. I couldn't sleep. Me neither. Here you must be freezing. placing a blanket around her shoulders, which really he did to try and stop his own mind. Well, there is a chance we could, but I doubt he would want everyone to know about it. I'm sorry you can't sleep. Why? As he began kissing the hollow of her neck where it joined her collarbone. Her breathing hitched. What do you expect me to do when you show up here in the middle of the night, wearing that, knowing I haven't been able to have any time with you at all since everything happened? His lips were moving south to the point of the V-neck line which hung right between her breasts but did not reveal anything. Do you know how much control it took? His hands pushed up the hem of her gown, so his hands could trail across her abdominals. You sleeping in my arms every night, feeling your breath on me, wishing the circumstances weren't what they were. Her hand was gripping a handful of hair at the back of his head as the other was running trails down his chest. Her head thrown back, allowing him more access. Do you remember your birthday, me? Do you remember the way I made you feel? She swallowed, trying to fight the heat that was building in her. I fought those memories, the memories of what you did to me that night. He breathed deep. Every night I have had you in my bed and knew I shouldn't touch you. Shouldn't be happy that I had you there. Knowing others like Ginny weren't so lucky. Barely audible, she managed his name again. Harry, do you really want me to stop me? Pulling back to look into her eyes. Biting her lip, she shook her head no. Deviously she leaned next to his ear, causing a hitch in his breath as she whispered, No, I want you to close and lock the door. It took all his strength to pull away long enough to flick his wrist at the door and mutter the charms under his ragged breath. Picking her up, claiming her lips, he carried her the short distance to his bed. She rolled over to face him as his arms slipped around her. That was, she blushed more than he had ever seen. You know there is something that would be better than that. Harry, I know what you are going to say. I am not ready for that. She watched as his face fell. Are you mad? Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. I guess. I'm sorry, Harry. I'm not ready. I love this. I love every new experience you give me. And I do feel the urge to go forward, but emotionally, Harry, it's a great deal more. How can I explain this? A girl's virginity is very important to her. I can only give that gift once in my life. To one person, no do-overs, no second chances. It also comes with a lot of responsibility. Pills or potions, trying to remember to take them at the precise time and date every time, the worries of getting pregnant anyways. All the things we have done so far are wonderful and I love being able to share that with you. But I'm not ready to give you that gift, Harry. It's the only thing I have left to give my husband. What are you saying, me? You don't love me enough? Harry James Potter, do not put words in my mouth. I said no such thing, I said my husband. That's all. I love you and you should know that by now. If you want it so bad, then maybe you should put in your application for the position. Who said I won't? They both stared at each other, reliving the words that had left their mouths. Would you want the position? I thought that was clear, he said as his face flushed with embarrassment. Sis, that's something you think about? She pulled the sheet tighter around her body as she inched towards him to take his hand. Most girls think about their wedding all the time. You play bride when you are young, you dream about dresses when you are my age, and then you dream about the entire wedding day in detail and what your life will be like afterwards. I always dreamed that I would give my husband the gift that no one else would or could ever receive. I want that night to be more special than any other night in my life. I know you probably think it's childish or silly. Stop. Answer me this. When you dream about that day and your future, am I there? He wouldn't look at her. He couldn't. That question had so many meanings he wasn't sure if he wanted to hear the answer. Yes, Harry. I think it has always been you. Before, I dreamed of leaving Hogwarts and maybe sharing a flat with my best friend. Knew Ron would stay at the Burrow like Percy and the twins always have. Ginny told me once they always talked about sharing a place after school, which left you and me to share one. Then you kissed me. The dream was still the same, but this time I had a ring on my finger and my best friend was my husband. She played with her fingers, completely mortified that she had shared those silly schoolgirl dreams with someone. Especially him. Well, that officially made him run for the hills. Way to go, Hermione. Shove this on a 16-year-old boy who has the weight of the world on his shoulders. Bravo. But her thinking was cut short as he stole the breath away. His lips were on hers and her body melted into his. Every time she thought she had felt the most passionate kiss, he surprised her. She slowly lifted her eyes open, feeling the air sweep over her swollen lips. His eyes were greener than anything she had seen, and something was there. Wishful, love, maybe a desire. Too intense for her to tell. His voice was barely a whisper. Then we'll wait. As long as you promise me that I will be the only one ever considered for the position. She nodded yes gently. If you dream it that way, then I promise to do everything I can to see it come true. I love you, Hermione. More than I knew I could love anyone. I don't dream about a future. I'm not sure if I have one, but I feel this warmth knowing you do. I hate to see you disappointed. I never want to lie to you. So I, Harry James Potter, promise with every breath I have will try to make those dreams come true. If you'll have me, and not now, but when the time is right and we are older, and there isn't so much going on. Promise me something? She nodded gently as a tear fell down her cheek. You keep me up to date on those dreams. I need a few good ones. Tears continued to streak down her cheeks as she wrapped her arms around him. She was smart enough to read between the lines. She knew he also meant that he wanted to know if she believed he would survive. That they would survive. Hermione cast a few cleansing spells and redressed. The night was quiet for both as they laid in each other's arms, knowing that they had promised each other a future they could not guarantee. As her breathing slowed, he slowly untangled himself from her. He moved to the couch, taking a blanket and pillow with him. He hated leaving her, but the fear of Mr. Granger finding him sleeping with his daughter in that outfit. They would no way be able to deny the extent of their intimacy. But at least she was here, where he could see her and hear her shallow breathing. Get up. What the devil is going on in there? Mr. Granger was banging on the door. Remus was trying to calm him down. You'll wake the whole house, you know the order was up. Extremely late last night. Some just closed their eyes. Why are you pounding on Harry's door? My daughter is not in her bed. Remus, we spoke of this while they were gone. This is what I feared. The way they looked at each other on her birthday. If he lays one hand on her, I think you should not finish that sentence. Remus glared, his eyes going a faint red. Have you even tried the door? No, but if things were as innocent as you claim them to be, why haven't they answered the door yet? Would you answer the door for your wife's screaming father? Yes, I know. Neither would I. I'm not sure what you did in your youth, but I do know about mine. I will say it again, Harry is like any other teenager when it comes to certain issues, but I know both those kids. They're too smart to do anything to jeopardize their futures. My guess is a silencing charm. Why would they need one of those? I know why they were placed on all of our rooms, so why would Harry's room need one? Mr. Granger said, crossing his arms as his face flushed with fury again. Remember your years as a teenager when you would stay up till late and then pray there was a way to silence your parents? Yes, especially after a night out. You forget. These teenagers have a way. My guess, knowing Harry, he didn't even get to sleep until dawn. Knowing who normally wakes the kids up, he probably wanted to keep Molly out and be able to sleep in. Look, he said, turning the doorknob, the door is open. Both men walked into the room to find Hermione tucked securely in Harry's bed, but more than relieved to see Harry snoring on the couch, not even in touching distance. The men quietly left the room, being careful to close the door gently. I'm glad to know they aren't sharing the bed. But I still don't understand their need to sleep together. I would have never been able to control myself at that age. How come you are so sure they can? Remus? Simple. They aren't there because of hormones. They are there out of fear. What they saw and did on Halloween would cause anyone to be frightened to close their eyes. As the men walked down the stairs towards the smell of coffee, Hermione's father voiced his deepest fear. Remus, honestly tell me if I am going to have my little girl when she is done with all this. Most fathers worry about what their child will do about the future after they graduate. My wife and I go to sleep wondering if ours will live to graduation. Me too, was all Remus could answer, knowing he prayed the same prayer each day, sometimes more than once. Chapter 13. Only Hope. The house was filled with good spirits as the decorating began for Christmas. Molly and Mrs. Granger had found all the decorations in the attic from last year, and Remus took over singing O Rest Ye Merry Hippogriffs in honor of Sirius. The archways held mistletoe, the stairs railing covered in holly and ivy. New ornaments had been bought, and some of the Grangers' most sentimental ones had been hung to help relieve their desire to be in their own home with their own traditions. Mrs. Granger was depressed that their holiday plans were no longer an option, but glad to be able to be with Hermione. Mr. Granger was excited to see new traditions and magical ornaments. It took days for the decorating to be finished, and the Grangers were able to go shopping in Muggle London with an escort for their gifts. Although they enjoyed the magical world, they missed their way of life. They also worried for their daughter. Mrs. Granger had tried several times to convince Hermione to go see a therapist about what had happened on Halloween, despite how many times Hermione had tried to explain how that was not possible. What would I say? Hi. My name is Hermione and I can do magic. I'm also currently fighting in a magical war and go to school to learn spells. Don't be sassy, Hermione. Think about it, Mum. They would cart me off the nearest mental institution. I see your point, but I still think you should talk to someone. I do. I talk to my friends and other magical adults. And you? Mrs. Granger hugged her daughter, relieved she felt comfortable enough to talk to her too. I just want to concentrate on Nadia's visit. I haven't seen her in so long. What are you telling them about where we are staying anyways? I told them that the house is being remodeled and we are currently staying at a friend's vacation house. That seems reasonable. Besides, she'll be in a hotel with the band. Are her parents coming too? No, they are both working. After 3 years of her traveling, they trust her guardian now. She turns 18 soon, so she'll be an adult anyway. Are your friends coming to hear the show? Yes, I hope Ron can behave in Muggle London though. The two women laughed, remembering Ron in the arcade over the summer holidays. Christmas morning brought fresh snow and cheer. Hey mate, wake up, it's Christmas. Harry rubbed the sleep out of his eyes as he woke. You have a load of gifts. We thought we would all open them together instead of in bed. With this, Harry grabbed his dressing gown and ran downstairs after Ron to see most of the house waiting on him. Ginny already wearing her Weasley sweater, Hermione opening more books gleefully, Tonks rummaging under the tree for Remus's present. Harry smiled as he watched the scene. He was home. He already received the best present he could, a home and people to share it with. Seeing him standing under the archway, Remus crossed the room. Happy Christmas, Harry. Happy Christmas, Moony. Hermione crossed the room and kissed his cheek. Good morning. Happy Christmas, me. Happy Christmas, Harry. With this, they joined the chaos the Weasleys were creating by seeing who could open all their presents the fastest. Harry had received a sweater from the Weasleys with the usual mince pies, a new broomstick cleaning kit from Ron and Ginny, several books on defense from different DA members, a few odd dark detectors from Order members. Kingsley had given him a rare book on becoming an Auror. Tonks gave him a set of weights for school. He was surprised to see gifts from people he didn't know extending their support and from his business dealings. Remus explained it was common for businesses to send gifts to stockholders. The best so far came from Moony. An album of his very own from all the pictures they found in Serious Things, and his mother's trunk that matched the one Hagrid had given him. Hagrid sent a gift that couldn't be opened due to growling from inside. He was most surprised to see a gift from Dumbledore and one from several professors. Dumbledore had given a one-of-a-kind book on the history of Godric Gryffindor from his private collection, while the professors had chipped in to buy him and Hermione a schedule planner to help with the DA. He had never received so much before. He was surprised when Mr. and Mrs. Granger came over. Harry, we got you something from Just Us. We hope you don't mind. No, thanks. I got something for you as well. Don't worry. Hermione helped me. Thank you, Harry. This means a lot to us. They sat opening their presents as Hermione watched eagerly. Oh, Harry, this is amazing. Mrs. Granger was flabbergasted as she held up a beautiful grandfather clock. Mom, that's not just a clock, look closer. Hermione pointed out the difference of the clock, explaining it was like Mrs. Weasley's and its purpose. This is more than we could have dreamed of, Harry. Thank you. I truly believe this will help with our worries about Hermione. Being able to look at this and know she is safe or if we are needed. Harry was surprised when she reached over, surrounding him in a fierce hug. Mr. Granger silently nodding to him over her shoulder. Now open yours. Harry was surprised to see a gift certificate to an eye place. Hermione told us how you have been disillusioning your glasses and we thought you might like to have contacts instead.
Contact?
I never thought of that. Thank you. Really, I think that's a great idea. But aren't they expensive? No, Harry. I'm just sorry your relatives never considered it for you. Seeing the flash of sadness in his eyes, Hermione swiftly handed him her present. Open mine, Harry. No, it's not a book. Well, not that kind anyway. Laughing, he untied the bow and opened the box. I know it doesn't come close to what you did for me on my birthday, but Remus had walked over seeing Harry so taken back by the gift. Harry? Harry turned to look at him with a stunned expression on his face. Weakly he spoke, looking Hermione in the eye. How? Simple, really. I wrote several departments at the ministry and got them to send me a copy of any information I needed. It's all a matter of public record. Do you like it? She asked timidly, biting her lower lip. I can't believe. I don't know what to say. Besides the album from Hagrid and Remus, I have never received anything that meant more to me than this. Thank you, me, it's more than perfect. He said, forgetting about everyone else and leaning over to kiss her sweetly. You're welcome, she said, blushing, relieved he liked his present. She had spent a lot of time trying to gather all the correct documents, clippings, and dates, hoping he would like to have them, as she placed them carefully into a leather-bound album with his family crest on the front. She had worked since September gathering documents on his family tree, going as far back as she could get. Birth dates, certificates, deaths, marriages, announcements, anything to give him the family history he would never know otherwise. In the back of the album were articles and clippings of different family members, or their accomplishments, along with a full story on the founding of Godric's Hollow. She had given him a heritage, a past, and more importantly a foundation of where he came from and family pride. This was his life, generations of ancestors, a place in the wizarding world that was not related to the boy who lived but him. Just Harry. As they dressed for her cousin's show that night, Harry knocked on Hermione's door. May I come in? Just a second. She opened the door a minute later and Harry's mouth dropped open. Wow, you look smashing. Thanks, not so bad yourself. Did you need something? She asked, prompting him since he was still staring. The white satin was held by spaghetti straps on her shoulders that led to a plunging neckline. It was open to the lower middle of her chest, never exposing anything but her chest bone. Then sweeping over to her right side and gathered by a beautiful crystal-encrusted brooch about the size of Harry's palm. The dress came to just below her knee, but the gathered satin continued to drape to her calf. Harry found himself jealous of soft satin that was sensuously hugging every curve of her body. Not tightly, but just enough to know she probably was not able to have anything on underneath at all. Hair pulled up at the temples, back to the center, with a barrette matching her brooch, and soft waves flowing down her back. Amazed how the simplest things were extraordinary on her. It was just yards of draped fabric, but the result was shocking. Harry, I'm sorry, you just take my breath away. She smiled, blushing slightly. I haven't given you your gift. I wanted to save it until I saw what you were wearing, and I am glad I did. I think I have the perfect finishing touch to that outfit. She looked at him perplexed until he held up his hand, suspending a necklace. Oh, Harry, it's beautiful, she claimed, lifting the charm delicately onto her fingertips. The necklace was simple, like everything she wore, which amplified the detail's beauty. White gold chain, barely visible, it was so thin, with a heart. The heart was solid in the back, but the front was an intricate design of minute white gold threads and crystals. I bought it for your birthday, but decided the carnival was more fun and have been saving this since then. I did add one thing though. On the back was inscribed, to me everything. Thank you, it's perfect. Will you put it on me? She turned, lifting the hair away from her neck. He clasped the lock and gently kissed her exposed neck. She turned, smiling. Ready to go? With this he extended his arm as she accepted it with a kiss to his cheek. The room was dimmed with candles glowing gently on each table. The group quickly found their table and sat facing center of the stage. They each placed an order for drinks when the waitress arrived. Returning, the waitress asked, Hermione Granger? Yes, Nadia politely asked me to take you and your parents to her dressing room before the show. If you'll follow me, please." The Grangers stood and followed, excited to see their relative. They returned a few minutes later laughing as they took their seats. "She hasn't changed at all. She's still mental as ever." The group continued to visit until the lights lowered and a beautiful sound filled the air. The concert was going well and Hermione was enjoying the night until about halfway through when Nadia spoke to the crowd. "I know I usually don't stop, so that I can let you all hear your favorites, but tonight I am pleased to introduce my family to you. If you would please stand." The Grangers bashfully stood to an applauding crowd as Ron whistled loudly. "I know how much you probably hated that," she added with a little laugh, "so you will probably hate this even more. Most of you might remember that there was once another female in the band." She waited as the crowd's response was heard. "That female was none other than my cousin who you just met. She has thankfully continued to write for me, one of those being the new release you were promised tonight." The crowd applauded and cheered, ready to hear what most had been waiting for all night. "Well, I am sorry to say that I will not be singing it for you." The crowd hissed with disappointment. "I would like you to hear it the way it should be heard, from the heart of the writer." Hermione's face froze in disbelief. "If you would please welcome to the stage once again, Hermione Granger." The crowd was on their feet applauding and chanting as Hermione shook her head at Nadia. Seeing her reluctance, Harry stood and kneeled next to her ear. "Me. This is what you love. I see it in your eyes when you talk to Zabini. Let me know this part of you. Sing for us." He stood straight and extended his hand to her. Taken back by his comment of wanting to know this part of her, surprised and touched her. Slowly she took his offered hand and allowed him to lead her to the steps of the stage. The crowd erupted with delight at the chance to hear her sing. As they arrived at the steps, Nadia looked at Harry, studying his character. "I can see now why she speaks so much of you. I am glad to finally get a chance to meet you, Harry. Thank you for getting her up here. I don't know how you did it, but you have my deepest appreciation. No, Nadia, I believe I owe you that, seeing as you are the reason I finally get to hear this beautiful creature sing. I always thought her voice was music to my ears." Nadia was stunned by his words and nodded her approval to Hermione. "Mione, if you ever let this handsome thing go, I believe I'll have to take your place." She winked at Harry jokingly as she grabbed Hermione by the elbow, walking her to the center of the stage. Nadia thought for a moment and spoke. "When my cousin sent me this song, she said it was written with more truth than I could ever imagine. I believe we just saw her reason, and I have to say, ladies, he looks even nicer up close." The ladies whistled and applauded as Hermione blushed while laughing as Harry quickly found his seat. Without further ado, I give you my best friend and cousin singing my new release as she wrote it, Hermione Granger. She handed the microphone to Hermione and stepped into the shadows as the lights went down to one spotlight. The group of friends were surprised that Hermione did not appear to be nervous at all. She was relaxed as if she had never stepped off the stage. Harry was stunned by her comfort and grace. The lights caused a reflective glow off her snow-white satin dress, making her to appear angelic. Softly a symphony began to play with the band as Hermione took a deep breath and one final gaze to her parents and Harry as she brought the microphone up to her mouth. Closing her eyes, she began. "There's a song that's inside of my soul. It's the one that I've tried to write over and over again. I'm awake in the infinite cold. But you sing to me over and over and over again. So I lay my head back down, and I lift my hands, and pray to be only yours. I pray to be only yours. I know now you're my only hope. Sing to me the song of the stars, of your galaxy dancing and laughing again. When it feels like my dreams are so far, sing to me of the plans that you have for me over again. So I lay my head back down and I lift my hands and pray to be only yours. I pray to be only yours. I know now you're my only hope. I give you my destiny. I'm giving you all of me. I want your symphony singing in all that I am. At the top of my lungs, I'm giving it back. So I lay my head back down, and I lift my hands and pray to be only yours. I pray to be only yours. I pray to be only yours. I know now you're my only hope." As the last two verses began to crescendo, Hermione's eyes locked onto emerald green ones as she belted the words with power that could only come from the heart. As the song ended, the room was surrounded in silence at the beauty of the words and the feelings that she had obviously felt to write it from. Nadia quietly took the microphone from her as Harry and the Grangers were brought out of the revere, jumping to their feet in applause. Soon the crowd was standing, cheering and whistling as Hermione gracefully bowed her head and proceeded towards the steps. The concert continued to be amazing, but Harry seemed to only be able to look in one direction. Hermione. She too seemed to keep glancing towards him, waiting for some concrete evidence of his approval. As the concert closed, the group found themselves at the mercy of Nadia. She had sent word to the manager asking him to keep them so she could greet them properly. Skipping to the table, she grabbed Hermione in a bone-crushing hug. "Mione, that was brilliant. Absolutely smashing." The girls were giggling and chatting faster than they had ever heard Hermione speak, and that was saying something when she had gotten on a roll. They had forgotten everyone was there until Mrs. Granger leaned over to Harry and said, "Don't worry, they've always been this way. We could never get them to quiet down." Harry laughed softly, replying, "It's fine by me. Her voice is one of my favorite things, and after hearing her sing, it takes my breath away." Nadia, hearing this, stopped speaking as she gazed at Harry. "Now if that isn't Prince Charming, I don't know what is." The group laughed as introductions were made, and they all sat to enjoy the late-night hour. The rest of the Christmas break had gone by in a blur. The residents of 12 Grimmauld Place had found Hermione singing more openly as she did chores or homework. The students had played Quidditch and enjoyed their time when Hermione was not pushing them into their studies. The adults had enjoyed the youngsters' laughter and practical jokes. Hogwarts seemed more at peace at what happened on Halloween as routines returned to normal. Fifth years were beginning to show signs of stress preparing for their OWLs, while seventh years buried themselves into their books. Gryffindor was in the lead to take the Quidditch Cup again, to Professor McGonagall's delight. The prefects began to make preparations for Valentine's Day decorations as the big day approached. "Me? Yes, Harry. I was wondering if you would like to go with me to Hogsmeade on Valentine's? I would be honored," Hermione joked, stealing a kiss from Harry before entering the Great Hall. As they took their seats, Hermione noticed Ginny's gaze stretching across the hall towards the Slytherin table. "Hey Gin, galleon for your thoughts?" "Nothing to tell. I just have my mind on a few things is all." "A few things, or a particular Slytherin?" Ginny dropped her fork, startled by Hermione's question. "I'm not sure what you mean, Mione." "Don't worry, Gin, we've known for a while who you have been spending time with." "You forgot what article of mischief Harry owns." Staring blankly, Gin answered slowly, "It's not what you think. We just talk. He lost someone too." "We didn't think anything, Gin. I have had a chance to get to know him some. I think he's really terrific. I also know how he feels about you." "You don't know anything about it, Mione. Just stay out of it." With this, Ginny left the table angry. "What was that all about, Mione?" Ron asked with a mouthful of food. Nothing at all." Valentine's Day arrived in splendor and joy. The halls had been decorated tastefully with red, pink, and white roses set in sterling silver vases. The Great Hall showered rose petals down upon everyone as they entered, causing several girls to squeal with delight. As breakfast was ending, Professor Dumbledore stood. "May I have your attention, please? It is with much joy that I announce that a ball will be held at the end of final year exams for 4th years and above. You may wear dress robes or formal attire at your choice. Thank you, and to those that are headed to Hogsmeade, please stay safe and enjoy your day." The hall erupted in conversation about the unexpected news. The girls immediately began to discuss clothes and boys. Why do they always have to be in a group, and giggling? Ron said in exasperation. "Don't worry, Ronnikins, you'll find some helpless soul to take." Ron stared at Hermione in disbelief. "Hermione?" "Yes, Ron." With this, Hermione took off out of the Great Hall with Ron at her heels, trying to tickle her as Harry stood to gather their things, laughing. Neville, Luna, Ron, Ginny, Harry, and Hermione all talked avidly as they made their way into town. "So where should we go first?" "Joke shop, Honeydukes, bookstore." They laughed at having totally different ideas on how to spend their day. "Neville, is there anything you and Luna want to do today?" "Actually, Luna made me promise to take her to some place called Madame Pudafoots." He stopped, seeing Harry grimace and Hermione and Ron breaking into fits of hysteria. "Sorry, man, you are on your own," Harry replied, giving Neville a supportive squeeze on his shoulder as Neville began to look nervous. "Is there something I should know, guys?" Trying to stop laughing, Harry replied, No man. Go have fun with Luna. We'll catch up later. Okay, see you. Ginny and Ron went into Quality Quidditch while Harry and Hermione went to the quill store. After that they went to Honeydukes, Flourishbots, and the Three Brooksticks. Hermione noticed Ginny frequently checking her watch. Do you need to go, Ginny?
No.
I mean, why? You keep watching the time like you don't want to be late for something. You know, no one would blame you if you were meeting someone. It has been a while, she added cautiously. Yeah, Gin, no one would blame you if you fancied some bloke. Seeing the conflict in her face, Hermione added, some might even say it was time or that Dean would want you to be happy. I think I should go. With that, Ginny left quickly while her friends looked on with concern. You think she's going to meet him? Harry asked, breaking the silence.
Yeah, I do.
Good. As long as he doesn't hurt her. I'm still not sure if I trust him, but if you and Mione say he's all right, then what am I to say? The group enjoyed their time in Hogsmeade. As they approached the castle, Hermione noticed Seamus pacing madly in front of the door. Seamus, everything okay?
No.
I can't believe her. It's been just a few months and here she is with him. Who are you talking about? Your sister. Running off like some tramp. Take that back. Ron growled. Why? It's the truth. I'm warning you, Finnegan. Take it back.
No.
Harry reacted just in time to stop Ron from punching their dorm mate. Hermione screamed. Stop it. Both of you. Harry, get Ron out of here. What is your problem? Ginny. I saw her with him. With who? That slimy git in Slytherin. What do you think you saw? I saw them walking around the lake. Walking around the lake? That's what got you so mental? Big deal, they were walking, he lost someone too. They just talk. You knew? Seamus was horrified to the thought. They just talk. But Seamus, Ginny is only 15, do you really think Dean would want her to live alone? Seamus sat on the steps, dropping his head in his hands. It's hard to move on. Sometimes when you all are talking about Quidditch, I keep expecting him to pipe in about soccer. Or hear him laugh at Lavender and Pavarti while they gossip. We have to keep his memory with us, and then live for him. If we stay quiet about Dean, who will tell about the time he burned off his eyebrows playing exploding snaps? Or how many times it took him talking to Ginny before asking her, and then still drooling all over himself while his mouth hung open in shock. Seamus smiled. That was brilliant. Colin got a picture of it too. Thanks, Mione. Can you tell Ron I'm sorry? I think I need to walk for a bit. Sure. Oh, and Seamus, be in by curfew. Seamus smiled at the old rule enforcing know-it-all Hermione. Sometimes the old was more comforting than the new. At dinner that night, Hermione received a curious owl. H. Please meet me after the DA meeting tonight. There is something I wish to speak with you about. B. What do you think it's about? Don't know. Guess you'll just have to meet with him to find out. The DA meeting was short, so everyone would have time to spend with their dates. Hermione's meeting with Blaise was short and left her excited. Harry and Hermione had decided to spend their time in the room of requirements. Harry had chosen a beautiful setting for the evening. It matched his room at number 12 with the fireplace glowing and filled with orchids of every kind. They hadn't had a lot of time to visit lately with training, schoolwork, practice, the DA, and of course Hermione had already started making study schedules for the end-of-year exams and helping Ginny get ready for her OWL. Happy Valentine's, Harry, she said, handing him a package wrapped in red with a white bow. Harry opened it eagerly. Noticing his surprise, she explained, apparently Nadia has an on-staff photographer. When he showed her the picture, she sent me one, and I thought you may like it. In a beautiful wooden and silver frame was a photo of him kneeling in front of her and holding her hand when he was asking her to sing. The fact they were looking so nice that night was not what made the photo so exquisite. It was the look on both of their faces. Pure love. The necklace he had given her could be seen perfectly as well. Thank you, me, it's perfect. Come here. He pulled her in for a sweet kiss. Now your turn. He handed her a long package wrapped in pink and gold. She took it curiously. Oh bugger. Harry, you shouldn't have. There in her lap was her own firebolt and polishing kit. Why would you do this for me? Grinning mischievously, he answered, I loved watching you fly on mine at home. Since I bought the team one, Ron and Ginny have one too, which just left you. Now you can fly whenever you want. I don't know what to say, then just kiss me and we'll call it even. He said, wiggling his eyebrows. That I can do. she said, crawling on top of his lap and kissing him. Harry began to worry with each passing day. Voldemort was quiet, too quiet. His schedule was still hectic and Hermione was getting more frantic as finals grew near. Training for Quidditch had increased and Ron had been a lifesaver with all his knowledge and help. Hermione was working on something with Blaise and disappeared for a few hours twice a week. She was keeping it very secretive, but he spent this time visiting Tonks. They were both worried. Remus had been out gathering intelligence for 2 weeks and no word had been sent. He talked to her about his fear for the upcoming Quidditch Cup game against Ravenclaw. I don't want to bugger it up. What if we don't win? You'll be fine, Harry, and if you do lose, which you won't, you can always go after it next year. The look that crossed his face chilled her to the bone. What if there isn't a next year, Tonks? Oh, Harry, there will be. You just have to believe that. I wonder sometimes. I wonder if I am good enough. I think about it more every day. You won't tell Moony, will you? I don't want him to worry. She quickly embraced him. For the first time I have reasons to fight, but now, I don't know if it's enough. All the training and practicing, I can never catch up. How can you say that? You beat Dumbledore. Dumbledore and Isabella. Can't you see how great you have become? What if it was luck? We just got lucky. Caught them off guard. I also had help. A lot of help. I don't think I can do this, Tonks. With this he gave in to the pressure. Halfway through the tears she heard him say what she felt like was the root of this growing doubt. What if I lose them in the end? 2 days later during potions a knock came on the door. Professor, the headmaster wants Harry in his office. Mr. Potter, it seems that you are to follow Mr. Weasley. Trying to keep up with Ron, what's going on? I don't know, I was in the prefect's office filling out the form for giving some Slytherins detention when he walked in and asked me to get you right away. Having arrived, the door opened for them immediately, theories running wild in their heads as they walked up the staircase and knocked. Come in. You wanted. Harry never finished the statement after spotting the entire order, minus the other student members. What is it? Did something happen? The door opened allowing Ginny, Luna, Neville, Hermione, and Blaise to enter. Believe me when I say how sorry I am to be the bearer of this news. We have word of Voldemort's newest target. For many months now, as you may have guessed, he was trying obsessively to recruit Mr. Zabini here into his circle. After Hogsmeade, that was no longer an option. I'm sorry to inform you that your parents have been attacked, Mr. Zabini. Blaise sunk to the floor. When? Why? Do I really need to tell you why, Mr. Zabini? Confusion ran across his face before comprehension dawned. In a whisper he spoke. May I see them? Of course. Bill, if you would please escort him to St. Mungo's? The room was quiet as Bill and Blaise flood out of the room. Alastair, do we know what they were looking for in the Zabini manor yet?
No, Albus.
It's a sword. Everyone fell silent as Ginny spoke softly. An ancient sword that can slice through metal, concrete, bodies, or every other thing you might think of. The worst part is that the item is burned to ashes from a poison so great and unknown. I'm sorry, that's all I know. Thank you, Ginny. How do you know all this, Gin? The twins asked suspiciously. Boys, leave your sister alone. Mrs. Weasley snapped. Well, I have only heard of one sword that can do that. Of course there is the rare poison of a basilisk or Peruvian viper tooth. Father believes some can be found in Scotland but too dangerous to go looking for. Seeing all the disbelieving looks on their faces, she asked Neville, Did I do it again? Neville nodded and took her hand. Ginny's voice shook with terror as it spoke. Why you can find or see. Could have found one here, but Harry killed it first year. That's a sword. Was it Slytherin's? I believe so. Harry, did you really kill a basilisk? Harry nodded. I'll have to write Daddy and let him know he was right. As long as it does not show up in his wonderful newspaper, Miss Lovegood, Dumbledore stated. Now as for the sword that Ginny has been polite enough to inform us of, it was made by Salazar Slytherin but was not his. It was a gift to the ancient house of Malfoy, and then they in turn used it as a dowry to the ancient house of Zabini. Voldemort seems to be gathering the most dangerous swords to supply his inner circle with. Why? Use your head, Miss Granger. Not now, Severus. Apparently Miss Granger, Voldemort realized how useful they could be after young Harry injured him in the last battle. So what now? We find all the swords and get rid of them ourselves or what? No, Ronald, we learn them in the DA. The room was quiet as Luna spoke. As Luna suggested Hermione, Harry, Ginny, Neville, Luna, and Ron began putting the DA through the paces of sword fighting. Dumbledore used the grant from Harry to the order to purchase all of them. The group worked with diligence. Some were found to be very good at the skill while others were pushed to the boundaries of what they felt they could not do. I understand you're tired, but this is a new defense you must learn to survive. None of us want more blood on our hands, but we are here to fight. Fight for everything right. Fight for everything we love. Harry looked at Hermione. We fight for our freedom, our beliefs, and our families. The war will come to Hogwarts. Don't expect anything else. He wants this place, our home, the place where we feel safe. He knows it will bring fear to us. He thrives on that. He controls people by it, and he lives to be the sole reason for it. He wants to be the definition of fear. Go get some sleep. Finals start tomorrow and you need rest. Good night. The solemn silence left with the last DA member. Harry felt arms wrap around his waist. That was a nice speech. I think it gave courage to the younger ones especially. Courage to get them killed. What are we doing? Harry dropped onto the platform with his head in his hands. What are we doing to them? They're not soldiers. They should be laughing and having adventures, not learning how to protect themselves from dying. I think we've had some excellent adventures. Harry gave a weak smile. If I remember correctly, we were their age when you first faced him. I think we did just fine. You did just fine. I thought you were so brave. I was mortified when I realized I hugged you. I'm glad it was dark so you couldn't see my silly schoolgirl blush. It was my first hug. I was so scared, and there you were worried about Ron and me. I believed in you, Harry. I knew you could do it. I believed in you then, and I believe in you now. I always will, Harry. Do you remember what I told you? Like it was yesterday. That seems so long ago. Harry, you're a great wizard, you know. I'm not as good as you. Me. Books. And cleverness. There are more important things. Friendship and bravery. They smiled at each other. I can't believe you remember. Never forget those words, Harry. They make you who you are. You're the bravest person I know. What if I can't do it? What if you or someone else I love gets hurt? What then? You can't think like that. You have to trust in the belief I put in you. I love you, Harry James Potter, and I won't give up or think that way. I can't. You'll do this and you'll win, and then I will love you for the rest of your life. She was holding back tears as fear reached her heart. How do I let the man I love risk his life when few will risk theirs for him? The rest of my life, huh? Does that mean you're accepting my application for the position? Yes, Harry, if you ask, that will be the answer. I have never said no to you. I won't start then. That sat in silence, forgetting about finals, forgetting about Voldemort and his Death Eaters, forgetting everything. As the halls grew quiet and the sky shone darker in the great hall, Hermione stood taking his hand and slowly walking towards the common room. As they reached the stairs leading to the dormitories, Hermione turned to kiss his cheek. Good night, Harry. I love you. I love you too, me. Finals were long and stressful. Neville blew up his potion, sending 3 to the infirmary with Snape raging with anger. Madame Pomfrey had to give several calming drafts to fifth years, who cracked under the pressure of OWS. Ginny and Luna were confident after their summer of training and Hermione's old notes to study by. Hermione complained that she didn't have enough time to write as much as she thought she should. Through it all, Harry was quiet. He could feel Voldemort's anger building. He had awoken on several occasions that week from nightmares of him laughing gleefully. Sweat covered his clothes. Dobby was there. Dobby had taken to watching over him at night, cleaning his linens, wiping his forehead with a cool cloth, and occasionally going to get Hermione from her dorm. It was on one of these nights that Dobby spoke. Master Harry. Just Harry, Dobby. I am not your master. Master Harry, I would like to help. You are Dobby, you are a good friend. I would like to help Master Harry fight. Dobby thinks Master Harry is a great wizard. Dobby has magic and friends have magic. Dobby would like to help Master Harry. What are you saying, Dobby? You want to go to war? No, I won't let you, Dobby. But Master Harry, Dobby has great magic. Dobby wants to help. Dobby's friends want to help Master Harry too. No, Dobby, enough people are going to die. I don't want you to do this. Please, Master Harry, let Dobby help. You promised me, Dobby, You promised me that you would never try to save my life again. Yes, Dobby did, Master Harry, but Dobby did not promise to not save Mistress Hermione's life. Harry sat up quickly. What are you saying, Dobby? Do you know something? No, Master Harry, but Dobby knows where his master's heart lies. Dobby can protect Master Harry's mate. You would do that, Dobby? Keep Hermione safe? Anything for Master Harry. Can you keep her away from the war? I would try hard, Master Harry. Dobby only wants to please Master Harry. I would owe you my life if you could keep her safe, Dobby. Dobby hugged Harry. Oh, thank you, Master Harry. Dobby won't let you down. Master is too kind to Dobby. Sleep, Master Harry, you have more finals tomorrow. Thank you, Dobby, good night. The halls filled with merriment as the classroom doors opened, freeing the students from their torment. Many sat around the lake and played with the squid. The group of friends sat under their favorite tree. So who are you taking, Ron? I told you to stop asking Hermione. Come on, Ronnikins, tell us who? The girl is mental, Harry. Never learns, does she? With his keeper reflexes, Ron scooped up Hermione, carrying her across the lawn. Ronald Bilious Weasley, put me down. Put me down right now. Well, since you asked nicely. Ron dropped her into the lake. Ah! Hermione plunged into the cold waters of Hogwarts to be picked up by the squid and set back on the surface. You'll pay for that, Ron. She closed her eyes and called the wind, lifting Ron upside down high in the sky. Not laughing, Ron. Bugger, Hermione, put me down. This is not fair. What's not fair, Ron? You used your abilities to get me. I am only using mine for a little revenge. Harry. Harry, get me down. Mental. She's completely mental, that one. Harry. I'm sorry, mate, but this is one fight I refuse to take part in. He said, smiling as he and the others turned to go back into the castle, leaving Ron to fend for himself against a soaking Hermione. Few know what it took from Ron to get Hermione to let him down. They were gathered around their favorite sofa in the common room when the two friends returned. A lot of good you all are. Leaving me like that with her. She's mental, Harry. Watch it, Ron, I still have a few unused tricks. Maybe if you had read more books you would have known a few more too. She smirked proudly, sinking into a seat next to Harry. The night was rare, one full of laughter. Harry lost pathetically to Ron in chess. Ginny, Luna, Lavender, and Hermione played several rounds of snaps until Hermione decided to read. Often Hermione found herself watching Harry. His smile, his laughter. She was trying to memorize it. Deep in her heart she knew why, but not willing to admit it to herself. She never noticed Harry watching her. The lines of her jaw, the ways her eyes followed the page, the way she twined a stray strand of hair around her finger. He watched the way she bit her lip. It was different than the way she bit it when trying to solve a problem. He thought of their conversation in the Great Hall a week earlier. Did he want to spend his life with her? Aren't they too young? What would her parents and Remus think? So many questions filled his mind that he didn't notice Ron trying to get his attention. Bugger, Harry. I'm sorry, what were you saying, Ron? Forget it. You okay? Yeah, just thinking. Barmy, you're turning into Hermione, always thinking. It's not good for you. I think I'll call it a night. Big day tomorrow with the ball and stuff. I'm gonna call it a night too. With this, Harry walked behind Hermione's chair to whisper in her ear. I'm heading up. I'm completely knackered. I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Harry, you see me every day. I have a feeling tomorrow may be different. She watched him walk up the stairs, pondering what he could possibly mean. His stomach twisted in knots as he paced the common room. He played with the snow-white rose he held in his hand. He wanted tonight to be perfect. She had left him 4 hours ago to get ready and had yet to come down the stairs. He turned suddenly as laughter echoed in the stairwell. Disappointment continued as he noticed it was only Lavender and Pavarti. What he wasn't prepared for was Ron greeting Lavender with a chaste kiss to the cheek and the gesture of his arm. Ron bashfully grinned at his friend's astonished look. Harry raised his eyes, asking how. He laughed as Ron casually shrugged his shoulders and then turned to escort his date downstairs. One by one the girls filtered down in brightly covered dresses of every style, but still no sign of Hermione. He was beginning to grow concerned and distracted himself by straightening his attire. He did love Hermione's taste. She had chosen wizard formal wear that resembled the Regency era instead of trendy Muggle tuxedos. She had said, it fits you, You have an old soul, Harry. So there he waited in his black long cutaway double-breasted jacket with shawl collar, the low-cut vest in gold brocade that showed about 2 inches below his jacket, a matching gold silk cravat, white high-collar shirt and black trousers with black patent dress shoes. He really did love the cut and style. He felt like a gentleman. He was so busy dusting off his jacket that he didn't notice anyone. Waiting for me? Harry gawked at the beauty before him. Me lady doth takes me breath away, he said, crossing the room to kiss her glove-covered hand. And it was well worth any wait. She blushed. You really are radiant, me. More than any man can dream up. He was aware he was still staring, but he could not bring himself to part from her radiance. Her dress was made of cream-colored satin that gathered at the top over her bust in a strapless V-shaped neckline. The satin gathered at the waist, appearing to tie in a magnificent bow in the middle of her back. The A-line skirt bottom showed a slit of satin down the middle, but was framed with gold brocade that matched Harry's vest. The brocade in back was trimmed by the tails of her bow that was big enough to just peek out in front. She has gold strappy stilettos. Her curls were pinned up randomly in a medieval style accented with ruby and gold combs. Harry extended his hand to take hers. I figure tradition shouldn't be changed. Don't you agree? What are you up to, Harry? This. He walked over to the table near the wall, picking up a velvet-covered box. It seems my dad gave it to my mother for a ball in their 6th year. I think it's a tradition I'd like to keep, if you would do me the honor of wearing it. She looked at him suspiciously as he opened the box, gasping, "Oh, that is too valuable for me to wear, Harry. What if something happened to it?" Never taking her eyes away from choker and bracelet set. The choker was 3 strands of gold and rubies that extended down to swags that hung on lower sections with ruby teardrops. Then it will be yours to break. She looked at him puzzled. Did you not hear the tradition? My father gave it to my mother, as I am giving it to you, he said quietly with apprehension in his voice. Please wear it. Please accept it. Harry, what if? I don't know, it has to be worth a fortune and looks very old. It's a family heirloom from the Gryffindor line. Who better to wear it than the Gryffindor princess? Reluctantly she accepted. Sure know how to flatter a girl, Harry Potter. As she turned for him to place it on her neck and extending her hand for him to fasten the bracelet. No, only one, he said, kissing her softly. It's perfect on you, me lady. Shall we go? Of course. She placed her hand in his bent arm while the other played with the necklace. Are you sure you want me to wear this? I would die if anything happened to it. I want you to wear it, and I hope you know why I want you to have it. They stared into each other's eyes before she turned to pick up the hem of her dress to walk down the stairs. Chapter 14. The song is once again by Switchfoot and has been used in many television and movies lately. I dare you. The ball was in full swing when they finally arrived. Hermione took a deep breath one last time as the doors opened announcing their arrival. The room stood still. They were the picture of Gryffindor. If there were to ever be a king and queen again, it would have been them. They radiated elegance and a timeless grace. Her beauty magnified by the sweeping dress and royal jewels. Him looking every bit the perfect gentleman. Walking towards the table where Ron had saved them seats. I began to think you found something better to do, he teased. No, I just had to get me to accept my gift. Lavender gasped before he could answer. Oh, Merlin, where in Circe did you get that? All the girls edged closer to get a look at Hermione's necklace. It was Harry's mum's. Is it real? Are those rubies or garnets? You still want to claim you aren't shagging him? Ginny, I can't believe you just said that. I told you no, I'm not shagging Harry. I want to wait until I'm married. I can't see why he would give you that if you weren't shagging him or he was proposing. With this, the crowd of friends spread out as a good dance number played. Hermione stared at Ginny. Has he proposed? Ginny, you would be the first to know if he did, but... Excuse me, Gin, but me, will you dance with me? Harry leaned in to ask. It's been a while since we've had the chance. Hermione nodded as Ginny joked. Just watch how heated it gets. I think everyone is hoping to see a show like you did at the club. They laughed as they took the dance floor. So did you know that Blaze's band was playing tonight? Yes, they're good, aren't they? Incredible, who knew? Just wait. You haven't seen anything yet. She smiled like the devil. What do you know? Only what I have helped with. She leaned into his shoulder as the song slowed. I miss dancing with you. Remember 4th year? I was hopeless, Pavarti had to lead. I guess that changed. Never thought I would love dancing or that Ron would be good at it, he said, pointing to Ron gracefully guiding Lavender around the floor. Did you know she was his date? Never said anything to me? Did Ginny come by herself? I think so. He grinned mischievously as the song changed tempo. Can you dance? I mean really dance in that? Wickedly she answered, you think I would risk not dancing with you? Prove that you do belong on the dance floor after our friends decided to tell everyone about the club? He stood in shock as she walked over to the table. To everyone's astonishment, the brocade skirt on Hermione's dress came off to reveal the cream satin hanging straight to her curves. The males were quick to notice the 2 very high slits cut into each side of the dress, allowing room for her to move. Good enough? Who knew she had this body? Who knew she knew how to move it like that? Anyone else want to shag Granger as much as I do right now? I'd rather shag him, thanks. The comments continued throughout the night by all except their friends, especially when Hermione stepped back and on cue with a drum beat dropped all the way down and instantly came up, rolling her body forwards and then turning to place her back to Harry's chest. Lavender barely controlled her laughter when she noticed a few Slytherin males growing with affection for Hermione's dancing and good looks. Lavender, you are so bad. I can't help it, Ginny. Look at them. All dopey-eyed and trying to hide their arousals. You have to admit they're hot together. This has nothing on their performance at the club, Lav. Lavender looked at her with concern. What is it, Ginny? That was the night Dean told me he loved me. Halfway through the ball, Hermione walked over to Ginny. I think you should come with me. Where are we going? Closer to the stage. Why? Because I think you should be closer for this. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. Harry leaned in to whisper into Hermione's ear. Is this why you have been sneaking off for hours each week? She nodded while gesturing for him to keep quiet. She glanced at Ron and then to Ginny as the song began. Welcome to the planet, welcome to existence. Everyone's here. Everyone's here, everybody's watching you now. Everybody waits for you now. What happens next? What happens next? Blaise began to walk down the steps of the stage, his eyes never leaving his point of destination since the music began. His look was determined, enduring, and very sexy. Even Hermione had to give him that. As the course began, Ginny realized who he was approaching and nearly panicked. Hermione simply touched her elbow in support. I dare you to move. I dare you to move. I dare you to lift yourself up off the floor. I dare you to move. I dare you to move like today never happened. Today never happened before. As he questioned her and seeing her reply was fear, the beat changed to a dramatic rhythm, every note mimicking his emotions. Welcome to the fallout, welcome to resistance. The tension is here, the tension is here. He took her hand in his while captivating her eyes. Between who you are and who you could be, between how it is and how it should be. Ron gently placed a hand on Seamus' chest. He may not trust the Slytherin, but even he could see it. There was something in his eyes, something in his expression, and more importantly something in Ginny's. I dare you to move. I dare you to move. I dare you to lift yourself up off the floor. I dare you to move. I dare you to move like today never happened. Today never happened before. He began to walk backwards, slowly guiding her with him as the students watched in amazement, slowly coaxing her to follow him to the stage but never leaving her gaze. Slowly he smirked like he was trying to make his point. Maybe redemption has stories to tell, maybe forgiveness is right where you fell. Where can you run to escape from yourself? Slowly he dropped her hand as if testing her, seeing if she would run or if he had finally gotten her to listen. Where you gonna go? Where you gonna go? Bringing his left arm out to his side and then into his chest, covering his heart. He finally dropped her gaze and closed his eyes. He had asked his question and made his point. Salvation is here. With one last glance he looked at her face, a challenge in his eyes. This was it. If he had learned nothing else about Ginny, it was her nature to fight, to rise to the challenge, and he was here, laying his cards out to her in front of half of Hogwarts. Taking one final breath, he belted the chorus one last time as he slowly began to walk backwards away from her. I dare you to move. I dare you to move. I dare you to lift yourself up off the floor. I dare you to move. I dare you to move like today never happened. Today never happened, today never happened, today never happened before. As the song ended, Blaze set down his microphone, never breaking eye contact. His heart was racing as the drummer stepped forward to announce a small break. With a bated breath the crowd, and Blaze, waited. His eyes closed in despair as she turned and ran out of the great hall, her footsteps echoing. It was only then that the noise level rose to an all-time high. Slytherins were shocked at this display. Gryffindors were angry that he had placed her in the position. Seamus was angry about it on account of Dean. Only 4 were silent. Ron hung his head at Ginny's misery and confusion. Hermione constantly looking between Blaze and the door in worry, and Harry, who watched Hermione and Ron. Go take care of Blaze. Ron and I will take care of Gin, Harry whispered quietly as she slowly stepped away, dropping his hand. Blaze barely remembered the rest of the night, though Hermione stayed by his side for most of it. Many asked about the song and who wrote it. He replied that Hermione had, answering allowed some of the attention to be removed from him. His voice was distant and preoccupied, his eyes never leaving the door in hopes of her return. As the ball ended, Harry pulled Hermione aside. Let's go somewhere. Anywhere. I just want to finish this night with you and no more distractions. He led her out the big oak doors into the cool night air. The song was incredible. Thanks, I just wish it had done what he wanted it to. Do you ever wonder what would have happened if I hadn't have kissed you back? No, I'm too busy being happy you did. Why? Do you regret it? No, I just wonder what would have happened if you hadn't have kissed me. I wonder if we would still be together. I don't think I would have the courage to confront you like Blaze just did. It's good thing then, because I don't know how long I would have been stupid and not noticed. There was just something about you that day that made it all fall together. The way I felt when I woke up and saw your face in the hospital, the way you reacted to the news Remus had about being my guardian, the way I saw you. I remember noticing for the first time you sent vanilla. It was when you hugged me in the hospital. But that day, in your room, you were so excited and doing that little bounce you get when you know something and can't wait to tell. I just knew. I had to kiss you no matter what. He brushed a curl from the corner of her eye. I'm glad you did. For me it was when you looked at me when I let it slip that I had used magic. But I think it's always been the way you look at me. Your eyes, they always tell me what I need to know. She spoke softly as they stared into the other's face. I love you, me. I know I love you too. Come on, I want to end this night perfectly. Before she could ask, Harry's firebolt flew into his awaiting hand. Me lady, good sir. She sat sideways due to her dress as she entwined her fingers behind his back, placing a kiss on his neck. Keep that up and the night won't end the way I want it to. And what ending is that? The perfect one. Slowly he steered the firebolt around Hogwarts. They stared at the stars, taking turns to point out different constellations. Harry took a moment after finding Sirius. Me, do you still see the same dream about your life? I still see you there, if that is what you mean. Is something wrong? Shaking his head, no, Hermione, you are everything to me. And, did you really understand what I meant when I asked you to take my mum's necklace? Hermione drew a deep breath. Is he about to do what I think he is? Do I want him to? I thought I did. If you want it back, I'll understand, she said cautiously.
No.
I'm messing this all up. There's a lot of this jewelry and Moony told me it has been passed down for generations and well, I want to be able to pass it to you. If you want it, what are you asking me, Harry? If I were to, would you say yes? Her heart was racing, her breathing becoming heavy. Are you asking? I told you my answer would be yes whenever you asked. What if I asked now? We still have a year of school. We're young according to Muggles. What would your parents say? We didn't grow up like the Weasleys where you are expected to marry soon after graduating. Which one is right? Should we be thinking about all of this or waiting? What are we going to do after Hogwarts? If I'm even still here, he added quietly, I think we should do what feels right for us. What do you want, Harry? I want you. Then I'm yours. I go to sleep at night wondering if I am ever going to get married and have a family. I think that every time we face Voldemort will be the last, one way or the other. I'm scared you won't be there, wherever there is. What I want is to graduate Hogwarts and become an Auror or chemist. maybe an unspeakable, but I'm not really sure what they do since, well, they're unspeakable. But what I want most is you, what we talked about that night in your room. I want the chance to be with you, really be with you. I want to take away all the pain left from your childhood. Make you forget. I want to make your dreams come true. I want you to want me. I do. I want all of that, and I want a family of my own. I want to be the kind of parent mine never got the chance to be. I want it with you, me. All of it. Tradition, family, holidays, and children. I want to see more of my mum's jewelry on you and to live in my parents' house. I want to live me. What if I never get that chance? Please stop. I can't. Tears fell as she thought of what he was thinking. He tried to wipe her tears, but they kept coming. So he held her tight and gently lowered the broom to the ground as he softly begged her to stop crying. Shoo. I hate seeing you cry. Please stop. I didn't mean to. Lifting her head slightly, she asked in a whisper, Are you asking me, Harry? Are you asking me to marry you? Would it be horrible if I did? No. As long as you ask because you want to be married to me and not because you think you won't live. What if I did for both reasons? Then I would have to reconsider my answer. I only want you to ask me for one reason: you love me. So are you asking, what about our ages? Everyone said it this summer, so I will say it now. When did we ever get to be just kids? Age isn't important to me, Harry. Maturity is, and you have proven that time and time again. I love you. Now, are you asking me to marry you? No, not right now. Not on a night like this, because I want everything to be perfect when I do. Hermione hugged him without saying a word. Me? Are you upset that I didn't? I'm not sure. I thought what I thought. Tilting her chin, he kissed her sweetly and caringly. I will. That is one promise I can keep. I will ask you, Hermione, but only when the time is right. If you ever doubt that, then look at this necklace. He fingered her neck softly. Would I give something of my mum's to anyone? Shaking her head no, she brought his lips to hers, deciding to make the rest of the night incredible. Mate, are you even listening? Huh? I'm sorry, what? Have you gone barmy? I was telling you about the newest broom. Ron followed Harry's stare. Chuckling, he waved his hand in front of Harry's face. What's so fascinating? Ron knew, but still wanted to take the mickey out of him. What was that for? Ginny and Hermione gasped. You're killing the poor boy. Have mercy. What are you one about? Harry was growing redder the more questions Ginny asked. Hermione watched his face, willing him to look at her. When he did, she locked her gaze with his, smiling wickedly, knowing that he was remembering last night. Slowly he smiled at her. Guys, I think Hermione and I are gonna start packing. You know, busy day tomorrow with leaving and all. Try not to kill each other. Taking her hand, they both left the great hall quickly, leaving two confused Weasleys behind. The moment they were up the stairs, Hermione found herself slammed up against the wall with his lips on her neck. Did you enjoy that? Torturing me the way you were sucking on that strawberry? He gently nipped her skin, his breath causing chill to rise up on her skin, her legs turning to rubber. Do you know how much I wanted to be a fruit just now? After last night, I don't care, he replied before claiming her mouth as his own playground. The temperature was rising quickly as her hands began to rub him through his jeans. Parting her legs with his knee, he moved his hands slowly to her breast. Their kisses growing hungrier, breathing more labored. Hair Messier from the other, running their fingers through it or grabbing in desperation. He didn't know when, but he soon realized Hermione moving up and down on his thigh, seeking as much friction as possible. Dorm, now. She didn't even answer as he bent down to grab their bags, as she sprinted up the stairs unaware of the curious glances and a few snickers from peers. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. Yes, Harry, yes. Are you sure? He asked while searching her eyes. I thought, I don't want to wait, Harry. It may be how much I love you, or our explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. Harry, are you in here? You have to come with me now. Hermione and Harry both went limp as the door banged open, vanishing all flames as Neville's voice rang out in panic. Neville, what is it? He asked, keeping his arms around Hermione as she fought to keep quiet. Harry, oh, never mind, but I need you to come now. Trying to, Harry thought. It's Ginny. With this both Hermione and Harry peeked out of the curtains. Oh, sorry, didn't know Hermione was with you. What is it, Neville? What's wrong? Ginny's missing. 12 hours. 12 hours and no sign of Ginny. The group had gathered in the antler room off the Great Hall. The Weasleys arrived one by one begging for the latest update. No one saw her last night after the ball? How could that be? She had to go to sleep, right? Molly asked. Mrs. Weasley, Hermione approached cautiously from the back of the room. Ginny doesn't always come back. I found out earlier this year that it's not uncommon for her to be gone all night. Her roommates only noticed when she didn't come down to breakfast. Gone all night? Where? Why? What could she possibly be doing out all night? Someone answer. Me. Molly was screeching. Now Molly.
No, Arthur.
I want to know what my baby is doing. Someone answer me. She was with me. You could cut through the tension in the air as Blaise Zabini stepped out of the shadows. You? Is not what it seems. We talk. We both were hurting after losing someone close to us in the Battle of Hogsmeade. All night? What would you need to talk about all night? Bill asked with fury in his voice. That's my sister. Charlie raged. If you would let me explain. There's nothing to explain. You're a Slytherin. He's in the DA and as of last year a member of the Order. Not a word was spoken, not even from the trio. How? Asked Harry. You wouldn't even let us join until this summer. The Zabinis have many connections. It seems the future of Death Eaters recruited Blaise to infiltrate the DA. What they didn't know is we were already having him infiltrate them. Did you think I would really let them come here without knowing their intentions? Dumbledore answered with a twinkle in his eye. Why didn't you tell us? Hermione asked, not sure who she was asking. Couldn't tell you. If it is any comfort, Ginny knew. She figured it out when I was always gone at the same time that Headmaster was having a confidential meeting with certain Order members. She's in danger. I came here to tell you that she was taken. My cover was blown in Hogsmeade, but that doesn't stop the Slytherin house from talking. I heard enough of the right people bragging about their accomplishments to carry out orders from Voldemort. He has wanted her since her first year. Oh, Merlin. Molly collapsed. 30 minutes later, when Molly came to a plan of action was being discussed. He had spoken privately to the Weasley men, reassuring them his intentions were honorable, and was now telling everything he had learned about Voldemort and his Death Eaters. No one noticed Harry in the corner, his anger growing more prominent with each second. Harry, you have to talk to me. Not now, me. If this is about Professor Dumbledore, are you defending him? Harry seethed.
No.
How can you ask me that? I have never, ever betrayed your feelings. How could you think that now? He lied. He kept more secrets, played more games. Now Ginny is paying for it. Harry, none of us knew. We'll find her. Placing her arms around his neck, she slowly felt his anger ebbing away. You couldn't have stopped this, Harry. We didn't know she was a target. They need you, Harry. The Weasleys have been your family since we were 11. We both know they can't rescue her without you. So it comes to this? Is this the time, me? His face showed confusion and worry. I don't know. It took 3 additional hours until a plan was devised and ready to carry out. The entire Order would head to Little Hangleton accompanied by Aurors and Ministry workers. One chance. An all-out battle for good with one plan, one diversion, Harry battling Voldemort. As the group organized to leave, Hermione was led out of the hall by Harry. Don't look at me that way, Harry. I can't take it. I know what you are thinking. Me, he placed his hands on her neck, his thumbs brushing the tears away. I need you to know that I love you. Merlin, I love you.
No.
Stop it. No. Screaming as she pounded his chest with her fists. Yes, you need to hear this. I love you, and if something happens, Harry, please. Her knees giving in as the tears flooded her face. Her voice choked with sorrow. Ron was trying his hardest to control his own emotions. I'll go. What he saw he would never forget. Harry clutched Hermione, fighting to not break himself as he held her limp form. Her cries ripping out your heart as she begged him not to go, pleading that if he loved her he would not leave her. Ron found his own face wet from his grief and fears. Harry's eyes pleaded for him to take her. You come back to her, mate. We'll come back together with Ginny. Ron nodded as he stared at his best friend. Ron, I told me, don't. We have to save my sister and we will do it like we always have. Together. You just promise me that you will finish him. Once and for all. Try my best. Take care of you. Take care of you. With this Ron slipped his arm behind Hermione's knee and scooped her up. I love you, me. You're my everything. With this he kissed her forehead tenderly. Taking a deep breath he walked away prepared to face his destiny. Ginny huddled in a dark corner as Voldemort addressed her. Why fear me? Have we not met before? Did you not trust me to tell me your deepest secrets? I loathe you. But I am intrigued by you. You have such radiance in a fight. Your power has grown beyond my dreams. I see you as an alliance, a kindred spirit. Leave me alone. My fascination seems to not be returned. Disappointing to say the least. I am prepared to offer you a place in my inner circle. A place beside me for eternity. There is something about you that I find enduring despite what my followers tell me. Yes, you will stand beside me or I will break you. Never. You snake. TSK TSK. Is that any way to speak to your master? I will never follow you, but you already have my dear. You followed me when you were young and trusting, and you will follow me again or I will slit your throat. She cried as the door slammed shut. Hurry, Harry. Hurry and save me one more time. Harry eyed Dumbledore as he entered the antler room, soon followed by Ron. With a look of worry Ron reassured him of her safety. She's with Dobby, mate. With a nod from Dumbledore they all apparat to the predetermined coordinate. What awaited them was a sight like no other. An army of Death Eaters. Bill and Blade nodded as they left to find Ginny as the biggest battle of all broke loose. With one final look at a glance at the top of the hill, he raged into battle with wand and sword in hand, slicing, hexing, and cursing his way towards Voldemort who stood watching on top of the hill. He dodged a curse by Bellatrix. His brow was sweating and bodies began to fall all around him as he made his way through the crowd. Screams and shouts could be heard. Lights raged in the sky as good fought evil. Plunging his sword deep into the gut of another Death Eater, Harry advanced closer to his goal, Dumbledore blocking the jets of green light aimed towards Harry. He glanced around seeing Neville and Ron in a heated battle between them and Bellatrix. With more strength than he had ever known he forged forward. As fast as the wind, as strong as any force of nature known. He was tired and the sky was darkening around him. He was closer, his scar was on fire and his thoughts of Hermione kept him going. He had scraps and cuts that soaked his clothes with blood. Several Aurors had already fallen, many losing sight of hope. Hermione opened her eyes to peer into the face of Dobby. He's left, hasn't he? Yes, Mistress Hermione. Dobby will look after Master Harry Potter's heart. Dobby, do you want to keep Master Harry safe? Oh yes, Mistress Hermione. Dobby think Master Harry Potter is a great wizard and friend. Then I need you to do something for me. Can you do that? With this Dobby stepped closer to hear Hermione's instructions. As the final rays of sunset and hope was failing the side of good, a vision appeared on the battlefield. Hermione, the DA, and most of the Hogwarts house elves. Harry turned, pulling his sword out of another Death Eater and firing a Reducto curse at another. Hermione. He felt her presence. Taking one last glance he looked into her eyes across the battlefield. Gathering his power from the wind, he sent his thoughts to her. I love you, and I love you. Go, we have this. Do what you need to do. At hearing her voice, his vigor was renewed. She watched amazed at his speed and the power Dumbledore was radiating as he helped Harry clear a path to his destiny. Immediately upon her nod, the DA sprang into action. House elves raised their fingers and let forth their power, creating a shield for the students of Hogwarts. Dobby looked for Ginny, never taking his sight off Hermione too long. He had made a promise he planned to keep her safe. As the DA renewed hope for the remaining Aurors ministry workers, and the Order the Death Eaters' numbers began to fall. As Harry reached the bottom of the hill, he heard Voldemort laughter ring out. Seeing a movement in the shadows, Dobby turned in time to throw up a shield blocking Bill from harm as Blaise cradled Ginny in his arms. Winky popped over to them, I take you to Master Harry's. And with this they disappeared, leaving only prayers for the remaining friends and family. So you throttled my plans again, young Harry? Or should I say Mage Harry? Harry held his gaze. It seems as though it always comes down to us. Why is that? You tell me? I think you know. I think you know the prophecy. Why don't you share it? Haven't you heard it? Isn't that why you came after me in the beginning? Has the old man still not taught you manners? Do you remember the lesson in manners I gave you 2 years ago here in this very yard? I see by your face you do. What was the chap's name? Cedric. Ah yes, he died so easily. That hurt, didn't it? Harry still stared as they walked around one another. Answer me, boy. Yes, so you do speak. Tell me, how much more will it hurt when I kill her? The mud blood? Expelliarmus. Avada Kedavra. Reducto. Jets of flight took the air between them. Harry dodged and rolled, arrows shooting out of his wand, easily blocking the curse Voldemort taunted. We both know that won't work. It seems you have also lost the element of surprise. I remember the sword. My Death Eaters have done well with them, haven't they? Harry looked at the scene. Below them, many bodies lay bleeding. The two continued to fire curse after curse as their swords rang out into the night. Harry shuddered as the blade sliced his arm, leaving him exposed. Must you always talk, Tom? Sir Sorsha. Harry moved quickly away from the angry reptile shooting out of his opponent's wand. Lightning as Voldemort began to speak. Hassian Stasta Ishlasmic Mostastaports. Harry diced quickly as Nagini joined with the conjured snake growing twice the normal size. Thankfully he knew how to answer. Misixskins. Sesapcitrasis. The snake looked confused, not knowing who was their master. As Voldemort's anger grew at the disobedience of Nagini, Harry used that time to switch wands. At the small movement Voldemort replied, Expelliarmus. They watched as Harry's wand flew into the enemy's hand. I guess we won't have to worry about that testy golden cage like last time, will we? Harry felt Ron and Hermione's presence grow closer as the wind picked up. The earth began to rattle as Harry built the energy up into his hands. A neck to it. Everyone watched as mass of energy shot out of the wand heading straight for Voldemort. Protego, cried Voldemort just as the curse hit the shield, causing a deafening boom to reign over the night. His laughter hissing into the cool air. The curses continued to fly, with neither side gaining or losing their edge. Harry was tiring fast and did not know how fortunate he was. Every time Voldemort would place a strong shield around the two, the house elves would bring them down with their magic, forcing him to use more of his physical abilities. Rolling too late, Harry was hit with another Crucio. It was then Hermione was able to reach him when she gasped. Through her mind he saw Voldemort taking aim with Harry's wand at an unsuspecting person. Harry and Hermione both screamed as the green light hit Isabella directly in the head. A golden light surrounded her like a phoenix song, forcing those nearby to halt in battle. Every loved one could privately hear her words of encouragement and love. Harry, you can do this. Follow your heart and it will lead you to your power. Trust in yourself. Take care of him for me. His decision may not always be right, but his heart guides him. He needs you more than you know. Take care of her as well. She was like a daughter to me. I see good things for the two of you. You will be the greatest love ever known. Cherish it. I will always be with you, my darling Hermione. Do not weep for me. I am finally free of my pain. You take care of your heart and he will give you everything he has. Your love is the power he needs. Live your dreams, Hermione. This power was given to you for a reason. I will always be with you, my child. Sweet Luna, you have come far. Continue to guide those that need help. Your laughter will carry you through the dark times. Take care, dear one. Neville, you have become so strong. Your parents are watching over you each and every day. May you never forget that. Your loyalty is your strength. Embrace it and enjoy your life. Good things will come to you. Ron, you made my days brighter. Continue to watch over them and love them. They are your family and need you more than you might think. The Golden Trio is unbreakable. Miles away, Blaise felt peace and calm wash over Ginny. Keep safe, my little one. You have danger in your future. Allow yourself to live, he will not fail you. Trust in him and peace will be restored to your troubled heart. Believe you deserve love, my dear friend. Once again fate has brought you a family. She gives you her heart, treasure it. Harry needs you. He may not seem to, but he puts his trust in you. Do not fail him now. Embrace this chance for true happiness, it is given freely. Goodbye, old friend. My dearest Alastor. Do not shed tears for me. I am in no pain and my heart loves again freely. Thank you for your bravery, loyalty, and devotion. I could not ask for a better protector. Do not fret. You did your job well and I will never forget your sacrifice. Keep him safe, dear brother, for you were my family when I had none. My dearest love. Do not weep for me, there are more important things left for you to do. Do what must be done. I will wait for us to take the next great adventure together. I will be in the rain and in the sun and in your eyes at everything you see and feel. My life may be taken, but my soul lives in your heart. When it is time, we will be together at last. All my love. Ron and Dobby held Hermione into their crouched position as she cried for her mentor and friend. Dumbledore was too busy fighting to see, but something told the young apprentices that he too felt and heard it. Suddenly his anger raged into a power that was blinding to see. The earth shook and lightning streaked across the sky, followed by booming thunder. Rain poured down, soaking everything around them. As the invisible force was lifted at the last of her words, Harry, channeling all his energy, sprung up, his chest heaving. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. Speaking of hands, do you know what silver does to werewolves? Harry panicked, taking his eyes off Voldemort to find Remus. He saw him in a battle to death with Peter Pettigrew as his silver hand wrapped around Remus's throat. Remus struggling to free himself as the poison slowly merged with his blood. Dobby flung Wormtail across the field, freeing Remus with a snap of his fingers. Voldemort quickly grabbed Harry, placing his sword against his throat. Feelings only distract you. Join me. I'll even let you have the mudblood after my other followers are finished with her. She is smart and so pretty for such filth. Hermione stood transfixed on top of the hill. Harry's eyes found hers as he shook with fear, slowly turning his blade in his hand. I love you, Harry. Hearing the voice of an angel, Harry shoved the blade of Godric Gryffindor into the stomach of Voldemort, the last heir to Salazar Slytherin, screaming expecto patronum. A light filled the grounds of the Riddle Mansion in Little Hangleton as Harry used the sword like a wand. Voldemort loosened his hold on Harry to grab at the sword as Harry twisted it further into him. Death Eaters grabbed their arms in agonizing pain and began operating away. Harry dropped to his knees as he watched Dumbledore gather Isabella's broken body in his arms as Hermione and the Order gathered the lost and injured. This isn't over, Potter, he spat. I will kill you and everything you love. Quickly operating away. Reflections in an emerald eye shone his nemesis' vacated spot as he spoke. Go ahead. I dare you.